Testing audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular council meeting here for Tuesday, January the 27th, 2026. We have a full agenda for today, and so we're going to jump right in and get going here. So in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Dakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. As mentioned, we have a rather full agenda here this morning, so looking first to administration, if there's any additions or removal from the agenda. Nothing from administration. Council, any comments or concerns, additions or deletions from the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make a motion, please, to approve the agenda for this morning? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the January 27, 2026 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. For a moment of reflection here this morning, I'm going to be turning it over to Deputy Mayor Narayan, who's going to be speaking to an event that happened this weekend. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Worship, and thanks for the opportunity. Multiculturalism is something that's very important to our society. Some of you may or may not know that Canada was the very first country in the whole wide world to actually have a legislation approved in 1988 on multiculturalism. Some very important aspects of multiculturalism is, of course, diversity. That speaks to promoting diversity and also promoting Canadians to be proud of and celebrate the heritage while integrating into the larger Canadian society. And I think what we had this past weekend was a great demonstration of that when Synergy Connect, with the assistance of a number of sponsors and supporters and volunteers, were able to put together a very successful multicultural fashion show. Took place at the CRCA Rec Center, and it was very successful, very well attended. We saw 3 generations showing up on the runway and exhibiting their cultural attires. Many countries were represented, a very successful and a very good event indeed, and I'm pretty sure they will try and do something very similar again next year and maybe even bigger. So just a shout out to Synergy Connect and all the volunteers and supporters. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I should go back to and just mention with the agenda today. So what's going to be happening today is we have a number of items that are on the agenda today. And so what will be happening is we won't necessarily follow the agenda in the order it is presented. And the purpose of that is again, we just want to make sure that we hit everything that's on the agenda today. We also have items that are scheduled at a particular time. And so as we work through the agenda so that we can hit those scheduled times, you may see us moving some things around. We are also, I will mention this again at the start of every public hearing, one of the things that we're going to do with the public hearings is we're going to receive all of the information at the public hearings, and then we will proceed with the other items on the agenda, meaning we may not address second and third reading at all today with regards to those to the 3 public hearing items, simply so that we can make sure that we get through all of the agenda items, meaning that the second and third readings may be rescheduled to another meeting. So just want to clarify that right from the start. The other point of clarity that I wanted to make is one of the things that our council very much values is input from our public as we're moving through things. And so one of the things that our council had reestablished, it used to be called question period, it's now called public input session. We brought back we brought question period back in the form of public input session. And the difference between a public input session and a public hearing is at a public hearing, you are speaking specifically in favor or against a particular item that is on that agenda. So that's going to be coming. So some people may be here to speak in favor and or against an item that is on here for public hearing. Public input is not the time to do that. The public hearing time is to do that. Public input is utilized at a regular council meeting. At a regular council meeting, public input time is utilized for things that are on that day's agenda, whereas at a governance and priorities meeting, public input session is utilized for times for things that are bigger community focused that may not necessarily be on the agenda, but has to do with a community concern, as we saw last week when there was a concern brought forward and some thoughts around East Acreages. That was something that is a bigger citywide general concern that was brought forward. So public input at a regular council meeting, item on the agenda. Public input for governance and priorities meeting is for an item concerning the bigger picture of the city, and public hearings are designed specifically to address that particular bylaw that is coming forward at that time. So again, if you are here to speak, or if you're watching online and looking to phone in, if you are looking to speak in favor or against a particular item, then you'll be doing that at the public hearing time. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It would be possible for, and through Mr. Edney, to maybe administration to actually add what the mayor said under item, public input. So when residents look at that, they know what they can do during GAP meetings and council meetings, like something very brief. Because I just ran into somebody yesterday and they were a little vague about what the public input. So I know it's in the procedural bylaw, but if it's in the agenda, then they'll know.
Yeah, so I think we just make a motion for that. I think we should make a motion to council direct administration to add the proper definition for public input to both regular meeting of council and governance and priorities meeting.
So I'll be happy to.
How'd you do, Josh? Oh, I thought for sure you had it. With the way you go, I thought for sure you had it. Council direct administration to add the appropriate definition for public input session to both the regular meeting of council regular meeting of council and governance and priorities meetings agendas. Mr. Edney, would that cover it? Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move the Council Direct Administration to add the appropriate definition for public input sessions to both the regular meeting of council and governance and priorities committee meeting agendas.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we do have some residents and some people that have signed up. And so, again, because this is a regular meeting of council, I'll just be asking which item you'll be speaking to, and then we will proceed with the public input. So with that, the first name I have on my list for public input is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. And so good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and Administration through the CEO. My name is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal.
Sorry, and just before you start, and which item in particular are you speaking to?
It'll be in reference to the CR and the Mural's ASB.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal. I'm a resident of East Acreages. I'm here to provide clarification on the updates regarding the comments that were made in the staff by the staff during the January 20th council meeting, as well as speak to the CR and the Mural's ASB. In today's agenda, during the January 20th presentation, it was stated that the primary reason the East Acreage's ASB had failed was due to servicing constraints, school land issues, and resident opposition to development. This characterization is not accurate. The first, with respect to resident support, there was a survey done in 2013 with 85% in favor of development, and a subsequent survey with 93% in favor of development, which is contrary to what the comment staff had made. And the second, regarding the school lands, there was a conversation had between staff, city, back then the town, and Alberta Education to see if the education lands could be redesignated to different areas. And the sole reason, as posted on the city's website on April 3rd, 2017, was that the ESB failed due to the lack of services to the East Acreages area. Additionally, staff comments were made suggesting that the landowners have always had the opportunity to subdivide. This is incorrect. I have a copy of the zoning for my property under Bylaw 02211 under the LLR district, which clearly states under the lot area minimum site standards, the subdivision of a parcel in this district is not allowed. Redistricting must precede division. Further, we have a verbally advised on multiple occasions by planning staff during the past years that we could not subdivide due to the lack of services available. I've also have a written email from a planning department staff member dated February 23rd and 2022, which states, as stated in the bylaw, subdivision of parcels in this district is not allowed. Redistricting must precede subdivision. I would also like to reference the Subdivision Appeals Board decision dated December 12, 2018 regarding Mr. Deleure's subdivision application. The board noted the following. The city had not commenced a master area structure plan, or neighborhood outline plan within the past 10 years and did not foresee one occurring in the near future. Despite the restricted covenant entered into the 2010 prohibiting further subdivision until an ASB was approved, the board found it unreasonable that 8 years later there was no such plan existed and none was expected in the near term. These findings clearly demonstrate that the restrictions placed on our properties effectively froze them from any further subdivision for an extended period of time. I would like to point out the Policy 321 interim servicing policy dated May 2018, which stated all development requiring services must enter into a deferred servicing agreement. No collection of off-site levies related to servicing shall occur under the policy. It has been well documented that these services for the annexed lands, east and north acreages, are required. During annexation, the town had assured it has resources to support these. It has been communicated these services would be front-ended through off-site levies or paid by future infrastructure. Turning to the CR being presented today, we are concerned that the proposed CR is more restrictive than the current TRR designation. It imposes similar reporting requirements, restrictive setbacks, and limited permitted uses. While we recognize the intent behind CR, we continue to believe that the TR can be improved and made workable if staff would direct to collaborate with landowners to develop practical solutions. TRR is described as a phased approach towards ultimate subdivision. A straightforward solution would be to clearly define these phases within the TRR framework, including off-site levy payments and reporting requirements tied to specific phases, with servicing connections occurring when parcels reach those applicable stages. Also, the applicable levies and rates should be defined to take into account years of inability to subdivide our lands. We believe a collaborative approach, whether under TR or the current CRR being proposed, can achieve the town's objective while fairly addressing the long-standing constraints placed on our properties. And finally, we like to propose that we're in favor of the Mural's ASB because as it would bring services closer to our communities. With that, I'd like to close.
Great, thank you. So I would invite you to feel free to either email myself and or leave a copy of what you had said if you'd like, and I will get it scanned and I'll send it out to all of council and then to Mr. Edney, who can send it to appropriate people within administration. Given the fact that this item is on the agenda, and I know for future council meetings that this is going to be coming up, and I know with the CR in particular, we're looking at booking a public hearing. I think it'll be appropriate for the city to respond to some of that information as we move forward on both these projects. So, like I said, feel free to either email that to me, or if you want to leave me a copy, I'll make sure that it gets scanned so that all of council has to.
I've already sent an email yesterday, so
Of what you just said?
of what I just said.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. With that, we'll move to the second name, and I have Fred Delure up next. Good morning.
Morning, Mayor, Council. I was here to specifically back up and go off of what Suk had to say. Basically, I wanted to make one clarification in the order that denied our subdivision application in 2000, and it was actually 15 is when we applied. It was turned down in 18 under appeal. The chairman did not say correctly what the restrictive covenant was about, and it was about development of the land, not subdivision of the land. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I wanted to talk more about TRR, but I understand that's not on the docket today.
Yeah, TRR is not on today, so
We'll wait till it is.
yeah.
And the CRR, I agree with Mr. Dollywall that the CRR is just another red herring. It's way too restrictive to try to implement, and the TRR will work. We just need a couple of small amendments to the TRR, and what should have happened in 2014 that I applied for will work.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify your one question there, you could come back next Tuesday at a governance priorities meetings, because TRR would be a citywide one, and you could speak to TRR at the governance and priorities meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought today was one, a governance meeting.
No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks for your.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Next, I have Michael Peloso.
Thanks, Your Worship. Members
Good
of
morning.
council.
Sorry, just before you start and just before we start the timer, can I ask which item on the agenda you're speaking to?
Secondary suites.
Secondary suites. Okay, thank you.
My name is Michael Peloso. I'm a director of sales for a home builder.
Sorry. Mr. Edney? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Sorry, I think because there's a public hearing for secondary suites at 9:30, this commentary should be part of that public hearing, shouldn't it?
Because are you speaking in favor of
Yeah.
or that would be public hearing?
Okay.
Thank
Sorry.
you for that clarity.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Not to delay,
No, all
Michael,
good.
but
Thank you.
just want to make sure procedurally we're on the right track.
Okay.
10 minutes.
I see a Benjamin Peloso, and I'm going to make an assumption here that you're also here for the public hearing. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And sorry, I'm having trouble just reading this next one. Is it Gary Ott? Yes. Good morning. Which item on the agenda is that you were speaking to this morning?
Well, I'm kind of lost at which item it is because I haven't got any information on the new proposal, the CRR,
Okay.
replacing the TRR.
Yeah. So do you just want to wait then and
Yeah.
get that information? Sure.
Yeah, because the TRR, maybe, first of all, I could maybe address some issues on that.
Well, TRR is not on the agenda today.
So it's not on the agenda?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I'll pause.
Sure. Yeah, and I would also invite too anyone that has this. I invite you through our executive assistant, Ms. Charity Potter, who's sitting right over there. You can even connect with her on a break. As I've said, I do 15-minute meetings with the mayor every week, and so feel free to book that meeting as well. And I can also gather that information and pass along to council as well. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good morning, Council. Just wanted to mention maybe for the public, when things are on the agenda for a first reading and they're asking for a public hearing, there will be a public hearing for the CR district where you will be able to come and talk to it. There'll be a lot more information provided between now and that stage at that point. So there will be a good opportunity for you, Mr. Ott, to talk towards the CR district once we get first reading on the table sometime later today.
Absolutely, and I think I have an email from you as well. So what I will do is I will provide you a more holistic view of all that, just so it's just so you have a better, clearer understanding of this whole thing. Because there's lots about the process of legislation that I didn't understand until I sat in this chair, and so happy to help residents understand some of that legislation under which we work and that we have to follow. So happy to help give some explanation within that. With that, I believe we just have a motion now to accept the information, public input for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that council accept the public input for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving then to some more administrative issues. Working through our agenda. First one is item 5.1, the January 13th regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the minutes from the January 13th regular meeting of council, please? Councillor Schindler.
Also, good morning. I move that council approve the January 13th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the minutes for January 20th governance and priorities meeting, please? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the January 20th, 2026 Governments and Priority Committee meeting as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 6.1, which is correspondence information, 2025-26 resolution tracker, being presented by Mr. Kent Edney. Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean, to you and council. I don't have any specific updates related to any specific item on here. Obviously, there's a lot of things on our resolution tracker right now, and a lot of things that are being dealt with at recent meetings or in the next few upcoming meetings. I might ask council, is there anything on this resolution tracker that you have some specific questions about that I could address for you?
Thank you. I have a number, but looking to council first. Any questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney. The very first item, can you little bit explain about the library thing? Because it's since December 2023 to review for March 2024. So if you can little bit elaborate for that, I'd be appreciated.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I believe, Councillor Randhawa, you're talking about the one from March 25th, the first. Do I have a different, with the library board business plan? Yeah, so that has been underway internally. One of the things that we were waiting for administratively was the library board, and the library has gone through some changes in the past few months. Their new director started recently. I met her last week or the week before. Now that she's in place, we've trying to give her a little bit of time to get settled, get familiar with the library before we resume this project, because it really needs the library's input and some key input from their new director. So this is a project that'll start up right away. The comment on the side was just an internal comment. Probably shouldn't be on here, but just wondering if we should put this as part of the rec needs assessment or not. That's an internal discussion we're having, but it is ongoing.
Thank you. I have a question with that particular item as well. So I see, first of all, before I ask my question, Councillor Sambo, I'm just going to look down. Is your question about the RFP for, okay, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I was curious about that item as well. I'm now on the library board, and we recently had a board meeting. Is there any urgency around the offsite levy conversation for this year, given that we do talk about offsite levies every year, or can this afford to be drawn out a little bit, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Councillor Sambo. there's always a little bit of a sense of urgency with something like this that is in the offsite levy model. I think we're going to hope to have some at least preliminary discussions, but I'm not certain we'll be able to get a full comprehensive report into the model for this year. But that's okay. Without speaking on council's behalf, I don't believe constructing the library is a this year project. So if we get that business plan in place, we can always add it into that model for the subsequent year. We do need to engage the development community on it as well as part of that process and when it comes back. So I highly doubt it's going to be in place in the next couple months to be part of that discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Woznowski. Is your question with regards to the RFP for the library? Okay, thank you. I'm going to hold off on that one then, because I also have a question about that, and acknowledging what you had just said about the comment in the notes. The comment is still in the notes. So, Mr. Edney, I'm just curious as to who makes the decision on if the RFP goes forward or not, because I believe it was a motion of council, and so I understand that this has gone to an internal process, but again, I acknowledge your comment about the comment being in the notes and those sorts of things, but we've now said it publicly. So how does that decision-making process work in terms of resolution from council and then deciding to pause on a project? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Dean. There's two, I guess, questions in there. The first one would be, I don't recall a motion to do an RFP. So I think that's an internal discussion, right? Okay. We've got a staff member who's been assigned to this that originally the idea was going to be revisiting the existing business plan and working with the key stakeholders to revise that. If we needed an RFP to get an external consultant, we'd go to that at this point. So both Director Chandiok and I are a little bit unsure of what that RFP comment is. As far as decisions to, I guess, pause the work, that ultimately comes down to me. Of course, it's a council resolution. It doesn't mean we can't do that. But again, balancing all the other priorities and ensuring that the stakeholders are available, I think it would be remiss of us to go build a business plan for the library without proper library input. So that's really where this one came to, is let's make sure we've got the longer term staffing complement for the library in place, and then talk with them about what their needs are and move forward that way. So that's why it was on pause for a few months there over the summer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Councilor Woznowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just changing subjects for a moment here. There was a motion we had made in July of 2025 regarding the approval to direct administration to complete the lake and water management report and approving those funds as well. I know it was approved in the budget, but yet there's nothing in the resolution tracker. We recently had a committee meeting for the lake and watershed, and that question had come up. Is that something that, through the mayor to Mr. Edney, that we should be adding to the resolution tracker to see where we're at on receiving that report?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Woznowski. Good catch. I recall that as well. I do notice it isn't on here at this point, so I'll circle back with some information for you at the next, I'll bring an update to you at the GAP meeting next week, if that works.
That works, thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question on a different item.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
All right. Then through you from June 24th, -22, Council direct administration and the Mayor's Task Force for Recreation to investigate potential fund development opportunities for the new recreation center. Through to Mr. Edney, I'm wondering what this comment means. The revised capital budget for this project needs to be approved first. I believe the last thing I heard was that the RFP was going out promptly. Is there another step that needs to happen before the RFP goes out?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sandbo. I'm curious about that comment as well, because I think there's actually another motion related to moving that forward from a recent meeting. So again, let me circle back to you next week at the GAP meeting with some information on that comment.
Thank you. Any other comments with regards to the resolution tracker? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just looking at the OSL policy, as Councillor Sambo touched on. I think we should definitely be reviewing that and making sure that it's wholesome and that it's covering what it needs to cover. I think we should have a workshop within the next few months maximum to kind of go over how it works, what's in it, what we're covering, what we're not covering, all those items. So I think that'd be very valuable.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Grant. So the motion for that particular project was to bring it back to, I think, a council meeting. So it's scheduled for March 24th. But if we'd like to do a workshop, we can talk about that offline and schedule a little bit more time to talk about it before it comes to the council meeting or after, whichever you prefer.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yes, that'd be fine, Mr. Eddy. Maybe we'll have a quick chat about what would be best and maybe the methodology used behind how we're getting to our model. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
This is on a different item, Your Worship.
Yeah.
All right. From December 16th-06, this is talking about the $100,000 that we referred to the Recreation Committee for Unstructured Recreation. Through to Mr. Edney, I was wondering, since we know that administration did some work on an unstructured recreation, is there still a full $100,000 for the Recreation Committee to consider for recommendations back on that item?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Sandbo. Yes, I don't think we've actually spent any of that money. I think what administration's been doing is brainstorming some ideas that could be used. I would hope the staff involved are listening and planning to engage with the Recreation Committee on this topic. I can't confirm that that is the case, but that is my expectation. So again, I will follow up with staff and make sure that anything they're talking about is brought to the Recreation Committee, again, as other ideas for your consideration amongst the ideas that you'll develop yourself.
Thank you. Just on that topic of recreation, I have a bit of a bigger question and a motion I would like to have made by council for approval. Mr. Edney and I recently had the opportunity to attend the Intermunicipal Committee meeting with Calgary. Us in Calgary are having some good conversations with regards to a number of items, including recreation. Along with that, when I read through the resolution tracker, I noticed that there are a number of motions that have been made with regards to recreation. And so when I thought about the meeting that we attended Friday, when I looked at the motions that were made here about recreation within our resolution tracker, and I thought about the rather robust conversation that we had last week at GAP, I would like to see administration put together a report in rather short order with regards to all motions that have been made by council since July of 2024 with regards to recreation. And I would like to see that report include when the motion was made, and so put them all in order, and what the progress of them is right now, because I believe that we have a more holistic story about recreation that we need to identify and be telling, because I just looked at this and the number of resolutions that have been made. I was also listening to Mr. Edney's comments there that he just made a moment ago of, well, I think there was another motion that was made about this motion. And so I would like to see us kind of just from a recreation standpoint, put that all together within a report. So I believe Legislative Services has a motion with regards to this. And so the idea being that Council directed administration to bring back a report to Council showing all motions that have been made by Council related to recreation since July 2024, 2025, and to have the motions in order from the date they were made and their current progress. With this, I'm wondering, Mr. Edney, you said you could bring back some information by GAP of next week. Is this something that, if we were to timestamp this, do you think that this would be able to be done by February 3rd? Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Good question. Technically, with our way we work with our internal approvals, this needed to already be done but given we have 2 days till we publish agenda, this is just going to be a sort all these motions that are on this sheet, so I don't see any reason why we can't have that for next week's GAB meeting.
Okay. So can we timestamp this then at yeah.
Can I add a suggestion? Is there any reason you have since July 24th, 2025 there?
Yeah, from, because this council was July of 2020, sorry.
2024.
24, sorry, it should be 24.
Since July 2024, not July 24th.
Sorry, yeah, that was a typo.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Since you've been elected.
Yeah,
First
since
term
this
and
council,
this term.
first term was elected of July of 2024. Sorry, when I had sent this over, I don't think I clarified that well enough with lead services. Good catch, thank you. Yeah, the idea was since July of 2024, all motions that have essentially been made by this council in its first iteration and this iteration with recreation, because I think we have done a lot of work with recreation. I think there's a story to tell, and I would just like the opportunity to be able to tell that story more holistically.
Quick question.
Yep.
Were you, Mayor Dean, motions related to the golf course as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I believe the golf course, so I would include with that the golf course and motions made for purchasing of recreation lands.
Yep.
Right, so recreation lands would include where the current CRRC is located, as well as the purchase of the lands in Dawson.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Also, on sport rec, like as in the library and other things, would that be useful as well?
I don't think the library is included in this. No, I think this is more, this is looking at the story so that we can better look at the utilization of the three lands. I don't believe the library is included in this. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I got you, Mayor Dean. I motion that Council direct administration to bring back a report to Council showing all motions that have been made by Council related to recreation since July 2024, and to have the motions in order from the date they were made and their current progress, and bring the report back to February 3rd, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Because we made a motion, do we still then need to accept for information? I don't think so, because we took an action on the item. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Just before moving on, is there any other comments or questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say I completely support your motion. I think there is a story to be told there. I think that story is kind of missed, even maybe among Council a little bit on the roadmap we have taken and the structure and the policy framework that we're developing in a methodical manner, so that this is done done right the first time. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think it's a good idea to lay that out for the public and for ourselves.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Yeah, I think we've done a lot of work. I think we should show that. But I also think too that because we've done so much work, my hope is that from that report we're going to be able to become a little more laser focused as we continue to move forward with our recreation projects. Thank you for those comments. Okay, any other comments with regards to the resolution tracker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We are now going to go to our first of 3 public hearings today. And our first public hearing is for the secondary suites land use bylaw amendment. The presentation for this will be presented by Mr. Josh David. I'm just going to quickly go over the process for the public hearings. So what's going to happen is I'll be calling for a motion to open the public hearing, then be giving some definitions around how the public hearing works, and then we will work our way through the process of our first public hearing here this morning. Again, just to clarify, because our agenda is full, and because we are looking at booking a number of other public hearings, and coming in, we simply don't know the beauty of a public hearing is we don't know how many people are going to show up. And so when you start to do the math, if 50 people showed up for each item and you start doing that math and each person has 5 minutes to speak, Mr. Edney's already done the math and could answer it in his head immediately. It's an incredible skill that he has, the math he can do in his head very quickly. All of a sudden you have a 3-hour public hearing just for the first one. And so that's why we're doing it this way. We're not trying to delay anything. We're not trying to push anything off. It's just simply with a public hearing, we just don't know. And we're looking at booking a number of other public hearings as well, which is why we're following the process that I had outlined at the beginning of the meeting. So with that, I would like to call for a motion to open the public hearing, please. Councillor Schindler.
I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 040-25, being the secondary suites land use bylaw amendment at 9:42 p.m. a.m. Sorry.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet. Those were at the front at the very beginning, and if someone didn't get a chance to sign in, we'll make sure that you have that opportunity. You're signing in either in support or in opposition of the bylaw. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public hearing or press is prohibited. There is also a phone-in option, and the phone number for that is 587-579-3099. Again, when we get to the portions where people are able to speak either in favor or against, I will read that number again. The phone number to be able to phone in is 587-579-3099. The order of the public hearing, I will be calling for the staff report from administration. There's then a presentation from the applicant, if applicable, presentations from the public in support, public presentations in opposition. Then the applicant can have a chance to speak to anything that was said that was in opposition, and then final questions for administration from council. So with that, for this one, we are going to be moving to the presentation from administration, and this presentation for secondary suites land use bylaw amendments, bylaw 040-25, is being presented by Mr. Josh David, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and members of council. For the record, my name is Josh David, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I'd like to acknowledge that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the mayor and all members of council. I'm here today to present the land use bylaw amendment options for secondary suites. Next slide, please. This slide provides a brief overview of the topics that will be covered in today's presentation. So they include the motion for council's consideration, the public hearing, advertisement, and input, relevant policy direction from the recently approved MDP, the parking requirements of secondary suites, the land use districts where secondary suites are currently allowed, administration's proposal, other options for council's consideration and their implications, our recommendation, and then finally we will open the floor for any questions or feedback that you may have. Administration is recommending the following motions for council's consideration: that council give second reading to bylaw 040-25, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that council give third and final reading to bylaw 040-25, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. So today's public hearing was advertised on the city's website on December 16th, 2025. It was also shared on social media platforms to encourage as much community engagement as possible. As of January 19th, 2026, the city received 19 comments, including 12 in support and 7 in opposition. Moving on to policies. So the newly approved Municipal Development Plan, MDP, outlines several key policies related to secondary suites. As shown on the slide here, the MDP actively supports secondary suites in both growing and established neighborhoods. These suites are recognized as a flexible housing option that helps accommodate Chestermere's diverse and evolving population. Any future amendments to the land use bylaw must be aligned with these policies, ensuring consistency with our long-term planning vision. Moving on to the next slide, please. As administration has previously presented, the land use bylaw differentiates secondary suites and basement developments. People can still live in basement developments without the requirement of providing extra on-site parking. Secondary suites, by contrast, are regulated to ensure that more parking is available on-site. This slide illustrates a density comparison between a house with a basement and a house with a secondary suite. Assuming both homes have 3 bedrooms in the principal unit and 2 bedrooms in either the basement or the suite, each house could accommodate up to 10 people based on 2 people per bedroom. However, a home with a basement could be approved with only 2 on-site parking stalls, whereas a home with a secondary suite would need to provide at least 4 on-site parking stalls if the proposed option 5 of this presentation is approved. This highlights a key concern, being that unregulated basement units may lead to greater parking concerns than regulated secondary suites. Next slide, please. Currently, secondary suites are listed as a discretionary use in the following 6 urban land use districts: the residential single detached R1, the residential estate R1E, the residential estate modified R1EM, the residential lakeshore R1L, the residential plan lot rear lane R1PRL, and the residential semi-detached R2 if it is a single dwelling. There are also 3 residential land use districts which do not permit secondary suites, including the residential plan lot front drive R1 PFT district. Administration believes that this district would be an ideal candidate, as the front driveway provides for on-site parking and is proposed to include secondary suites through option 1 of this presentation. Next slide, please. So moving on to option 1. Administration continues to recommend the following 3 options, which were presented to Council on December 9th, 2025. The first option being to allow secondary suites in the residential plan lot front drive R1 PFD district as a discretionary use. So the purpose of this district is to provide for compact single detached residential development with modified lot width and side yard standards in a front drive format with no lane access. Secondary suites are appropriate in the R1 PFD district, as the front driveway provides for on-site parking, as shown in the 3rd image on the screen there. Moving on to the next proposal. So option 5 is to amend the land use bylaw by implementing additional parking requirements for secondary suites. This amendment would mean that secondary suites must have at least 1 parking stall or space per bedroom, in addition to the parking requirements for the principal dwelling. All parking must be located on the property, as on-street parking is not counted for the purpose of a secondary suite application. Currently, the parking requirements for a residential home includes 2 principal dwelling parking spaces and 1 for a secondary suite, regardless of how many basements are in the suite, or how many bedrooms, sorry. If option 5 is approved, the number of bedrooms permitted will directly depend on the number of parking stalls that are available on the lot, supporting compatibility with the surrounding neighborhoods and maintaining livability standards. The next proposal, option 6, is to amend the land use bylaw by adding boarding house use to address shared accommodations in the city. The land use bylaw does not currently have a definition for shared accommodation. This proposed revision would introduce the boarding house use into the land use bylaw, which would address dwellings with 3 or more tenants. The use would only be allowed in the following 3 low-density residential districts, if approved: the residential single-detached R1, the residential estate R1E, and the residential estate modified R1EM. So now moving on to other options that Council may consider. The following 3 options were also presented to the Council on December 9th, 2025. Option 2 would be to maintain the current land use bylaw and allow administration to render decisions based on the merits of each application. Maintaining secondary suites as a discretionary use in all current land use districts would allow each application to be reviewed on its individual merits and subject to appeal by affected neighbors. Historical data shows that out of 295 issued secondary suites as of the end of 2025, only 9 resulted in appeals, of which 2 were upheld. Moving on to the next option to consider. So option 3 would be to restrict secondary suites on lots that are smaller than the residential single detached R1 minimum lot size. So the current minimum residential single detached R1 lot size is 454 square meters, and the minimum lot width is 13.75 meters. Choosing this option would mean that secondary suites would only be allowed on lots smaller than these. As shown in the image on the screen, that would mean that secondary suites would not be allowed in any of the homes shown, as they would all be under the minimum lot width. Through administration's research, we did determine that there are currently R1 lots in the city that are narrower than the current minimum lot width. Choosing this option may result in standard R1 properties being unable to accommodate secondary suites. Also, please note that key stakeholders such as home builders and developers were not consulted on this proposed option. And then moving on to the other option 3 to consider. Sorry, this is the same option. Another clarification that administration wanted to provide is the difference between lot frontage and lot width, especially as it relates to those in cul-de-sacs. So if we look at lot 7 on the screen there, for example, the lot width would be determined by the average distance between the side lot lines measured in a straight line at the midpoint between the front yard setback and rear yard setback, and is shown as the orange dotted line on the screen. The lot frontage, however, is the width of a lot where it abuts the street, and that would be shown as the red dashed line. Please note that the proposed restrictions in option 3 would take the lot width rather than lot frontage into consideration, as that's what is stated in the R1 district. Moving on to the final option to consider, being option 4, and this would be to amend the land use bylaw by restricting secondary suites from all current land use districts. Restricting secondary suites may give the impression of lower community density. However, it would also limit a homeowner's ability to generate supplemental income, reduce legal rental opportunities, potentially resulting in more unauthorized suites, and such illegal developments could raise significant safety and building code concerns. It would also undermine efforts to manage parking and density. Furthermore, this approach would directly conflict with several MDP policies. For example, policy 4.4.2.3, which states that growing neighborhoods shall accommodate housing for a wide demographic, including seniors housing, secondary suites, and purpose-built multi-generational homes. Please note that key stakeholders, such as home builders and developers, were also not consulted on this specific option. Moving on just to general implications. So this slide outlines the potential broader implications of the proposed amendments. Restricting secondary suites may unintentionally encourage the rise of illegal suites and basement units, which would reduce the city's ability to ensure safety and compliance. Not accommodating secondary suites could negatively impact housing affordability, especially for residents that rely on rental income. Key stakeholders, as mentioned, may raise concerns about the reduced flexibility and market viability of housing, and implementing one or more of these amendments would not affect existing secondary suites that have been approved by the city through a development permit. It's very important to weigh all risks carefully when considering any changes to the land use bylaw. So our recommendation today is that council give second and third reading to bylaw 04025, which would address options 1, 5, and 6. Just to summarize, 1, allow secondary suites in the residential plan lot R1 PFD district as a discretionary use, as this lot type is the ideal candidate for a secondary suite, as it has a standard for 4 on-site parking stalls. Option 5 would be to amend the land use bylaw by implementing additional parking requirements for secondary suites. This option would ensure that 1 parking stall per bedroom is needed in order to help address street parking. And option 6 would be to amend the land use bylaw by adding boarding house as a use to address shared accommodation in the city. Introducing this into the land use bylaw would give the city tools to help address dwellings that have 3 or more tenants. While these three recommended options may not directly address public perception of concerns surrounding secondary suites, including street parking behaviors, cul-de-sacs, density of people, and the number of residents per unit, the proposed amendments would help to address council's concerns that the land use bylaw can address. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor Dean and members of council, for your time and attention. We welcome any questions, comments, or feedback.
Thank you, council. Does anybody have any questions for administration about the presentation? So again, just to clarify on this is not about debating whether or not how you feel about this. This is about questions that directly relate to the presentation. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do have two questions through administration, you, Mr. David. Is there any definition on the dimensions of a parking stall? I know we can't really enforce parking. I don't know how I could fit. I've got a big driveway. I don't know how I could fit 4 vehicles on it. How do we designate, whether you can actually park 4 people? Whether people use it or not is another story, but is it defined on what the size of the parking area needs to look like?
It is defined. The exact dimensions I don't have right now, but I can get those to you.
No, I don't need to get them. It's just the reason why I asked the question is if a secondary suite is approved anywhere in the city, does the applicant need to prove that there's enough space for those stalls?
So through the chair, yes, they would have to prove that there is the required number of parking stalls, and we would confirm that there is those required parking stalls before approving the development permit.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My follow-up is we speak of illegal suites. Is that just intuitively a suite that's not defined as a secondary suite or otherwise in anything administration related, bylaw or otherwise, essentially?
Through the chair to Councillor Worzanowski. So yeah, that would be a suite that would not have gone through the proper approvals and received a development permit from the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney and then on to Mr. David. Thank you. On that question of the word illegal, are they truly illegal if they don't have a permit, or are they just unregulated? Is there any enforcement availability there?
That question I might pass over to Mr. Edney.
Mr. Chaddock. Mr. Chaddock.
I'd take that question. Sorry, Councillor Sandbo. I think what I got from your question was, is there enforcement capability for us to go ahead and enforce on if someone chooses not to park on their garage?
Let me ask some very specific questions, and maybe this will help I get what I'm getting at. So, for example, regarding the boarding houses, if I own a house and I have 3 people living in 3 rooms in my house today, is that illegal?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, we do not have provisions in the land use bylaw to deem it illegal at this point, and hence the introduction of the use. Once and if the use is approved by council, now you have a valid use that can deem that situation illegal if it is not approved as a boarding house.
So what forces someone to apply for a boarding house permit?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, there are 2 ways. The first one is someone proactively develops a property with the idea of a boarding house, which means we'll have different people living in different rooms, and it's developed to that standard. The second option is someone calls in and complains about a property. We go and look at the property, we find out it is a boarding house, and then we ask the owners to apply for a boarding house permit, in which case there would be an assessment of whether or not the house is big enough or has all the facilities or parking spots for us to give it an approval for a boarding house. If there isn't sufficient resources in terms of parking, internal divisions and everything, then we will not be able to give them a permit for a boarding house, in which case they'll have to stop that activity.
And that would go through bylaw?
That will go through planning and development, DCO. Once we have that position in, we might involve bylaw depending on the complexity of the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chandiok. Does that make a difference whether the tenants are paying or not paying to reside in that home?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, the definition does define what a tenant would be. It says unrelated people who are paying in some way. That could be a monetary payment, that could be a different kind of arrangement, but the definition does define it.
So if my 3 tenants all go on the record and say that they're not paying me to live there, they don't need a permit to live in a boarding house.
We would, at that point, assess how people are related to each other. And if our assessment says that this is not accurate information, then we might proceed with enforcement on that property.
Okay. Related to these questions, Your Worship, if that's okay. Moving away from boarding house, I'm talking about the legality of secondary suites. So in neighborhoods where secondary suites are currently defined in the land use bylaw, currently, if I have somebody living in my basement, paying or not paying, is there anything forcing me to get a secondary suite permit?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, no, not really.
Okay. Is there any way in any circumstance to force someone in that scenario to get a secondary suite permit?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, if we receive a complaint or if we have valid concerns surrounding a house having a secondary or an illegal secondary suite, so to say, we would go and do an inspection. And if the inspection comes out to say that the unit is self-sufficient, which means it has separate entry, it can sustain on its own without really disturbing the neighbors on the top of the property, and if it meets all the building code requirements for a secondary suite, then we would consider it as a secondary suite, in which case we can ask the owners to get a permit for a secondary suite or bring the suite to a standard which is legal.
My last question then, before I turn this off, I'm just wondering how this incentivizes people to get a permit. Because what you just described, that if somebody did all of the right things and they made the unit safe and they had a separate entryway and they had a fire door and they made it a safe, nice place for their parents-in-law to live in, they would be forced to pay for a permit.
Through the chair, would... Correct.
Okay.
And I say that with caution because with that word, correct, comes a number of conditions. Does it make it more safe? Do people pay $100 to get a secondary suite permit? Correct. Yes, you're right. But does it promote safe living spaces? Yes. Does it give them the ability to rent out that entire space to someone for the purposes of generating income? Yes. Does it ensure that municipality has a record of secondary suites in case of an emergency? Yes. Does it ensure that their property value is assessed or enhanced by way of adding that permit onto the file? Yes. So the $100 or $150 fee that someone pays for getting a development permit for a secondary suite also comes with all of these benefits, which when weighed against the $100 or $150 fee, I think there's a clear win for the city and for the property owner in terms of enhancement of property values, having a safe property, ensuring that they're in compliance with the rules and regulations, and ensuring that they are promoting safer development in the city.
Great, thank you. I have one question as a point of clarity, and then just one, and then a different question. As a point of clarity, so if I have a legal secondary suite right now, as designated, but we create a bylaw that changes that. So now it was in that area and it was legal today, and let's say we did second and third reading today. So that one that exists today is now no longer in that. Does it get grandfathered in though? So I think you answered this, but I just really want to clarify this, that if the city makes a change in a bylaw, if something was legal yesterday and illegal today, does this legal one get grandfathered in?
Through the chair to you, yes, it would be considered then legal non-conforming.
Legal non-conforming.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The second question that I had was, and this just goes back to public hearing, and this might be a bit of a greater question, but since we, the city of Chestermere, seem to want to make it very clear that we didn't do something, that creates a question of, well, then why didn't we do it? And my question is that this is a public hearing. We know that it's going to, a decision could be made that could have a effect on developers. However people feel about that is how they feel about it. But several times throughout the presentation, we said, please note, developers were not consulted on this. Well, we know it's a public hearing. We're sending out information. I know that we met all the legislative requirements. I'm not questioning whether or not we did the right thing. This isn't about doing we legislatively followed all the rules. But this is something that could have a significant impact on our development community. And in our presentation, we were very clear that we didn't do something. My question is, why not? Why wouldn't we take that step to engage them, to invite them, to send letters out? Why not take that process? And I see your director's lighting up his mic, so I'm going to go to Mr. Chandiak on that.
Thank you, Medine, through the chair to the chair. The reason why we have not necessarily consulted with developers or builders is because of the process timeline. Throughout this process, we've been sort of figuring out the options that were supposed to be presented to council. The first presentation that we made, I think the original motion was presented or approved sometime in June, July, and then we presented our first report to council in September. If council wants, we can go back and consult with developers. All we are trying to clarify through our statements or speaking notes is that administration has not necessarily consulted with developers. It is not to say that the developers do not have an opportunity in the public hearing to come and present to council. That's all we are trying to say. If council specifically wants us to go back and consult with developers, have an engagement, it is going to take a little bit of time. It cannot happen in like 15 odd days. So we need more time, and we can obviously take it back, have a full-on engagement session, and then bring those results back to council should council wishes to do so.
But if we made that even as a motion, then the public hearing process though has already been done, right? So what would be, so there's not necessarily the same mechanism then for them to get, what did my computer just do? There wouldn't necessarily be the same mechanism then for them to be able to share their input on that. Would that be Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, I'm not an expert at legislative framework, but
that's
my understanding of it would be council can keep the public hearing open and ask us to go and get more information. We can engage with developers, bring the information back to council, and once council has that information, council can then formally close public hearing and then do second and third readings of this bylaw. Alternatively, you can take a decision on this bylaw and ask us to go back and do engagement with developers and bring back amendments if needed, based on the responses that we get from development industry.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I guess I would just encourage maybe an internal review on the process of this. I totally understand that we met the legislative requirements. I guess on the engagement piece, I guess one thing that I wonder if we could have done was simply, like, we darn near have a distribution list for our development and building community. Just send them an email. There's a public hearing coming out about secondary suites. You might be interested in providing feedback, right? We met all the legislative requirements. It's just something that I think I would encourage us to review that part of the process. And again, I only bring it up because we did, right? We brought it up throughout the document. And so I would just encourage us to review our process for that. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney or whoever would like to answer. I just need to clarify, because when there is a secondary suite, we have to prove there should be 2 furnaces and those all the stuff, right? Before there is, few years back, I can say when there's from the city perspective, when any developer apply for to like any builder apply for the to build the house above 2,400 square feet, they must have the 2 furnaces in it. Do we have the still that one in our land use bylaw?
Sorry, Mr. Cheniak?
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa, what you're talking about specifically is a building code regulation. It's not a land use bylaw regulation.
That's right. That is.
Back in time, I think building code had regulations where furnaces only had certain capacity, and so if you had a really, really big house, you needed more furnaces to keep the house warm. This is more so, I don't necessarily think, well, I'm not informed if that regulation still exists. I think there are more efficient furnaces now and efficient ways of heating the house. So that specific building code regulation, I'm not necessarily informed about, but it is not part of the land use bylaw.
Okay, so it's, can you bring that information like is in the?
Absolutely.
I'd be appreciate for that.
100%. We can share that with council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I could probably help out Councillor Randhawa there. So yes, they do require a secondary heating source is what it is. So most builders in that situation use electric heat as opposed to putting another furnace in because there's not enough room for them. Usually the ducting's complicated. But you can use 2 furnaces, but you can't use one. They have to be separate.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To council, I've been sitting here weighing whether what I'm going to say is relevant to this, but I think it is. So someone stop me if it's not appropriate at this point, but I think it is. As I listen to the discussions and I've heard a lot of conversation around the secondary suites, it almost, in my point of view, all relates back to parking. I think the conversation of having a safe place for somebody to rent makes a lot of sense. Another comment to Councillor Sandbo's was, if somebody's renting out a legal suite, should be able to rent it for more than an illegal suite, because you have fireproofing, you have your own entrance, you have all of those safety things that we want. But I wanted to bring to council's attention, it's not on the agenda yet, but administration has heard the comments, we've seen the feedback. There's some feedback in this public hearing of not even just secondary suites. Why don't you make people park in their garage? And that's not something we can do, but we are planning to bring back to council in February a parking permit program as a means to incentivize people to try to use their parking spots on their lot. So I'm not sure if that relates into some of the thought process through these secondary suites, but we recognize that's a problem, especially in the new neighborhoods with parking on the street and people using their garage as a man cave or a workshop or a storage area. We are looking at options for council to address that parking issue. It's complicated, it's complex, it's tough, but that is coming. So just for awareness for yourself and the public, that is something we're going to attempt to address even outside of this process.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple more clarifying questions, I swear. So again, on this concept of illegal and enforcement through the chair, am I understanding that what makes something illegal or against a bylaw, makes something enforceable, is that it has a definition in the land use bylaw?
Mr. Janiak?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, that would be correct. Until you define what you're trying to approve, if it doesn't exist in the land use bylaw, it's not a use. And if it's not a use, then it cannot be illegal for the most part. So that's hence, you create a definition of a boarding house, you create a definition of a short-term rental to make it illegal. If it's not a use, then it doesn't exist.
Thank you. Then on that line of thinking, is there a way to expand the definition of a secondary suite so that it wasn't as restrictive? Because right now, for example, you need a second entrance. So immediately, most of Chestermere is legally allowed to have people living in their basement, regardless of what happens today.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, the concept of secondary suite is a little bit different because what kicks in is not just the land use bylaw, also a building code sort of kicks in with secondary suites. With the building code, when you have a secondary suite, you need to have a separate entrance. You will not be able to get a secondary suite if you do not have a separate entrance for that property. And so it's a combination of land use bylaw regulations and building codes that sort of decide what a secondary suite could look like. We can absolutely change some of the definitions in the land use bylaw. What we wouldn't be able to change is the regulations in the building code, which is a provincial matter. And so if the province defines something in a certain way, we should technically be aligning ourselves to provincial regulations. The hierarchy of the government flows like that. We cannot necessarily create regulations that are exactly opposite of what provincial regulations say.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for administration with regards to the presentation? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to go back to some of your earlier comments. I just want to provide an update for council. We have confirmed under the MGA, you're required to hold one public hearing, but you can hold more public hearings.
Oh, okay.
So if you feel that this public hearing doesn't give you enough input on this topic, you can schedule another public hearing on this topic for the same time. So you can have as many as you want. You just have to have at least one.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Chandak?
Through the chair, to the chair, one more comment that I'd like to make is when we, as administration, do our engagements, we try to include all stakeholders. Development industry is one stakeholder in this entire conversation, which is where they come in and say, yes, we should have more secondary suites or not. But at the same time, the community members or the residents are also a stakeholder. And that's why we didn't necessarily specifically speak to developers only on this subject. I think if council is thinking of an engagement, which we tried to do through social media channels that was publicized and everything, but if council wishes for us to go and do more engagement, my humble submission would be not to limit it to only one stakeholder and look at the entire community as one.
Okay, thank you. So with that then, that's the presentation that we have then from administration. So now we are going to move to the public presentations. And so I will be asking for presentations from members of the public that are speaking in favor of the bylaw. So this would be speaking in support of the bylaw as presented. And so when people are speaking in favor, I'm going to be calling them in the order of appearance. So if I could just grab the sheet, please, that would be awesome. Thank you. So I will be calling them in order. In the order that you are on the sheet. I will then be asking about submissions that were sent in from legislators to Ledge Services. I will then be calling 3 times for people who wish to speak in support of the bylaw. So, first one here for speaking in support. Speaking in support of the bylaw, I have Michael Peloso. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Worship Deer and councillors. My name is Michael Peloso. I'm the Director of Sales for a home builder here in Chestermere, also a developer. I'm also a local realtor and conduct over 90% of my business here in Chestermere. I'm also a resident of the city. So I'm speaking to you not just from one perspective, but from multiple. Someone who builds homes here, sells homes, and lives here. Housing affordability is the number one issue I hear from buyers on a day-to-day basis. A legal secondary suite can increase a family's mortgage qualification by approximately $100,000 plus. For many families, that's a difference alone determines whether they can buy a detached home in Chestermere or whether they're forced to look at other municipalities. The reality is that secondary suites are already being built, as you said, illegal secondary suites. When bylaws don't reflect the market reality, people still proceed, but without permits, inspections, or safety standards. Allowing secondary suites actually improves safety by ensuring proper fire separation, egress windows, and full building code compliance. This is not really a density issue. These homes already exist, and in most cases, the total number of occupants does not significantly change. It is simply about using existing space more responsibly. It is also not about a parking issue, especially in R1 PFD and DCR2 districts. Homes typically have 4 off-street parking stalls. That would be 2 in your garage and 2 on the driveway. Most secondary suites are not for short-term rentals or speculation. They're for parents, adults, children, or long-term tenants or extended relatives or family members. This supports multi-generational living and helps families stay in the community they love. Neighboring municipalities have already changed their bylaws to allow secondary suites. Chestermere is falling behind and losing young families if it does not adapt to today's housing realities. This is not about overdevelopment. It's about giving homeowners a safe and legal way to make their homes more affordable, more functional, and more sustainable in today's market. I respectfully ask the council to amend the land use bylaw to allow secondary suites, especially in R1 PFD and DCR2 districts. This is the practical, responsible change that supports families, improves safety, and strengthens Chestermere long-term housing future. And I just want to speak on why do people get it if it's not enforced. From a builder point of view, we can't build it if it's not in the land use bylaw. So by changing the land use bylaw, it allows the builder to develop it for the client who's purchasing it. Most clients who come in and buy, they're not going to do it themselves afterwards, or if they do, it won't be as per the standard the rest of the home was built at. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. The next one, and sorry, just as you're coming up to give your name and address when coming up. The next one is Mr. Benjamin Peloso. Good morning. And,
Good morning. Mayor and councilors, I appreciate the time to address you here today.
sorry, just before starting, just name and address.
Yes, Benjamin Peloso and 75 Sandpiper Bend.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, so I am here on also a couple of accounts. So on behalf of Kinniburg South, as I oversee that development, I'm also here on behalf of myself as a homeowner within Kinniburg South, and also on behalf of a lot of families I've spoken to just in my time being in the community. Specifically, I wanted to speak about R1 Plant Front Drive and the direct control R2 that's in Kinniburg South, and specifically towards Kinniburg South. Secondary suites, well, actually, I want to go back. So R1 Plant Front Drive is being used by a lot of developers today to allow for affordability. They're using that district rather than an R1 district to allow them to have a smaller lot frontage because affordability was becoming too big of an issue. We saw homes creeping over $1 million. That's just unaffordable for most people, and that's a very small class of people that can afford to buy in that housing range. So we have used the R1 Plant Front Drive to reduce lot frontage, but the intent is still to build the same single-family dwelling under that R1 Plant Front Drive. However, what we saw in phase 3 of Kinniburg South, where we are allowed to build legal secondary suites, when we flip over to phase 4 with these smaller lot frontages, not much smaller, we're talking a few feet, we are now no longer able to sell a secondary suite. And so that doesn't really work for a lot of homeowners, and it creates a lot of issues around affordability. Mortgage brokers can typically get a homeowner in the range of $100,000 to $150,000 more on their application if they can prove a secondary income through a secondary suite. That's significant, and as we all know, $150,000 is the difference between buying a home and having to rent. We want to get like the most families possible into single family homes, not having them in townhomes or cramped dwellings. We want them to be able to have a nice place to raise their family. And so that's really, we're trying to come here on behalf of families. Truly, I mean, we are almost out of this community of Kinniburg South. We're in our final phase. I wouldn't come here with consultants. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be spending dollars on this. I'm here because I keep hearing this from homeowners. I keep hearing this from people that come into the show homes. People are quite frankly frustrated that we are not allowing them to build secondary suites. And for many of the reasons, affordability being a huge one that's Canada-wide, and one that our provincial and federal governments are really trying to fix. So I think that you as council members and mayor have an opportunity to respond to that and be in line with providing a solution there. The parking issue, specifically in Kinniburg South, if I were to speak about that community, the R1 Plan Front Drive and the Direct Control R2, all of these homes have sometimes extended driveways where you truly could double park. They're almost 9 meters in some situations. But taking that away, you could park 2 cars on the driveway and 2 cars in the garage. And all of these are front attached product. So I don't believe that there truly is a parking issue there and that this would be in excess of the 3-car requirement. Again, the density, it's not truly going to increase. The reality is that in much of Chestermere, I know for sure in Kinniburg South, we have a lot of multi-generational living. And I think that this is a part of our community and not something that we're trying to get away from. I think it's beautiful that people want to live with their families. Yeah, so it's not going to truly increase the density. It's a hidden density. It's within the envelope of the building, and it's a really nice way to add density and a solution that has been used in other cities within Canada. It's also a market reality, and we constantly get this request from genuine buyers. Oftentimes, we have to turn them away, and I would implore council to consider second and third reading today, as I have a family to update after this, and they will either be moving into Chestermere and buying a home, or they will be going elsewhere. And there's countless other times that we've had to do this.
Sorry, it's like the Oscars.
Yeah.
I got to cut the mic at 5 minutes.
Oh, so. Okay. Can I wrap up real quick?
Yeah, one quick comment.
Okay. I just wanted to address one last comment regarding the legality of suites. Kitchens are something that is in secondary suites, allowing self-sustainability, and basement suites is just bedrooms. And so that's the key difference there. And there's a lot of building code that goes around that. We as builders are not able to attend to those needs unless it's permitted, because we're under a very watchful eye. So
great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. With that too, I apologize. The phone number, if you would like to call in, is 587-579-3099. Again, that's 587-579-3099. We've come to the end of the list that was at the table at the beginning of the meeting. So I will call for a first time now for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the bylaw. Calling for a first time. Calling for a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the bylaw. And just before calling for a third and final time, within the agenda package are emails and letters that either speak in favor and or against. We will not be reading those into the record necessarily. They are a part of the agenda package. They have been noted. We have read them as council. We have been made aware of them, so they are a part of the public record. So just in case there was a question of, is my email looked at? It is read. It has been considered. That's why it's a part of the public record. So looking at services, are there any phone calls that we have received for speaking in favor? I'm seeing a no. So I will call for a third and final time for anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the bylaw. So I see a hand. Yes? No? Not. Got gun shy? We're not coming. Okay. So with that then, We will now move to those who wish to speak against the bylaw, those wishing to speak in opposition of the bylaw. However, we've been going here for about an hour and a half. I'm going to say let's take a quick recess, and then we'll move to those who wish to speak in opposition. So take a quick recess, come back at 10:40. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here. We're going to be continuing on with our public hearing, and so now we're going to be having people speaking against those who are speaking in opposition of the bylaw. So it will be the same process. I will be first calling up people that are on the sheet, and when you come, please just state your name and address, and then after that, I will be calling for 3 times for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the bylaw as well. Again, on the screen is so the phone number, if you wish to call in, is 587-579-3099. For anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw, it is 587-579-3099. So, again, when you come up, please state your name and address, and we'll start with Ms. Sonia Leduc. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be able to speak to you today in regards to the secondary suite bylaw. I'd like to be clear that I'm not opposed to the complete bylaw. Sonia Leduc, 429 East Chestermere Drive. I've been a lakefront resident for 24 years, and I'm here also representing the Chestermere Lakefront Owners Association as president of the organization. We request the amending terms to the secondary suite land use bylaw as follows. Amend section 10.5 titled Residential Lakeshore District as follows. Amend 10.5.3 discretionary uses to remove secondary suites. Amend 10.5.6, which states the following shall be prohibited in this district, which I'll repeat is R1L, Lakeshore. Below item A, short-term rentals, add item B to amend and include secondary suites as a prohibited use. So now I'd like to go for the reasons for that, and I'm going to be brief because I understand we are on a bit of a time crunch today, and you guys have heard this many times. So there is a restrictive covenant on R1L property south of the bridge which allow only single-dwelling residential homes, restrict all commerce on residential lake lots, and disallow all rentals or leases. By land use bylaw definition, a secondary suite means self-contained secondary dwelling unit that is located within a principal dwelling unit, and it is secondary to the main residence. The restrictive covenant has been in place for 50 years, since 1976, and it is a civil legal remedy. We have been advocating for the city to align its land use bylaws with the restrictive covenant as relates to R1L, in order to maintain and preserve the city's oldest residential neighborhood. In principle, this has been agreed to in meetings and discussions, and we're asking the city to ensure the land use bylaw is updated to reflect this. The city census asked residents whether they agreed to secondary suites in specific areas, and the lakefront responded with a resounding no to secondary suites. A lakefront owner survey had the same results, and the majority of owners agree the RC, or restrictive covenant, is relevant and should be enforced. The push for increasing density in many areas of Chestermere is not what the residents want, and we urge the city to prohibit secondary suites where they are already restricted by covenant, specifically the lakefront. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next name I have on the list is Mr. Vic Patel. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm actually standing here sort of on behalf of the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. As of last May, I became the chair, and it's been interesting relative to this particular bylaw. I'm actually didn't know which side of the fence to put my name on here, because I'm actually in favor of a lot of the things I heard Mr. David say, but I feel like there's a couple of things missing. We had submitted a motion to council last May 22nd, and the notice of motion reads that council direct administration to investigate upholding and respecting restrictions contained within a restrictive covenant or homeowners association or condominium board bylaws in relation to uses contained within the land use bylaw and deeming development permit applications complete. We had numerous appeals this past year relating to this bylaw, and several of them were related to homeowners association restrictive covenants, where we were caught as a board not sure which takes precedent, homeowners associations and restrictive covenants or the land use bylaw. The city took the approach that the land use bylaw trumped those other association laws, and it left us in a bit of a bind. And that's how it was presented. And so the appeals that came forward were saying, our homeowners association says you can't do this, our restrictive covenant says you can't do this, and we had to make a decision as a board. And we did some of those decisions, and we actually overturned one or two of the situations. So that's one that I think is missing somehow today from the documents from the city, from Josh David's presentation. I really think we need to address these situations where we have restrictive covenants, homeowners associations, and condo associations as it relates to secondary suites. The second item that Councillor Ritesh Narayan is on our board, and he brought forward the concept of no secondary suites on cul-de-sacs. Now, I know that sounds a little harsh, but the fact is a number of the appeals that came forward were specifically because of secondary suites on cul-de-sacs. And as it was mentioned here today, we can't legislate the use of garages. And I was a little disappointed today when I did hear that the measurements on cul-de-sac lots are median measurements. I think they should be frontage measurements. There's absolutely no parking for vehicles on some of these cul-de-sacs, and especially on garbage pickup days. I'm amazed at how our trucks can get into some of the cul-de-sacs and actually pick up the 3 canisters that are put out, and you would have 6 canisters if you have a secondary suite in a cul-de-sac. So it isn't just parking, it's pickup. And I think somewhere administration needs to recognize, or at least include somewhere in our amendments, the reality of the difficulty of cul-de-sacs on secondary suites. And we as a subdivision development appeal board have had to deal with these appeals saying garbage pickup, parking, we shouldn't have secondary suites on our cul-de-sac. And so I would tender those 2 items as something that we need to consider that I didn't really see today in the 5 or 6 options that were presented. Although I'm in favor of a lot of the options that were presented, I think we've missed some things here today, and we've had to deal with it as a board, and we'll continue to deal with it as a board if some of these things aren't somehow amended. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. That comes to the end of the list that I had of people that had signed up to speak. So I will, again, the phone number, if you wish to call, is 587-579-3099. Again, that's 587-579-3099. Calling for a first time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Call. Yep. Yes. Yeah, come on up. Yep. Good morning.
Wayne Mitchell, resident on 120 South Shore View, a new resident to Chestermere, less than 2 years. I'm not opposed. I don't want to speak in opposition, and I think part of my concern was addressed with the traffic issue. And that seems to be a big issue. If there is going to be some form of enforcement off-street parking, that would be very helpful. Right now, on my street, there's a school bus parked every day for about 6 hours on a curve. So residents coming up cannot make the turn into their driveway safely because they can't see around that thing. Still a lot of construction traffic going through there at high speed. So that's a concern. The other concern I have is you do want off-street parking, but what I'm seeing in our development is the complete property, front, side, and back, covered in concrete. Ecologically, that's not favorable. And so the requirement to get this off-street parking has to be balanced with the amount of concrete that we're putting down. That runoff water is a hazard to others. There's no green space at all. And so we're creating a concrete jungle. And so that's some of the concerns. I think my biggest concern of all is how we're going to deal with the parking. Sometimes it's not an issue because there's a certain number of residents there already with their cars. But if we're going to allow more legal suites, then there's going to be more parking. And the other thing is, on my street, there's 2 Airbnbs right now. I'm not sure if they're legal or not. One's got a sign up. So the parking issues there, one of them, it's parking up against the fire hydrant. So that's an issue. And with the on-street parking on both sides and the width of the road, there's times where there's no way a fire apparatus would get up that street. And so it's a safety issue that needs to be addressed before, it's just allowed to go through like that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Any other, calling now a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw. And just as a point of clarity to our last 2 presenters, actually the last 3 presenters, yes, it is absolutely, you can support part of it and don't support part of it, and you're trying to figure it out. What I would say to you on that, on those comments is welcome to being an elected official, because that is much of what we do is figure out, because sometimes, we vote on things and we're in favor of part and not in favor of another, and welcome to this side of the bench. With that then, looking to Ledge Services, do we have anyone that has called in to speak in opposition? Thank you. Again, the comments that have been emailed in have been recorded and are part of public record. So I will call for a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Okay. So with that, applicant rebuttal. So on this one, the applicant rebuttal, if you will, has to, it was the city, because we're essentially the applicant. So are there any comments that anyone for administration would like to make with regards to comments that were made during the speaking in opposition? Mr. David.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I can address a few concerns that were brought up with respect to the restrictive covenants. So restrictive covenants, they can't necessarily be enforced by the city. However, if council desires, it would be possible to align our land use bylaw with the restrictive covenant, similar to what we did with the short-term rentals in the residential lakeshore. That could also be done for secondary suites. For the purposes of this presentation, we did not include the residential lakeshore lots, as we were specifically trying to deal with parking. Residential lakeshore parcels have a lot width minimum of 15 meters, which would provide ample parking in that district. So just to touch on that. Yeah, I think that's all I had for that point.
Great, thank you. Council, are there any final questions that you have with regards to this? So, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. One thing I heard during the public hearing, this is to administration, was that the garbage and recycling utilities are also an issue. I'm wondering what consideration was given to that issue within this recommendation.
Mr. Chandiok?
Through the chair to Councillor Grant, all of city roads are designed to a specific standard, where the standard includes curvature of a road to be minimum for a truck to turn around, a fire truck to turn around. And so because the roads are designed in a format where it's already embedded in the system, we don't necessarily include or consider every spot when we are making a recommendation for specifically for garbage pickup. The idea surrounding roads is it needs to have a safe turnaround radius for any of those fire trucks or bigger trucks to move around. And if it is there, then it is understood that the roads are designed to cater to the situation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So what I heard was that we didn't really consider that there would be 6 bins on the road, or where 6 bins would live essentially when they're not on the road. To me, these are probably things that people care about, and they probably don't want to live beside 6 bins on every driveway. So I think that's something that we should be considerate of.
Through the chair, to Councillor Grant, you're correct. We did not take bins into consideration while framing our recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Wozzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I know we're not in debate, so I just have a question through yourself, through administration, Mr. David or Mr. Chandiak, whoever can better answer this question. The topic of cul-de-sacs and secondary suites in those cul-de-sacs has certainly been a topic for those opposed to secondary suites. Under your RFD, under section number 3, you designate a minimum width of 13.75. Is that generally covering all of the lots in a cul-de-sac? Like, most of them would be 13.75 or under in a cul-de-sac, so that would generally, if this was passed as part of second or third reading, would that basically restrict secondary suites from cul-de-sacs?
So through the chair to Councillor Wozzanowski, so that's why we made the clarification between frontage and lot width.
Yeah.
Having a minimum lot width of 13.75 meters would not address the majority of lots in cul-de-sacs, as they would be over that minimum lot width. If council desires, we could take into account frontage, which then would alleviate that issue.
Mr. Chandiak?
Thank you.
The chair to Councillor Wozzanowski, just to provide that clarification, typically in a lot of land use bylaws, lot frontage is the aspect that's sort of taken into consideration. In our land use bylaw, it's by lot width, which is sort of the median of the front and the back. Ideally, council could make a motion to change the specific option to relate it back to the frontage and not the width. If the minimum frontage is 13 meters, then you have ample space at the front of the property to be able to take 3 or 4 cars through. Every parking spot is about 3 meters or the standard is 2.8 by 5.8. Some cities use 2.6, some cities use 3 meters by 6 meters as a parking standard. So if you consider 1 car to be 3 meters, then on a 13-meter lot, you're essentially looking at 4 cars being parked at the front of the lot, which should be sufficient. So council could choose to change this option to relate it back to frontage rather than the width of the lot. And that should hopefully take care of all the cul-de-sac issues that council is worried about.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to such, I think that's a really good recommendation. Now, what we have seen at the SDAB are appeals, those that involve cul-de-sacs with, I want to say, smaller to regular size carports, because there are in the city larger carports where you can even park up to 6, even 8 cars. So I do like your recommendation to maybe considering the lot frontage as opposed to just putting a blanket principle on not putting any secondary suites on in cul-de-sacs.
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Ryan, I think we'd be open to that.
Thank you. I do have a question. There is a provision within the public hearing process, and my question actually, so there is a provision for members to ask questions to public presenters. So if I may, Mr. Benjamin Pelosi, I want to put you on the spot. A comment that you had made of, I implore council to do second and third today because I have a member of the public that's looking at a purchase. I'm just wondering, since you had brought that up, why that is so specific to today, because, right, I understand your urgency, but if we had scheduled this for February 10th, we could have scheduled for February 10th. So I'm just wondering, I just want a little clarity around that comment that you made. If you could just help us to understand that a little bit more.
For sure. I mean, it's not an isolated issue. It is just a reality that I do have one family that is, it's timely for them. That said, it continues to come up.
So that if the bylaw was passed the way it's written today, that's why it is a favorable for that family if the bylaw was passed exactly as it's written today.
Yes, then they would be able to have a secondary suite in R1 Plan Front Drive.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any other questions for administration with regards to this? Okay.
I can just speak to what he said.
No, I think we're good there. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I have just one point of clarity. The person who last spoke for the public hearing, for those the concrete, and we don't have enough green space, and which is actually is a concern into the community, because even though it's a bigger lot or smaller lot, that is the issue. The bigger lot, sometimes we open up for the 3 triple garage, and then next door is again triple garage. It's not enough space. The green space for the city looks beautiful as well. For that perspective, what exactly we are going to do on that one too? Because that is the concern.
Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa, currently the regulations, the land use bylaw only require front yard, 10% of the front yard to be landscaped. We don't necessarily have regulations surrounding rear yard. We are working on something internally, and we'll hopefully bring back something to council that requires new homes to have a minimum XYZ percentage of landscaped area in the backyard. Because we currently do not have any regulations, people can choose to, put all concrete on the rear yard. It is a possibility right now, but again, we're looking to change that and make it more, I guess, suitable for environmental purposes and stormwater management, so that people have minimum XYZ percentage of area in rear yard that is landscaped or that does not have concrete on it.
Councillor Randhawa.
Follow. Thank you, Your Worship. It's rear yard, I understand, which is good. I appreciate for that. But how about the front yard as well? It has to be look beautiful when somebody is driving to our city and there's no green space. Water comes, pour and go under the drainage. How we can fix that problem as well?
To share to Councillor Randhawa, again, when we bring forward a recommendation to council, it'll probably entail the entire lot. It won't specifically be restricted to front yard or rear yard. We'll probably be talking about your lot should have XYZ percentage of landscaping all through the lot. Now, some of the lots that we've been approving are 7 meters or 8 meters in width. When you have a 7 or 8 meter lot and 6 meters goes into the driveway, you don't necessarily are left with a lot of space for landscaping. And so those are some of the, I think, limitations surrounding landscaping. For landscaping to happen, you need to have for a tree to go into a landscaped area, you need certain space. And if you don't have that space on your lot, then it becomes restrictive in terms of how you can beautify the lot. So we'll take all of that into consideration when we bring back our recommendations to council. It'll probably happen at a future date, but we are working internally on addressing this issue. We are aware about the issue and we're working on it.
But to clarify, right now we have a regulation of 10% landscaping for front yard.
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Correct, and we don't have regulation of backyard. It's 10% for front yard. But we also have coverage regulations as well, do we not, in terms of building size and percentages on those? So are you able to just speak to that for a moment?
Through the chair, yes, we have coverage regulations. Coverage typically means ground coverage, which is where your building structure would be. So we'd have coverage regulations for principal structure, which in a residential, on a residential lot would be the house. And then we would have coverage regulations for accessory structures, which would be decks and sheds and garages, detached garages and stuff like that. When you have coverage regulations, that the rest of the area of the lot can be landscaped, or it can have some form of hard surface. That's not explicitly clear in the land use bylaw right now. So just by having coverage regulation does not necessarily mean someone has to leave their rear yard all landscaped or permeable. Like I said, we're working on some regulations that will ensure that the area in the backyard is permeable, has grass, or has some form of landscaping to ensure groundwater recharge, landscaping, beautification, all of that components will be taken into consideration.
I do think there is some confusion right now amongst members of the public with regards to coverage regulations, because I think that's what this gentleman was getting at a little bit in terms of concrete, right, as opposed to landscaping. So there's a landscaping, which is at the 10% for front yard only. I do think that people look at the coverage regulations and perhaps mix those. So I wonder if we have some clarity. It sounds like there's something coming, and so with that, with what you're working on, then obviously some of that's going to be coming back to council then, because that would also be an impact on land use bylaw. Is that correct?
To the chair, it would be an amendment to the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was some specific language that I heard in the public hearing. So there was a request for the city to restrict all rentals and leases on lakefront property. So for ultimate clarity through you to administration, I'm just looking for 100% clarity. Is there any way at all for the city to restrict all rentals and leases on lakefront?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, rentals can be defined in two ways. Number one is your secondary suites, which is where you're looking at a long-term rental format of housing. And the second one is short-term rentals, which is where a concept like Airbnb or Vrbo sort of come into play. Short-term rentals are already prohibited on the lakefront properties. We are also bringing forward a short-term rental bylaw, which will talk more about it. Secondary suites, if council chooses not to approve secondary suites on lakefront properties, then that can be an amendment to the land use bylaw that we can bring forward. Whether or not someone chooses to rent a room or a part of their property on a lakeshore property is not something that the land use bylaw controls. We have introduced a concept of boarding house through this amendment, but that only governs 3 or more tenants in a house. If you have a house on a lakefront property, and if you have one tenant who's just using one bedroom, we don't govern that through the land use bylaw. Or currently it's not governed in the land use bylaw.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This is actually a question to Mr. Chandiok, and we don't have any way, from what I understand in the city, either to prevent, let's say I owned a house on the lake, from me renting it to a family for 3 years. Is there a way that we can regulate that?
Mr. Chandiok?
Through the chair to CEO Edney, no, we don't. Something that I'd like to clarify here is that the land use bylaw is a tool to regulate the use of the land, not the user or the user behavior. And so when we approve a residential property, if it is used as a residential property, then it's in line with the regulations of the land use bylaw. If we specifically create regulations surrounding tenancy, that's not necessarily subject of land use bylaw. We are stepping out of the realm of land use bylaw. We're stepping out of the use component of it. And now we are starting to dictate the behavior or the user. And so there's a differentiation between what land use bylaw can do and it cannot do. Like I said, it's a tool to regulate the use of the land, not the user.
Thank you. I also think too there's cautionary tale right now about regulating the use of the user with what is happening with another municipality and things that are currently before the courts that seem to be unsettled, as well as cautionary tale with regards to bylaws and Bill 50 and provincial regulations now that exist for municipalities making bylaws. And so I think that that would be a good follow-up for us to have a review of if we were exploring that. What does that mean with relation to what's happening with another municipality and a case that's right now before the courts, as well as what's happening at the provincial level with regards to oversight from the province with regards to what municipalities are attempting to govern. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just a follow-up through yourself to Mr. Edney's question to Mr. Chandiak. So the question back to Mr. Chandiak. I know your answer was no about enforcement of behavior under the land use bylaw. Is there any mechanism that we can enforce behavior that's non-land use related?
Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, council has the ability to create bylaws, not specific to land use bylaws related to traffic.
Behavior.
That's the behavior component of it. Yeah. Your ability to create bylaws and then get it enforced through the peace officers in the city, that's the behavior component.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, any final questions then for administration with regards to the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none and knowing the information that was presented that we could have another public hearing should we so choose. I'm going to go with the option then of suggesting that we close this particular public hearing and not leave it ambiguously open. And so with that then, can I have the motion to close the public hearing here for 040-25, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 040-25, being the secondary suite land use bylaw amendment at 11:13 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We had scheduled another public hearing to start at 10:30, and we are now at 11:15. So I'm going to suggest we start that public hearing because that public hearing is also was related to information that we had for the previous public hearing. So going to be going through the script again to make sure that we have it. So I'll be calling for a motion to open the public hearing. We'll then be giving some definitions, some explanation around the process for the public hearing, and then we will follow the exact same process that we followed for this public hearing. So, can I have the motion, please, to open the public hearing for Bylaw 002-26, parking regulations for boarding houses, land use bylaw amendment? Can I have the motion to open the public hearing, please? Councillor Schindler.
Goodness. I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 002-26, being the parking regulations for boarding houses land use bylaw amendment at 11:15 a.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Any individual that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated signage sheet, either in support or in opposition of the proposed bylaw. Public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. I will be calling for the staff report from administration, presentation from applicant as applicable, presentations from the public in support, presentations from the public in opposition, rebuttal presentation from the applicant with regards to anything that was said in opposition, and then again, final questions from administration. There is a phone number that is available to call in. That phone number, again, just stating verbally, is 587-579-3099. Again, when we get to the portion where you can speak in favor and or in opposition, the phone number for that is 587-579-3099. With that, moving now to the staff presentation. The staff presentation for bylaw for this bylaw, for bylaw 002-26, is being presented again by Mr. Josh David, Planner 1. Good morning again.
Good morning again, Mayor Dean and members of council. My name is Josh David, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of council. I'm here to present parking regulations for the boarding house use in the land use bylaw. Administration is recommending the following motions for council's consideration. That council give second reading to bylaw 002-26, being amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that council give third and final reading to bylaw 002-26, being amendments to bylaw 02-24, being the land use bylaw as amended. On July 29th, 2025, the Governance and Priorities Committee directed administration to present options for amending the land use bylaw to address density concerns related to secondary suites and shared accommodations. Administration addressed council's motion on September 23rd and December 9th, 2025, presenting 6 options. Bylaw 04-25, which included these amendments, received first reading on December 9th, 2025, and had a public hearing earlier this morning. One proposed amendment in the bylaw 040-25 was the introduction of a new use boarding house in the residential single detached R1, residential estates R1E, and residential estate modified R1EM districts. And administration is now proposing additional regulations to better regulate this use. The boarding house use has no dedicated parking standards. The proposed amendment, if approved, would require owners to provide 1 parking stall per bedroom, a requirement considered feasible because this use is only proposed in low-density residential districts where lots can accommodate the additional on-site parking. Introducing specific parking requirements will strengthen administration's ability to regulate boarding houses and ensure adequate on-site parking. This will help reduce on-street parking pressures and better manage density associated with shared accommodations. The number of bedrooms permitted will directly depend on the number of parking stalls available on the lot, supporting compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods and maintaining livability standards. Today's public hearing was advertised on the city's website on January 13th, 2026. As of January 19th, 2026, the city has received 3 comments, including 2 in opposition, as well as 1 general inquiry. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time and attention, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Looking to Council, any questions with regards to the presentation, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to administration. Are we aware of the number of boarding houses that we have today in Chestermere?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Narayan, no. As it's not a use, I guess they wouldn't really exist right now. So the introduction of this use would be so that we can regulate them, but wouldn't have any specific numbers if something like that is in operation.
Yeah, and just to follow up, and I do understand that, it's a bit of a rhetorical question. I guess a question would be: is this a problem in the community, whereby residents are calling it in and saying that, there seems to be a situation that would amount to be a boarding house? So do we, get those complaints either through bylaw or the city?
So through the chair to Deputy Mayor, I don't believe so. The introduction of this use is just so that in the event that this did exist in the city would have the tools to regulate it, which is our proposal here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to follow up on Mr. David's comments to Deputy Mayor Narayan, this actually came out of the motion from council to address shared accommodation. So this wasn't a need we identified, it was a need council identified, and we're now trying to find something that works in that. So generally, I don't hear complaints about it, and I'm not sure maybe if council hears something we don't.
Okay, thank you. Council, any other questions with regards to the presentation? Okay, with that, I will then move on to the next portion of the public hearing, which is people who are wishing to speak in support of the bylaw. So following the presentation, presenters will be given 5 minutes unless a motion is passed to extend their time. Speaking people who are wanting to speak in support, calling them in order that is on the sheet. So I don't have a sheet in front of me for this one. Do we have, looked at Ledge Services, Miss Emily White, do we have anyone that signed in to speak in favor?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have not had anyone sign in our sign-in sheet for either in opposition or in support.
Great, thank you. So then I will call, again, if anyone wishes to call in, the phone number is 587-579-3099. Again, if you would like to call in and speak in favor of the proposed bylaw, it's 587-579-3099. I will call for a first time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw. Call a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw. And calling a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw. Last check before I move on. Has anyone called in to the phone number to speak in favor? Seeing a lot of shaking heads. With that, then, I will move to the next portion of the public hearing, which is anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. So calling for a first time. Again, if you would like to call in, 587-579-3099. Anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw, calling for a first time. Calling a second time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. And calling a third time for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Thank you. Have we had anyone that has called in to speak in opposition? Seeing shaking heads. So with that then, so we don't need a rebuttal presentation because there was no one who spoke in opposition. Administration, do you have any final comments with regards to this bylaw before we move on? Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair to the chair, our only submission would be that Council considers this bylaw should the boarding house use go forward, as was presented in the previous presentation. If the use doesn't go forward, then there won't be any use for this bylaw to go ahead.
Right. So I think to clarify on that, this is going to just be a matter of how we do things in order, right? So just make sure when I do this later, second and third reading, we should do ensure that we do the second and third reading of the other one first. I guess legislatively then, we would still need to essentially kill this bylaw should the other one. We would have to essentially also then, this one wouldn't work. Thank you. Mr. Chandiak?
Through the chair, you're correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Administration, any final presentation on this particular bylaw? Thank you. Council, any final questions for administration with regards to this particular bylaw? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion to close the public hearing for bylaw 002-26. Councillor Rundell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 002-26, being the parking regulation for boarding houses, land use bylaw amendment at 11:25 a.m.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So with that, again, I had mentioned at the beginning of our meeting that we weren't going to be necessarily doing things in order. So with that, I'm going to suggest that we take a quick break here. We'll come back at 11:35 before taking our lunch break at noon. So I'm going to suggest we come back at 11:35 and just give ourselves a chance to connect with administration with regards to what's coming next, so that we can ensure that we have the right people in the room. So take a quick break, come back at 11:35. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here, and we're going to finish up a few items here before lunch. We are going to move to item 8.1.5, which is the Clearwater Park Outline Plan. So, Council, just to give you a minute to adjust, 8.1.5 Clearwater Park Outline Plan, and this is being presented by Mr. J.P. Leclerc, Planner 1. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. As mentioned, I am JP Leclerc, Planner 1 at Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. This presentation covers both items, 8.1.5 and 8.1.6, just for clarification. So briefly, the agenda, we'll be talking about the motion requests, application overview, process, proposed amendments, policy review, implications, recommendations, and questions, if any. So the motion requests for the outline plan, that Council accept the Clearwater Park outline plan dated December 2025 as shown in attachment B for information, and the land use amendments, that bylaw 004-26 being an amendment to land use bylaw 02024 as amended, be read a first time, and that Council schedule a public hearing, second and third reading for bylaw 004-26 for February 10th, 2026 at 11 a.m. So just an overview. You can see it on the screen. Just want to highlight that the location for these amendments, for the land use amendments, would be all of the R3 lands in the city, as well as the redesignation would be Lot 1, Block 2, Plan 2412540 for redesignation. Continuing on with the overview, just some background. The applicant originally submitted a land use amendment application for the lot shown on the map located in Clearwater Park. You will notice it has two land use districts on it on one parcel. The northern portion being the direct control residential multi-unit district, DCR3, and the majority southern portion, residential multi-unit district, R3. This initial application was to redesignate to low-rise multi-unit residential district, R4. Having seen preliminary site design from the applicant for townhouse development, administration believed it was best and more suited to the R3 district, and leading to the proposed land use amendment, leading administration's recommendation to the proposed land use amendment to amend the R3 district and redesignate the northern portion of the lot in question. Just on the process with the land use amendment to the land use bylaw, Council's authority according to the MGA. These land use amendments need to be reflected in the relevant outline plan as per the process at the City of Chestermere. This would be the Clearwater Park outline plan. Only the redesignation is to be reflected in the Clearwater Park outline plan as the R3 district changes would be reflected in the land use bylaw. If the land use amendment reaches third and final reading, the Clearwater Park outline plan amendments will be brought to Council for approval after the public hearing and final reading, as I mentioned. This process is shown on this graphic on this slide. So today we're at the report for information on the outline plan and the first reading of the land use amendment. Ultimately ending, if Council wishes, to a third and final reading and then a request for decision on the outline plan amendments. So the proposed amendments. So for the outline plan, for the Clearwater outline plan, these changes reflect the redesignation from direct control residential multi-unit district DCR3 to residential multi-unit district R3 in the northern portion of the lot. These are text, map, and table amendments to reflect this change. Examples are on the screen for more details. They would be found in the report for information, as well as attachment B in that report for information, the red line version of the Clearwater Park outline plan dated 2025 December. Proposed amendments for the land use amendments, being bylaw 00-26, to amend the building height of the R3 district from 2 stories plus a loft not to exceed 12 meters for the principal building to 3 stories up to 12 meters for the principal building, and also to redesignate the northern portion of the lot as discussed from to R3. This just exemplifies the land use proposed redesignation. Rationale for the recommendation is administration supports the proposed land use amendment. It will remove split zoning, having the 2 land use districts on 1 lot. This will result in the same land use designation over the entire lot. Administration also considers the introduction of a 3rd story height allowance to be a minor change, given the maximum permitted building height and overall building massing remains unchanged, and that the 3-story form can be easily accommodated within these 12 meters. Also, with the policy review, the proposed amendments align with the Municipal Development Plan, the 2016 and the 2025, as this application was submitted before the approval of 2025 MDP. The outline plan would be concurrently amended as discussed, as well as the land use bylaw. Implications. The text amendment, being the R3 amendment or change, would allow 3 stories up to 12 meters and would apply to all lands designated R3 as mentioned. Note there is no increase to the maximum height. An example is the image on the slide. You'd have possibly a 3rd story at the same height. Could allow, for example, drive-in garages on the ground floor. The redesignation will remove the split land use designation on the lot. Upon this redesignation, the authority to render decisions would change from council to administration, going from DC to R3. This would allow 1 development permit on 1 parcel to be under 1 decision authority. Administration supports the Clearwater Park outline plan amendments and the land use bylaw amendments as discussed with these recommendations to council, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm here to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, we're going to be doing 3 processes through this. The first will be accepting the presentation for information, then doing a first reading, and then scheduling the public hearing. So with that, just with regards specifically to the presentation, Council, do you have any questions with regards to the presentation? Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I do. My question is, I thank you for through the mayor, through administration to Mr. Clare, thank you for explaining the rationale. You're listening to council, certainly. That's something that we want to see whenever you're presenting anything to us. That being said, this question through the mayor, possibly to to then Councillor Dean, now Mayor Dean, or Deputy Mayor Narayan, or through Mr. Leclerc, do we know why the DC, the direct control, was designated originally for that area? And I also noticed, as not mentioned in your presentation, there's other direct control in Clearwater. So what's the reason for that? And it's just a little sliver that you're asking to change. There must have been a reason for direct control of that little piece.
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski. In the history, and looking in the history, I was unable to find a rationale for that particular area being DC. There may be some history that I was unable to find. I also say that the difference between a DC R3 and the R3 from the land use bylaw is mainly 2 discretionary uses, live work as a discretionary use, and single family also as a discretionary use. Other than that, the R3 and the DCR3 for that DCR3 in Clearwater is basically the same.
Mr. Chandak?
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Wojnarowski. I had some conversations with the consultants and the owners of that site. And what I was informed was initially that proposed DC to have a little bit more flexibility surrounding, the kind of development that happens in that area. And as the development plans are firming up, they want to sort of tone down to a particular typology. That was the rationale why initially it was proposed as DC, and now they're sort of looking to change it to a specific zoning. There might be more applications coming in this regard where you have more DCs coming to council for rezoning to a specific zoning in the land use bylaw.
Thank you. What I would say is I don't recall exact reasons why it was DC at the time, so I don't recall. I'd have to go back and check my notes from that time, and Deputy Mayor will also have opportunity. What I would say is, for myself, something that I have certainly learned in my time now as an elected official is that it is quite a common process for there to be an original application. It goes through, some changes come back. This has become I'm very aware that this is a regular process through the development process. What I would say to council is the cautionary tale of, you may recall what I brought up earlier, of the difference between concept plans and then what actually gets done with regards to that. And so that's very much an administrative process. So what I tend to watch for now as an elected official is when the concept plan starts to change. And so for this one, it does appear that it's a very minor change in terms of who's doing what, is my perception on this one. But what I will say directly to your question, Councillor Wojnarowski, is that's what I watch for now as an elected official. Is I watch for the changes between concept plans and what is actually being built at that time, and if we're being asked to approve something that significantly changes from the concept plan, opens up a lot more questions for myself. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to members of council and Councillor Wojnarowski. Thanks for the question. I actually kind of do remember these discussions, and if I am able to capture this correctly, I think the council of the day found this to be a great opportunity, but quite overwhelming. So the direct control kind of gave them that control to see what happens on these lands. There was a lot of development going on at the time, and I think the council of the day just wanted to see that what is being proposed is consistent to council's vision. I think what is being asked is, like the mayor said, is a fair ask, and it's not a major variance from what initially is being proposed. But yeah, I just feel that the council of the day felt that, if something's direct control, they just have a bit more say on it.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Mr. Edney and to Mr. Leclerc. This is kind of a curiosity. I think there are already some homes that are built to the specifications that this change is suggesting. I'm not 100% sure on that, but just looking at the drawing, for example, these condos behind City Hall here, I think some of them look a lot like that. So I'm just curious whether the definition for the zoning of R3 is did we have a definition like this? Was it changed at some point and now we're asking to go back? If anybody has some historical knowledge on that, what I want to know is if there was a rationale to go away from that, if that was the case.
Mr. Chandia?
Through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, I'm not exactly aware of the changes in the land use bylaw. What we do know is, since the typology already allows for construction of 2 stories plus loft, a loft is primarily half story, but it could be, depending on how creative you are, converted to a full story. And that might be the typology. The zoning on the site that you're talking about I'm not exactly sure, but I can look it up quickly. It might be R4, which sort of allows for 3-story development to happen. Would you see a similar typology replicated somewhere else? Yes. Would it be the exact same zoning? Perhaps not. It could be R4 that allows for a similar type of development under some constraints or limitations.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would assume that a lot of this was designated DC because council at the time wanted to see this project, and that if it wasn't DC, they wouldn't see it. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry. Through the chair, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. So that's, to me, that's the importance of it. And I know something that we've been struggling with internally is not knowing how things are progressing or how they're happening, and then something gets built or something gets too far down the road and we find out then. So because of that, I'm happy to leave these DC. I think they should be. I do want to have control a little bit over what is going to go in this area, or at least some oversight of it. My second comment would be that this is actually an important corner. This corner is the connector to the rest of Rocky View down that road now. Is that correct? So I would say that this small sliver was designated as DC because this is going to be an important corner for a long time until a separate road gets developed that links that community. That whole community is going to come through this corridor. And I think some of that was intended to make sure that there's probably some commercial services within this district that is readily available for those residents. So to me, I think we should keep this as DC. I understand that.
So I think what we're going to do is wait till we get to public hearing.
Sounds great.
On that piece there. This is simply questions with regards to the presentation for some clarifying points on that, and then debate will come after the public hearing. Councillor Schindler.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm just curious about the parcel of land that's to the east of this. That's LLR, I think. If you can correct me through the chair to administration, is that supposed to be a school site?
To the east?
To the east of this, the direct control.
I think it's on the screen.
Yeah, through the chair. That's designated as large lot residential.
Large lot residential.
Rural, sorry.
Rural.
Mr. Edney?
Please comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. That's a different owner in that land, and that is my understanding, talking with the owners of the proposal that's in front of us. That's a separate owner who owns that land. It's not part of the current developers. They have a shadow plan that reflects that road that's going in there, but they haven't proceeded any further for any kind of rezoning of what they plan to do on that land at this time. It's not a school site, though.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Council, any final questions before accepting for information? Okay, thank you. We'll work our way through the three motions here. Motion number 1, I believe, will be to accept the presentation for information. Can I have that motion, please? Ledge Services. Nope. So just for item 8.1.5, just accepting for information. Nope. Clearwater Park. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have the motion, please, to accept for information? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council accept the Clearwater Park Outline Plan dated December 2025 as shown in Attachment B for information.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the motion, please, to give first reading to Bylaw 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Amendment Bylaw? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Mr. Move that council give first reading to bylaw number 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Comments, questions of council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then we need to look at the booking of the public hearing. So first of all, can I have, do we feel February 10th is the appropriate time to do that? There's enough time for advertising, all those sorts of things with regards to this. Yep, okay. Can I have the motion, please, for to our public hearing for February 10th, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the schedule for the public hearing for bylaw number 004-26, being the Clearwater Park Land Use Bylaw Amendment for February 10th, 2026 at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? I have one quick comment that I would like to make with regards to this, and I'm going to be turning this over through the CAO to Director Dennison on this. I'm just wondering if you could just speak to one of the things that council we talked about is that about workshops that we've been having. We had a fantastic workshop this past week from our communications manager. So our new comms manager did a fantastic presentation with regards to communications and some plans that we're going to be making public coming forward on this. And so with that, one of the things that we want to make sure is that we're highlighting and making it as public as we possibly can when public hearings are coming. And so through the CAO to Director Dennison, I'm just wondering if you can just speak to that for a moment with regards to advertising of public hearings.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that we did hear from council that they want enhanced communication around public hearings. So what that means for the city is that we will be exploring how we can amplify the messaging. So we're talking about more time, more clearer language, more channels, more opportunities. So we'll be exploring that. So of course, if anyone does have any ideas in order to share, please do so. But we will certainly be working to more than exceed the minimum requirements in terms of advertising for public hearings, just to help inform the public and make them aware of what is going on and how they can participate.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. So with that then, any other comments, questions with regards to the motion for booking the public hearing? Seeing none, can I have, I'll call for the vote, please. And that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. With that, I think we're going to handle one more quick item here right before lunch. And we are going to jump down to, this is item 8.3.1. This is being presented by from Legislative Services. This was a policy 859 Mayor's Task Force for Donation Sponsorship and Naming Rights Policy. So this is simply, we had directed governance and priorities for council to do something. So quick presentation on this and quick motion for this coming from Legislative Assistant 2, Mr. Estanislao.
Good
morning.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Josh Stanislaw here, coming today with Policy 859, being the Mayor's Task Force for the Donation, Sponsorship, and Naming Rights Policy. The recommendation is that Council approve the terms of reference. Just some background on the January 20th, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. The committee passed a motion recommending council to create a mayor's task force to create recommendations for the proposed donation, sponsorship, and naming rights policy. With this report, admin is coming with the terms of reference for council to approve and formalize the mayor's task force for the donation, sponsorship, and naming rights policy. The purpose of the task force is to address the concerns highlighted by the committee with the proposed policy, and the task force's mandate is to polish the proposed policy and put in place a framework that would effectively allow the City of Chestermere to receive donations and sponsorships. As per the committee's nomination last week, Mayor Dean, Councillor Grant, and Councillor Sandbo will be the members from council in this committee. And that, just a side note, the task force is an internal committee, which means that public members are not part of the composition of this committee. But other than that, the TOR is in the report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, is it 859, policy 859, or 858? It says 858 under purpose.
Sorry, 859 is the mayor's task force itself. 858 is the proposed policy.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the presentation? Thank you. Can I have a motion? The motion, please approve policy 859, Mayor's Task Force for the Donation, Sponsorship, and Naming Rights Policy. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the policy number 859 being the Mayor's Task Force for the Donation, Sponsorship, and Naming Rights Policy.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, then, we'll take our lunch break. And just a reminder that our next public hearing starts at 1 o'clock. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock, just before 1 o'clock. But our next public hearing. Our next public hearing starts at 1 o'clock. So we will come back and start the council meeting at 1 o'clock. So we'll take a quick lunch break and be back for 1. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming back from our lunch break and about to start our public hearing with regards to the Mural Land Use Bylaw, which is Bylaw 029-25. Our gallery has filled up. I'm sure you all came for the Mayor's Task Force policy about deciding on donations. We've already approved it. It's done. So if you were super curious about the Mayor's Task Force, that one's already been completed to everybody in the gallery, because I'm sure that one generated this level of interest as we continue to grow in our community. So with that, though, all levity aside and moving on to our afternoon session here, we are going to be opening our public hearing. And as we did with our two public hearings this morning, I will be giving lots of explanation and definition around how a public hearing works, the process, and following through on that process, as public hearings are very much legislatively, there's lots of legislation around how a public hearing works, and we'll be sure that we are following all those procedures properly. So with that, I am going to be asking for a motion to open the public hearing, please. So if I could have a councillor to make the motion to open the public hearing, Councillor Schindler.
I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 029-25, being the Mural Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 1:08 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, just some explanations with regards to how the public hearing process works. First of all, for today, you will notice that if you've had a look at the agenda, that we have quite a full agenda today, as well as one of the things that we don't know going into a public hearing is how many people are going to arrive and how many people are wishing to speak. We are going to ensure that everyone who is looking for opportunity to speak to the bylaw is given that opportunity. When you come up to speak, I will reiterate this when we get there, that the member of the public wishing to speak has 5 minutes, and there, you will see a timer that'll come up on the clock, and that you're able to speak to that. Given the fact that we don't know those things, we just don't know how long a public hearing could end up going. So that we're really, really clear on process today, what we are going to be doing is we will be doing the public hearing for this particular bylaw. After we close the public hearing, we're going to be looking at where we are at with regards to the agenda, time that we have left remaining in the day, and those sorts of things. I say all that to make it very, very clear that we may not be doing second, and then depending on how second goes, third reading for this particular bylaw today. Right, so I just want to make that very, very clear right from the beginning, so that everybody understands process-wise. Also, under process-wise, there might be some recommendations that come back should we proceed with second reading. That could then lead to a lot of work that has to happen on the administrative side, so that then a third reading, should it go that far, could possibly come down at a future meeting date, meaning that administration and the applicant would have to take some work away. So I just want to be really clear about process, just so everybody understands what we're getting into. Again, public hearing and the approval of bylaws very much follows the legislative process. So any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet, either in support or in opposition. I do have those sheets in front of me now, but what will also happen is if somebody comes and they didn't get the opportunity to sign in, I will be calling 3 times for someone who wishes to speak either in favor or in opposition to the bylaw. This public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. The process for a public hearing is we will receive a staff report from administration, presentation from the applicant, presentations from the public who are in support of the proposal, presentations from the public that are in opposition of the proposal, rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited only to the comments received or heard in opposition, a final presentation from administration, and then any final questions that council may have of administration. So that is the process that we are going to follow. What will not be happening when we get to the speaking in favor or in opposition to the bylaw is in our agenda package, we did receive all of the emails that were sent into the public hearings, and or know that if you sent in an email and you sent it to your councillor or to the mayor, that email to council or to the mayor was then replied to and also sent to public hearings at chestermere.ca, so it is included. So what we won't be doing today is we will not be reading into the record any of the emails that we've sent, but they are all counted, right? So they're all included because they're part of the public record. So we're not reading them into the record, but they are included as part of the public record, which is why they are in our agenda package. And if you sent in an email, there is still opportunity to speak in favor or in opposition, including if you did that. So you do have that right, but just so you know, if say you're watching online, why was my email not read? Your email has been read. It's part of the public record, has been included. We're just not reading it into the record, but it is included. So with that, I'm going to be calling for the staff presentation for bylaw 029-25, and this is being presented by Mr. Josh David. Planner 1, you have had a busy day today, my friend. Sorry, just before moving on, Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to make one comment in regards to, just illustrated by the amount of people here in the gallery and the emails that we have received as councillors. A lot of this went into junk mail, so we will probably want IT to pull that out so it does get accounted for when it comes to the people, our residents who have sent in emails in opposition or in support of this proposed bylaw. Thank you.
So IT has already done a scrub of junk mails as well as a scrub of anything that was caught within our dark trace. So all of that work has already been completed by IT and ensured that it was included as part of the record. So with that, Mr. David.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Dean and members of council. For the record, my name is Josh David, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all of my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. I am here today to present the Mural Outline Plan and Land Use Amendment. So this slide will provide a brief overview of the topics that will be covered in today's presentation, including the motions for Council's consideration, the application overview, the proposal in front of Council, the applicable policy review, the implications, the approval process, circulation and engagement, the public hearing, advertisement and input, as well as the comments that we heard, administration's recommendations, and then finally we'll open the floor for any questions or feedback that you may have. So administration is presenting on two separate processes concurrently, so we are requesting the following motions today. For the outline plan, that Council approve the Mural Outline Plan dated November 2025, as shown in Attachment A. And then for the Land Use Amendment, that Council give second reading to Bylaw 029-25, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the Land Use Bylaw as amended, as shown on Schedule A of Bylaw 029-25. And that Council give third and final reading to Bylaw 029-25, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the Land Use Bylaw as amended, as shown on Schedule A of Bylaw 029-25. So just for an application overview, Carswell Planning, on behalf of Chair and Div Tikar and On Developments, have submitted an application to redesignate approximately 25.4 hectares or approximately 62.8 acres of land in the East Acreages area, as shown in blue on the map here. The proposal is to redesignate the site from large lot rural residential, LLR, to multiple residential, commercial, and public service land use districts. So the application proposes to redesignate approximately 25.4 hectares of land zoned LLR to residential single detached R1, residential plan lot rear lane R1 PRL, residential multi-unit R3, low-rise multi-unit residential R4, local commercial C, and public service PS districts. The Mural outline plan proposes to accommodate 485 residential units at a gross density of 7.72 units per acre, or UPA. The full build-out anticipates accommodating a population of up to 1,552 residents, assuming 3.2 residents per dwelling. Approximately 67% of the area will include single and semi-detached homes, while the remaining 33% will include multifamily townhouses and/or apartment. The proposal was reviewed against the recently approved Municipal Development Plan, MDP, as well as the Land Use Bylaw. There is no area structure plan for this area. The proposed outline plan area falls within the Acreage Infill land use, as shown in Map 2 of the MDP, which also outlines several key policies. This application adheres to the main objective of Section 4.4.6 of the MDP, which states that the purpose of the acreage infill is to guide the redevelopment of acreage infill areas in a manner that creates a comprehensive neighborhood with a mixture of housing, recreation, educational, and commercial opportunities. The MDP also states that the City of Chestermere needs to approach this type of redevelopment in a logical, planned, and cohesive manner that allows the continual use of existing properties while accommodating new development. The outline plan identifies that the overall intent of the transportation system is to enable people to reach their destinations both locally and to the surrounding areas of Chestermere as efficiently and safely as possible. Externally, this is accomplished by a transportation network that emphasizes connections to East Lakeview Road to the west, Range Road 281 to the east, and Township Road 241A to the south. The applicant submitted a traffic impact assessment report as a part of their application. The site was also included as part of the East Acreage's traffic analysis, which was conducted by EXP on behalf of the city. The transportation network has been reviewed against the city's Transportation Master Plan, TMP, which shows that the proposed development can be sustained by the current transportation network, while noting that some network improvements will be required over time as further development may occur. The image on the screen depicts the preliminary design on how the water, sanitary, and stormwater servicing will occur within the development. Detailed engineering for servicing and shallow utilities will occur through the subdivision process and will be reviewed by administration at that time. The applicant submitted a utility servicing report and an evaporation irrigation pond report for their stormwater management. Administration has reviewed these reports and is satisfied that the development is compliant with the city's Utility Master Plan, or UMP. Pedestrian networks and green spaces are proposed throughout the outline plan and are planned to connect to adjacent pathway systems as the broader area is built out. The proposed mural outline plan is dedicating 9.7% in municipal reserve, which is slightly lower than the 10% target identified in the municipal development plan. The rationale for the 9.7% is to accommodate a pathway within the road right-of-way rather than within MR, as per the Transportation Master Plan. If the pathway were to be considered MR, the dedication would be 10.5%. The developer will be required to construct the pathway within the road right-of-way. There's also a significant wetland located in the central eastern portion of the plan, which will be integrated into a future central storm pond. And any future activities on the site will need to go through the necessary Water Act approvals through the province. If approved, the proposal provides for the addition of 5 park spaces, walking paths, as well as an outdoor sport court, gym, and gazebo area. We would like to provide information on how the approval process works for the 2 concurrent applications. For the outline plan to be approved, it is adopted by the resolution of council, whereas the land use amendment requires a public hearing and 3 readings. On December 9th, 2025, the outline plan was accepted for information and the land use bylaw was given first reading. This application has been reviewed by internal and external stakeholders. Rocky View Schools noted that they are not in a position to support the outline plan, given the absence of a school in the area. Through further discussion with Rocky View Schools, they clarified that the requirement for a new school is based on the total unit count for an entire quarter section, not necessarily a single application. The threshold for a new school, according to Rocky View Schools, is 1,000 to 1,200 units, as the Mural outline plan is proposing 485 units. It would not meet this threshold. All other comments have been addressed. The applicant had posted a public notice sign on June 6, 2025, and held 2 open houses. City administration and some members of council were in attendance for the second open house. A full summary of the engagement session is provided in the What We Heard report, included as attachment C in the council agenda package. This report reveals that the first open house, where approximately 50 people attended, resulted in 10 letters of support and 12 in opposition. The second open house, where approximately 75 people attended, resulted in 33 letters of support and 14 in opposition. Today's public hearing was advertised on the city's website on December 16th, 2025. It was also mailed to all landowners within 300 meters of the subject site, as well as shared to Rocky View County as our adjacent municipality. As of 12 o'clock p.m. on January 19th, 2026, the city had received 230 comments, including 19 in support and 211 in opposition to the proposal. So the following is a summary of the key concerns identified through submissions received in response to the public hearing advertisement, as well as administration's response. So the first concern was existing infrastructure and servicing are not sufficient to support the additional density. As part of the outline plan and land use bylaw amendment review process, the applicant submitted a traffic impact assessment, utility servicing report, and an evaporation irrigation pond report for stormwater management. Administration has reviewed all of these reports and is satisfied that the development is compliant with the city's transportation master plan and utility master plan. The current municipal infrastructure can accommodate the proposed development. The second major concern was that local schools are currently operating at or above capacity. And while schools may be at capacity currently, multiple new schools have been approved by the provincial government and are in various stages of development, which will help to ease this burden. Concern 3 was that the surrounding roadways are unable to accommodate the increased traffic that the additional development would generate. So as mentioned, the applicant submitted a traffic impact assessment report as a part of their application, and the site was included as a part of the East Acreage's traffic analysis. Both of these studies show that the proposed development can be sustained by the current transportation network, and also notes that some network improvements will be required over time as further development occurs. The fourth concern is that there is a lack of amenities in the area to support further growth. New residential development typically contributes to the viability and expansion of amenities over time. If approved, the proposal provides for the addition of 5 park spaces, walking paths, as well as an outdoor sport court, gym, and gazebo, as mentioned. Concern number 5 is that the additional density may result in a loss of the existing acreage community character. So the proposed development aligns with the MDP policies regarding acreage infill, including section 4.4.6, and the proposed density is consistent with the city's long-term planning direction and can be integrated in a way that respects the neighboring uses. In addition to the concerns raised above, the following is a summary of the submissions in support of the application and administration's response. So the key reason for support was that the proposal would help to extend infrastructure and servicing to the east side of the city. The extension of infrastructure and servicing to the east side of the city aligns with long-term planning objectives which supports orderly, efficient growth. The proposed mural land use amendment aligns with the MDP and meets the City of Chestermere's technical standards. Therefore, administration recommends that council consider the mural outline plan and give second and third reading to Bylaw 029-25, being the mural land use amendment. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council, for your time and attention. We welcome any questions or feedback at this time.
Great, thank you. So, council now open up the opportunity if you have any questions specific to the staff presentation. Any questions from council regards specifically to the staff presentation? Okay, I have one. The first question I have, you talked about this a little bit, but I'm just wondering, I think I will turn this either over to Mr. Edney or Mr. Chandiok. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to, and it's contained within the presentation, and so, for example, it says the recommendation is to proceed with second and third reading. So I'm just wondering if you can just speak to the process by which, or what it means when city administrations say that we recommend that you proceed in support of this. I think there's been a lot of questions with regards to this coming, and it's a question that I have. What does that actually mean that city administration is in support of council proceeding with second and third reading? Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair, to the chair, thank you for giving us this opportunity to clarify this. The process for planning applications is once we receive an application, we, number one, assess it against the current regulations, which is the municipal development plan, area structure plans, if any, and the land use bylaw. And then we also circulate the application to internal and external stakeholders to address concepts like engineering, design, and stuff like that. Once we receive all the feedback, and if the application meets the criteria set in the municipal bylaws, which is the MDP and the LUP, we will bring forward a recommendation to council. That recommendation typically means that the application has met the requirements listed in the MDP or the ASP or the land use bylaw. What it does not mean is that the application is ready for approval. The reason for why we bring it in front of council is twofold. Number one, it's a statutory requirement for council to be looking at rezoning applications. Number two is for council to take into consideration all the community feedback that council is going to get through the public hearing process, and any of the considerations that council may have, taking that into account, debating on the application, and then rendering a decision. That's the purpose or how the process is laid out. Our recommendation barely is on the fact that the application meets the technical standards that the city has met the MDP requirements, and is in accordance with the land use bylaw requirements.
Thank you. So would I be correct in assessing partially what you're saying there is that administration it's administration's job to approach applications like this purely from a technical standpoint? Here's the technicalities, you meet the technicalities, we have check boxes that exist within those technicalities, and administration is mostly, not completely, because I don't want to use absolutes in my words here, is mostly concerned with regards to the technicalities. When it so almost a bit more of a micro view in terms of what's happening there. In terms of what I would maybe describe as a macro view of community input, community feedback, community will to see something happen, that's where the elected officials more come into the process. So administration is more technical with regards to that, whereas council has both the technical, but then also has that the larger community view falls to the responsibility of council. Would that be a fair assessment? Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair, you're correct. Our representation here is to ensure that the technical components of the application, as subject matter experts in different areas, our recommendation to council is based on the fact that the technical components of the application have been met. There could be rationale surrounding the subjectivity of the application in terms of design, whether it fits the community needs and everything. Council typically would take those things into consideration and then sort of render a decision. From our standpoint, the technical components of the application meets the regulations that are set by council.
Thank you. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to build on Director Chandiok's comments, I think what it's clear, or I want to make clear, what we're not doing is recommending of, is this a good idea? Is this what the community wants? Do we like how the community is designed? We look at it strictly from a technical, does it meet our legislative policies and bylaws? And if it does, we are required to bring it to council, where council then decides, is it what the community wants? Is it a nicely designed community? Is right now the right timing? So when we recommend something, that's the, as Mr. Chandiok mentioned, the angle we're coming from is simply, does it meet the technical requirements the city has in place at this point in time?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that nuance of understanding is very important, especially for everybody in the room, as some of the, just even some of the comments, but just with regards to the presentation as to why it says what it says. I believe also included in the presentation, we would also include some language that's included later in the actual Mural outline plan, correct? That would fall under part of the staff presentation because their presentation is based on that. Mr. Chandiok? Sorry.
Through the chair to the chair, yes.
Okay.
Presentation would take into account some of the considerations in the outline plan.
Thank you. So with that in mind then, because these questions are directed strictly to administration, I just have two technical questions. One, within the plan, it talks about the fact of needing Water Act approval as well as eventually Ducks Unlimited approval. I'm just wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about process as to, is there a reason one has to go before the other? And so I guess the question I would have is, why not see if these approvals happen first and then it comes to council, or would it be a condition that this has to happen first before you can go and apply to have these approvals happen? I'm just wondering if you can talk about the order in which that process should or needs to happen. Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair to the chair, those approvals are granted by province. And so by approving or accepting the outline plan, council isn't necessarily granting approvals to any of the applications. If council chooses to approve this application, the applicant can then go ahead with provincial approvals prior to subdivision occurring, which is the stage where all of these approvals will actually come into play. The actual development of land. Prior to actually developing the land, the applicant will have to produce all these approvals for them to be able to produce an engineered design of XYZ. So this is more so, again, at an outline plan stage. At this point, it's not an approval to go ahead and develop the site. It's barely an approval to say conceptually this idea fits the realm of how we want to develop as a city. And then based on that, we will have more detailed engineering, subdivision, prior to which all of those approvals would be required.
But why wouldn't you get the approvals first? Because then it demonstrates that there is support. That's what I'm getting at. So is it because you would need this? Is this a requirement to be able to go to the province for those approvals? I guess would be my question. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, for the question. Through you to council. Really, it's a practicality sense. As we're aware with some other projects in the city, Water Act approval takes a long time. In your Water Act approval, you need to say what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what the final outcome is going to look like. If you don't have support from council in at least the concept, it's difficult for an applicant to go to the province and say, here's what I'm going to do. Now, to Mr. Chandiok's point, by council saying we approve this general concept, it doesn't mean the province is going to say, yes, go ahead. They might not approve that, or they might come back with other requirements, at which point it would then come in front of council. But there's no legal requirement to get the outline plan before the Water Act. It's just practically not prudent to go get a Water Act before you at least have an outline plan. Because remember, that's still a high-level statutory document. There's a lot more processes after that that come with that Water Act approval.
Great, thank you. Council, any further questions for our administration? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney, to Josh, David. Can you, on your presentation, the page 12, the second point, the Rocky View School was not support of the application. Can you a little bit explain about that? I just need more clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Randhawa. So through our circulation to internal and external stakeholders, we send it to all the applicable school boards. Rocky View Schools noted that they're not in a position to support the outline plan as there is not a school that was shown in the proposal. So through further, I guess, clarification with them, like to gain more clarification, they base their, I guess, need for school on an entire quarter section. This outline plan takes up approximately 40% of the quarter section. They also base their approval on the 1,000 to 1,200 unit count, and this proposal has 485 units. So without, I guess, them seeing the future development, they weren't in a position to support it. But through those clarifications, this outline plan alone wouldn't trigger a new school in the outline plan.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, and again, you'll have another opportunity for questions to administration at the end of the public hearing as well. Any other questions for administration? Seeing none, then I believe we're going to have the presentation now from the applicant. So I'm not sure who's presenting on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor, the councillors, for giving us this opportunity to present.
Yeah, sorry, good afternoon. If I could just get you to, real quick, introduce yourself.
Yes.
And then we're just going to take care of one matter of business. So if you just introduce yourself, then we're going to take care of one matter of legislative business and then let you go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, so my name is Chiranjeev and I'm representing Mural.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So within the legislative process for this, there is a provision that the applicant's presentation is limited to 15 minutes unless there is a motion from council to extend. We have a recommendation from Administration Council that we extend the time limit for this to 30 minutes. So could I have a councillor make the motion to extend the time limit to 30 minutes, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move council extend the time limit for the applicant for bylaw number 02925 Mural Land use bylaw amendment from 15 minutes to 30 minutes.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So there will be a clock that Legislative Services will put up on the screen, and it will be very, very similar to the Oscars, that when you hit the 30, the mic's not going to go down, but I get the power to shut the mic off. So, but there will be a clock that will start here when you begin your presentation. But good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, so hi, thank you again, Mayor and the Council, for giving us this opportunity to present. So just want to say a few words, and then Bart is our planner and he'll take over. Planning a development is a very long and comprehensive process, and as it should be, right? I mean, it's very important to focus on planning a sustainable and futuristic community that serves the city, the people in it, and the people who aspire to be in it. We always wanted to do something in Chestermere, and we saw an opportunity to do some good and add value to the city. So we started planning this community about 30 months ago, and this is what we were thinking about pretty much every single day and night. We met with the administration many times, almost too many times, and I'll thank them for their patience with us. We looked at the East, and it has a unique character, and unlike the West, and we wanted to do something different. We were eyeing to build a smaller scale boutique and artistic community. We tried to dig a bit into it and tried to understand that why that wasn't already happening. First of all, there were zoning restrictions that were changed in 2023. And even after that, a lot of people own land there and cannot really do much with it. And that's not by choice. That's by servicing constraints, as there is very limited to no access to services. And there are a lot of different people who own smaller parcels in which, if they even wanted to build their own homes, that just wouldn't make any financial sense because of servicing challenges.
So now we also heard that a lot of people had concerns regarding the development of land there. Like during our interactions with the public and our focus groups, we understood a few things. We understand that density is a big concern among the neighborhood, and it often is in any community. And we are here to explain how we've shaped this plan around what the residents told us in our interactions with them, and Bart, our planner, will just speak to that in a moment. I would like to point out that density does not always mean overcrowding. We are not adding any apartments, any cramped lots, as we do understand and really love the feel and character of Chestermere. And that is what drew us into this place in the first place. We are balancing large lot single-family homes with 3-car garages, slightly smaller homes for people looking to upsize, and a small percentage of the land that we have proposed is dedicated to townhomes or entry-level homes for people trying to own a home for the first time, the elderly trying to downsize, or basically people in different stages of their lives. What we are trying to achieve is attainable housing and by responsible service planning by investing in the city's infrastructure like the lift station, water mains, and other things expanding east where they do not exist right now, and the benefit of which will be reaped by hundreds of residents which might or might not decide to live in Mural. I would also like to point out a very common misconception. The city's growth direction comes from the city's long-term and well-thought-out policies and not developers. The density expectations are set by the city in their MDP, ASP, and outline plans that consider not just today, but 15, 20, 30 years from today. And I would also like to mention that considering feedback from all sides, we reduced our proposed density to even lower than the city's recommended density in the new MDP. So after 30 months, many iterations, 15 to be precise, 2 public open houses, focus groups with builders in the city, and a few gray hairs starting to appear in my beard, here we are. I would like to invite Bart from Carswell Planning to present something and shed more light on how we have arrived to the concept that we have now. Thank you.
Mayor, councilors, thanks for this opportunity to speak. I won't need the whole 30 minutes, but it's nice that you gave it to us. So Mural is in the East Acreages. You can see in the PowerPoint here. Just see how this works. Yep, we're good. Okay, contents. We're going to discuss why here. Why this location? The need for more dwellings in Chestermere. The development concept, the phasing, the housing types offered, the housing diversity, the servicing, the network connectivity, the efficiency of the grid. This is a more traditional form for planning, and planners are going back to that due to its efficiency and cost savings. Transportation, pathways and parks, which we have a lot of. Amenities, which we also have a lot of, which will help not just this area, but the surrounding people to come to. What we heard from our 2 open houses, and thank you for councilors who showed up for the second open house. It was very well attended. Thanks. How we address these concerns and policy support. Now, administration's already presented a lot of what I'm going to show you, so I might skim kind of quickly on some of those aspects. I don't want to waste your time. I'm sure you appreciate that. Okay, so why here? There's big reasons why. One, the municipal development plans marked it as an area that you want to have residential development. 2, Chestermere needs new housing to handle the population projections. And you got a lot of population moving here. Chestermere is very popular. You offer quite a package. And 3, this development will expand not only sewage services, but also water services to the east and eventually stormwater. And I want the public to know that these costs are not something that taxpayers are bearing. These are upfront capital costs on the part of the developer. And the Mural Outline Plan is an effort of numerous meetings with administration and numerous revisions to get to where we are today. And it's taken 30 months. I've been involved in the last year and a bit. And the open houses, we felt were quite successful, and we got to meet the people and made changes from those open houses, which we'll show you. So this is important. This is what your municipal development plan talks to. That you've got a lot of people coming to Chestermere, and you've got a forecast of households that Mural is only accounting for a little less than 10% of that need. Okay, and planning takes time. First we have to get the approvals, then we have to put in the infrastructure, then we have to build the houses. It'll be a number of years before this comes to fruition. So now is the time that when development comes forward, we should be seriously looking at supporting it, because that 2039 is going to happen before you know it. So if we've got a total dwelling count of 14,500, that's a difference of 5,200. Mural offers 485 of that. So again, here's the development concept. You've seen that. So I don't want to dwell on it too much, but we are providing connectivity, high quality housing, and community amenities with a central pond. That's the focus. And there's going to be a pathway around that. There's going to be outdoor gymnasiums. There'll be a couple of gazebos. And that's a place where people can go to meet and where they can, take their dogs for walks, sit on benches, get to meet the community. It's a hub. This is going to be done in phases. So phase 1 is just, as you see on the upper left, and there's an interim pond for that. And then when phase 2 comes, that pond will be moved, and then further development will happen. And then phase 3, more again, and then eventually that pond is scaled down to what you see in phase 4. So the first phase is going to need some major servicing, okay? It's going to need a pump station for sewage to be pumped from the area. It's going to go to gravity to that. That's the gray area below the storm pond. It's all by itself in phase 1. And then later on, as development proceeds east and north and so on from this site, they're going to need that pump chamber. That's part of what the upfront costs are for this developer. Also, they're going to have to put in the water lines, and it'll be a loop system. So let's go to the housing types offered, okay? So people want to see, well, what's going to be there? What's it going to look like? Is it going to be nice? Is it going to provide affordability? Is it going to provide choice? Or is there going to be some upscale? And here they are, basically. We've got the single detached, and as Chaz mentioned, Churjev mentioned, we have like 3-car garages. They're semi-detached, which if you do them correctly, and you can look like a larger house. We've got townhomes, and then we've got some rear lane development as well. So this provides attractive housing, choice, and affordability. So we did a housing diversity chart here, okay? So basically, we understand that Chestermere is primarily single family, some semis. So we focused on that as being in character, but a third of that will probably be townhomes. Okay, so if you look at it in the breakdown, you'll see that we've got 7.72 units per acre, which is slightly less than 8 units per acre. And that's what we heard at the public hearings, that people wanted a little less density. So that's reflected here. We also heard that they didn't really like the idea of apartments, so we've tried to steer away from that as well. Servicing. So there's a lot on that. I mean, you're seeing everything. So the blue is representing the water, and you can see it's a loop system. And the sewer lines are shown there in the red, and the storm pond's in the center, and it's being fed by the green lines, which are stormwater lines. So the beauty of a grid system is it allows for easy, quick installation of this. It's affordable. It's easy to not only capital costs, but also operational costs in the future. So servicing, if we can service Mural, which you see in the center there, it can then support the east acreages around it. And there's a lift station example, and there's an arrow showing where it's going to be. That's critical. If we're going to allow for the city's utility master plan to be satisfied to serve a much larger area than the developer's constructing. And they're front-ending the entire cost of this infrastructure. It enables the neighboring properties that are also shown in orange to hook up to sanitary services once Mural is developed. Okay, and also it's not mentioned here, but the water as well is also front-ended by the developer, and that provides hookups. Network connectivity. It wasn't a requirement of this neighborhood, but we thought we'd do it anyway. So what we've done here is to show the relationship of nodes and links. And if we can meet that number between 1.6 and 1.8, that's the optimal connectivity. And we have. So we're at 1.74. What does this mean? It means it's a neighborhood that people can get around in, visit their neighbors. It's got that sense of community. So the efficiency of a grid, I don't want to go into too much of a planning rationale for it, but basically it provides better designs for neighborhoods these days. It allows for the community to get to know everybody on their block. It allows for cost-effective, efficient utility provision of water, sewer, and stormwater. Provides direct lines from A to B for all modes of transportation, including walking. It provides efficiency for soft services as well, garbage collection, mail package delivery, school buses, emergency services, and also provides future intensification possibilities should the city require it down the road. So we found that the other patterns, the curvilinear, not too bad, but the idea of cul-de-sacs and so on, I mean, there's a saying that some of the planners use, is called dead worm streets. And that basically they all sort of go all over the place. And when you get into these neighborhoods, it's very hard to find your way around unless you have a GPS. So the grid system is much simpler. And this is the transportation system with the grid. So we've got connections into Mural from the west, from the south, from the east, and also future connectivity to the north. The parkway bisects the quarter section through the north-south connection. And we're collaborating with the city to dedicate 9 meters of its land towards the East Lakeview Road and 4.5 meters to Range Road 281 for future expansion on the east. So the reason we have to give up all the expansion in the west is because it's built up on the west already. So we're taking the brunt of it, and that's okay. And we're still going to put the trail systems within that. So transportation. As mentioned, we had a transportation impact assessment by Bunt, and the Mural traffic can be accommodated on the existing road network. And there's timing for a future road network improvement dependent on a wider growth area. So that would be eventually a connection up to Highway 1, which will tend to focus more of the traffic away from the concerns that people had to the west. Pathways and parks. There we got 6.1 acres of parks, 4.8 acres of water body with gazebos walking around it, and a walking path through the entire community for whether it's dog walking, cycling, or other uses. We wanted to make sure this was a well-connected neighborhood with a lot of pathways. Amenities. This is some of the examples of what could be there. We've got gazebos, outdoor recreation, neighborhood scale commercial. The idea of the commercial is to have a kind of like a corner store feel, and the trails go right to it. And the idea there was so that kids can go safely to it without having to worry. So we've given a lot of consideration to families. This is what we heard from our 2 open houses. The first open house, we had 200 invites, 50 people attended, 10 in support, 12 against. The second open house, we had 250 invites, 75 people attended, 33 in support, 14 against. And you've heard this already from Josh, but I thought it's worth saying again. There was a general consensus that larger parks, greenways, and pathways provided greater connectivity and amenities. There was a preference for single-family or estate homes on large lots. It was suggested that lots on the west side could have larger frontages to complement large lots west of the subject lands. And there was concern that density would lead to more traffic, and administration recommended a little more open space, which we provided. So I'd just like to address that one question about the larger lots. Basically, we have to meet a certain density. And so the density of 7.72 is what we're providing now. So if we limit it to just single-family or estate homes on large lots will fall short of this goal. And you won't meet your population and household targets. So we replaced the low-rise apartments for townhomes. We could do that at least. And we've increased the single lot family frontage on the west from 50 feet to 75 feet. And that was the big one for the people next to us. And we want it to be compatible. And so we've reduced the number of lots. We've increased the size of those lots. And the transportation impact shows those future connections on Highway 1 could alleviate traffic concerns. And revisions showing the wider roads on East Lakeview Road and Range Road 281 will also help when the city has that on their capital projects agenda. So we've maintained larger parks, greenways, and pathways, and we've also provided more trail connectivity. So policy support. I really don't need to get into the policy support. We've heard from administration that it meets your municipal development plan, it meets all your goals, it meets your transportation master plan, your utility plans, everything. So in terms of good planning, I think that's been satisfied. So to conclude, Mural potentially represents 485 households that will be future residents for Chestermere. They're not here to speak. We speak for them today. So that's important to think of in terms of what planners do when they bring forward a large neighborhood forward. Is it the right neighborhood? Is it a place that you would like to be in? That's what we're trying for. So we have a sense of pride in what we've provided in Mural. We've gone through 14 revisions. I hope we've got it right this time in terms of how it's evolved. I want to thank administration. They've been instrumental in making sure that it's where it should be, and I want to thank the public. It's also been very instrumental in making sure it's something they can be proud of as well. We're looking at housing choice, affordability, sense of community, and that's a difficult thing to pin down, inclusion, and open spaces. So we believe it represents good planning through a collaborative effort with all those involved, with the municipality and the administration, with the public. We've tried to make this something to be proud of and to blend in and to be something that Chestermere can support. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the presentation, appreciate it. Before moving on to the public portion, I want to open up the opportunity now for council for any questions that they may have of the applicant. Before doing that, I just want to clarify one thing. This council took a very strong stance on the 8 UPA. And I just want to clarify something that, yes, our current municipal development plan does say should. Language is a funny thing because there's different ways that you can interpret should. It could also mean could. It also means it doesn't have to. So when we were a part of, I think that this is really important for everybody to understand. When we were a part of the Calgary, wow, I just did it. When we were a part of the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board, CMRB, part of being a part of the CMRB included what was called the growth plan. When you were a part of the CMRB, which was not voluntary, it was mandated by the province to be a part of the CMRB, under the growth plans was that 8 units per acre. So when I start saying 8 UPA, because I'm going to start going into acronyms, so 8 units per acre, right? So 8 UPA. That was a shall. So when you do a development, you shall be that. And that was very much dictated by the growth plans that were existed with the CMRB. The CMRB ceased to exist, I believe, in April, either end of April or beginning of May 2025. The CMRB no longer existed. With the now no longer existence of the CMRB, the 8 UPA requirement is gone. It is no longer a requirement like it used to be when we were a part of CMRB. CMRB has now morphed into this new identity, currently known as the Regional Roundtable. The Regional Roundtable does not include a growth plan, and those discussions are just starting as soon as actually Chestermere is hosting the next Regional Roundtable meeting that's involving 6 other municipalities. But I really wanted to clarify on this piece. It absolutely does say should, Part of the reason why it says should has to do with the economics of a development. Part of it have to do with servicing. Part of it has to do with OSLs. However, I think it's also really important from the standpoint of council and representing councillors and knowing why we were so passionate about changing shall to should has to do with the fact that it is not a requirement of the city of Chestermere to hit 8 UPA. And I think that that's a very important distinction. It does say should. It no longer says shall. And I just think that that's a point of clarity that I want to bring to this conversation as I'm looking at some of the slides and some of the what's been said. Absolutely says should. Just some clarity on that. Okay, Deputy Mayor Naran.
Thank you, Worship. Through you and through Mr. Edney to Mr. Barrett. Just had a quick question with respect to transportation. You're stating that the proposed development would be sustained by East Lakeview Road and 241A. Are you planning on improvements to these roads?
So through the chair to Deputy Mayor, these improvements are something that has to come from the city of Chestermere in terms of capital projects. What we have done is say, okay, we understand there'll be expansion and widening of those roads. We will dedicate lands at the subdivision stage for those lands and give them to you. 9 meters on the west side, along the whole west side. On the east side, it'll be split 4.5, 4.5, with the landowners on the other side of it as well for 281. As far as 241A, it's already got the 9 meters right away.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And a question through yourself, through administration to you, our presenter. Similar question, well, related question. I see you have a parkway kind of lined vertically, or I guess north to south in the center of the proposed development. I know that I access that side of the city quite frequently, and 281 has a lot of traffic. So I'm wondering if that's been considered. There's only one entrance from 281, and you'd be surprised how much traffic will enter that community from 281. So has that been considered as part of the road plan for that parkway called Future Row here on your presentation?
Through the chair to Councillor, excuse me if I don't say it correctly,
Worzanowski.
Worzanowski. We actually have our transportation engineer here today. I think it would be best if he comes up and addresses that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Brandon McMillan, Bund Associates, transportation engineers. Through the chair, we did consider traffic going from 281 into the community, and in respect to the east-west roadway, that need to be a parkway or a improved classification. It's not anticipated to carry those traffic levels to reclassify the roadway to a collector or a connector in the Chestermere TMP. At the subdivision stage, this stuff is always looked at again if any other improvements are needed to the internal road network.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can't hear you. Sorry. Can we? Okay, sorry. Can we try that again? Sorry, and we'll just encourage everybody that's presenting to speak a little bit closer to.
Our traffic impact assessment considered traffic going from 281 into the internal subdivision on that roadway. That information is always looked at again in the subdivision stage to see if the classification of the roadway needs to be improved from the local that it's classified as now or more. But yes, we did consider that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you.
Sorry. What we can't have during the public hearing is people talking from the gallery, but we will follow that up, and there is still opportunity coming as part of people are going to be wishing to speak in favor or against. And so if part of your statement in favor or against is in the form of a question that council can then address, I would welcome that opportunity when we get to that stage of the presentation. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you with your endorsement, my questions are about transportation too, so you better just come on up. I think you'll get a lot of them. So you were talking about the study that was completed. What I'm really curious about is what was the subject area of that study? Basically, where did you stop doing your analysis? What was the boundary that you stopped doing your analysis?
So on the north side, Highway 1 and Range Road 281, then heading east on Merganser Drive, East Lakeview Road. So we look at intersections and then the links north, south, east, west of those intersections. So this that'd be the north side. We looked at 281 and its intersection with Township 241A, then heading west, East Lakeview Road and 241A, and then all the way south to Range Road 282 and Township Road 240.
Township Road 240?
Yes.
Okay. Where's 240? Do you mean 241?
No, it's south by like the south end of Chestermere. The reason we looked at that was it's an Alberta highway, and we wanted to be able to speak to any like major connectors that the site would add traffic to on highways, so Alberta Transportation could get their information as well.
Got it. So a follow-up question for that. What are you, what and how are you defining collector roads, the bigger roads in this community?
It's based on two things, like operationally, like does it connect with a local road or an arterial? Because an arterial would lead to collectors, but it's also based on traffic volume. And here, none of the roadways based on the 400 and some units and it's be able to access from the west, east, and south. Like the traffic is spread internally pretty well, so it's all under 2,000 vehicles per day, which is generally the threshold for needing improvement to a collector roadway.
Okay. Councillor Sambo, you're flinching on me, so I can't tell if you're wanting to go. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I didn't hear which road you were talking about redesignating. Are you identifying a collector road in that area?
Well, the north-south roadway internal to the site is a park. I forget the term, but it's not in Chestermere's TMP. There's local, collector, and then parkway. Yes, parkway. Parkway is more of a livable street, low traffic speeds. But it's like a major connector for foot traffic or bicycles as well. So you wouldn't want as many vehicles on the parkway. That's why, like, it's the north-south connection. Most traffic will come from 281, where the local is connected to, but it's not at a level where that local road needs to be a collector to service vehicles.
So what I'm hearing is currently there are no nearby designated collector roads. There's no bigger
281.
roads.
Oh, externally of the development area there is. So 281 and 241A. The boundary of the site are collector roadways.
Your Worship, can I ask a question through to administration? Is this an appropriate time?
Two admin will come at the end, so maybe just park that one.
Thank you.
When admin comes back. Okay, thank you. I just have one more follow-up on transportation since you're there. I apologize. You may have said this or maybe in here and I just missed it, so I apologize if I have missed this along the way. Within your transportation study, how many cars do you anticipate that this development, new vehicles, do you anticipate that this development would bring to Chestermere?
So during peak hours, it's about one per unit, so 400 or so. That includes in and out vehicles. So in the PM peak hour, about 75% of traffic is heading in, 25 out. 300 vehicles coming in from all sides, 25% or 100 out.
So you anticipate that with 484 new units, that it is adding 300 cars?
400.
400 cars, sorry. With 484, you're thinking that's going to be adding 484 cars.
One per unit. So
One per
480,
unit.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Cool. Well, I guess I have a transportation question on the Parkway Road. Without the adjacent properties being a part of this development and the Parkway Road essentially ending on the north end of this development, is there a future plan to collaborate with future development in this community to build out that Parkway Road?
Through the chair, I think I could probably handle that. That's more of a planning question. So it was asked by administration that we provide future connectivity to the north, not just for transportation, but also for services for water, sewer, stormwater, which we've done. So that was at a request of administration to provide that connection. What we want to make sure is that this doesn't preclude further development for surrounding lands, and that's why it's there.
And just switching gears a little bit, my question that I had lined up here was about the neighborhood commercial node. I've noticed here in your presentation that you referred to a corner store feel neighborhood scale commercial on the east entrance of the community, and you have this like high street similar to what's in the UK. Not so much in Alberta, but certainly a UK street. And I really like those streets, but I don't see that becoming on here through the way this development is scaled. Is there, sorry, actually, might be through administration, to administration through the chair.
If it's to admin, we need to wait.
Oh, sorry, I had a question about that. Okay, never mind. Were you reflecting on something like this, or was this part of the development to have a commercial node built by developer, or is that land going to be brought later?
Yep, through the chair. The idea of a neighborhood store, this is a point that people come into the neighborhood if they're picking up some quick groceries or milk or whatever. Also like maybe a candy store for the kids and stuff like that. But we really can't predict what the store owners will be. What we can do is make sure that it's a good location. We can make sure that it's got the trail connectivity. There's a park next to it. Mm-hmm. So if there was some food offered and people wanted to go eat it at a bench close by. So that's what we can provide. We kind of try to attract that neighborhood feel. But that's something that comes later. We've got subdivisions still at stage. We've got development permit stage. We've got building permit stage. And we've got designs that come in at that time. Right now, we're just saying somewhere here.
Somewhere here, okay.
Okay.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just had one final question about transportation I just want to follow up on. And that has to do with given Chestermere's context. So given Chestermere's context that currently we have some transit, but quite limited, especially on that side of the city. I'm wondering how the standard was chosen for one car per unit. Because I'm thinking about the presentation we had this morning with secondary suites and the long conversations we're having about trying to figure out where we're putting all of our cars. And I'm curious as to why that standard was chosen, given the Chestermere context, given the fact that I'm not sure we have many homes in Chestermere with only one vehicle. So I'm just wondering why that standard of one car per unit was chosen.
Through the chair, the trip rates are based on Institute of Transportation Engineer collected data for single family developments. The one per unit is during peak hours. It's like not everybody in the full community goes at the same hour, like makes that trip, but the daily trip rate is 10 per unit. So that's 10 trips happening per home per unit or per home. And those are spread throughout the days. We look at the peak hour in the operations analysis of the surrounding intersections to see what improvements are needed. One per unit it's the most like researched trip rate is residential and commercial.
Sure. So I'm no transportation expert, nor do I play one on TV. So I'm just going to try and say this back, and maybe you can just help me understand.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to understand is, I think a question that many community members would have with regards to this is, so you're basing it on trip rate. So when that car is moving, and our constituents are also going to want to talk about when all those cars are parked and where they are, and then you're basing it on the data of this particular number of cars. So let's just pick 450 because it's easy. So we have 450 cars that are coming to this new neighborhood, and only 300 of them are going to be moving at this one time. That's what your study is based on, because that's what the study showed, that at peak hours it would add that many at peak hours. What about the other 184 cars that are still in the neighborhood? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how the transportation studies reflect the concerns that people would have with the further increase of volume of vehicles coming into the neighborhood.
Feel free to follow up again. But so we first count existing traffic data on all the surrounding intersections, do the trip estimates, and we can back up that rate of 1 per unit, 10 per day based on those existing counts, because we know how many units are in the area. You can check the PM peak hour, the AM peak hour, and compare that with the daily rates that we count. And it's almost always in residential areas, PM peak hour times 10 is the daily. It backs up use of the ITE trip rate of 1 per unit. And yes, when we do the analysis, we're looking at the worst case time of the day that the road network needs to accommodate the traffic on it, which is the peak hours. So the trip generation of 1 per unit is in the peak hour. And that's our scenario we're analyzing in the study.
So if I was to put this simply, this is what you said, this is what I heard. What you count and concern yourself with is when cars are moving, not necessarily when they're parked at home.
Right, that's correct. We do parking studies, but not as in a land use.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's the rub in what we're talking about, right? I think the rub in what we're talking about is you're giving a number of 300, which makes sense that at that time, because I don't doubt that you're wrong in terms of what you're saying, in terms of we're going to, at the peak time, that many more cars are going to be moving.
Sorry.
Yes?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, now they're moving. But that doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't take into account the amount that there are more vehicles within that neighborhood.
No.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. Yeah. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll be short. You can stay up there for the last question.
Wow.
Through yourself, to administration, and to you, I just want a clarification on the traffic study. Do you have a model of the current traffic, and did you do some predictions based on what you would expect based on current usage and the expectation of increased traffic within this area?
Through the chair, yes, we did that, and we added traffic from other future developments that haven't proceeded yet, up to the 70,000 population of Chestermere scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other, Councillor Grant.
Not traffic, you can sit down. Give your legs a rest there. Thank you, Mayor Dean. My question is around the phased-in approach to density. This council has demonstrated that we prioritize a phased approach to our density land use types and not co-locating an R4 next to an R1. I'm wondering if you've taken those ideas into consideration here.
Yeah, through the chair, to Councillor
Grant.
Okay, thanks. Yes, we did. And we worked with administration on this. So they said, well, here you have an R4. Can you put a park next to it to have a buffer between that and the lower density? Yes, of course we can. And we did. And it was so strong consideration for a lot of parks is that the people that need the parks are where the higher density is. The idea of having single-family large lots next to a golf course has been looked at in past times, but now it seems that the people that really need those parks are the people in higher density or medium density. So we've provided that. If I can just flip to the development concept, if you look up in the northeast, you'll see that's R4, and you'll see there's parks all around it, big ones. And those connect down into the park that goes, the greenway that goes around the storm pond as well. And that further connects up to everything on the perimeter as well. So we've tried to look at things in terms of the distance to parks and it satisfies the short distance within a 10-minute walk for everyone.
And thank you. And Councillor Grant, you teed up my next question, which is great. So if I may, I'm just going to go this and I'll come right back to you if that's okay. Can I just finish? Absolutely, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. So I completely agree that the multifamily that you have in the, what would that be, northeast corner is probably a good location. The other multifamily is one that I would have concerns with just because of the location to the large lot acreage owners there. And to me, they're the ones that are going to be sensitive in the area. So I think some attention to that could have gone a long way in mitigating some of the concerns that we're seeing today.
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Grant. We did talk to administration about that, and it's not shown on here, but the multifamily to the west has a buffer to the semis next to it. It's a gradual, it's not to the large lots right away, it's to semis. And there will be a buffer, a vegetated buffer, and a good setback, and then it's anticipated that there'll be some parking north of that, so the buildings themselves will be quite removed. And you can see that we've done a gradation of our densities. So we try to put the semis next to the singles, and the towns next to the semis if necessary. So it's all considered. As I said earlier, we went through 14 revisions until we hope we got it right. And that was with administration's help, and also with the open houses provided a major assistance to those lots to the west. And we hope that they're satisfied and happy with that, because they're large estate looking lots, and it provides a buffer as well.
Thank you. The R4s, are they R4s or DC R4s?
So we came in with R4s with the anticipation of the flexibility of what R4 offers, and that's townhomes as well as apartments. And we're thinking like a 3-story walk-up or something like that. But we are thinking that the market is probably more, and it's more character to have the towns. So this is something that can come later, plan a subdivision in terms of what it'll be. The idea of phasing is so that it gives a chance for the market to see, what is it that the market's interested in.
Sorry, but to be clear, it's R4s, not direct control R4s.
Yeah, it's called the low-rise multi-unit, and everything that designation provides.
Correct. Meaning that without it being a DC R4, every permitted use that is under the R4 could possibly go there.
It could, yes.
Right. So, okay.
Okay.
So okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, gotta flip. There we go. Sorry, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, now we're going to move to the public hearing portion where we're going to have some questions. We've been back for almost an hour and a half now. What I'm going to suggest is that we take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come right back, and the people that are speaking in favor of it, council and public. I know that we all want to say hi, but I'm going to suggest that because we are taking a break during a public hearing, that council, that we're not engaging with the applicant or public at this time, just for the fact that we are in the middle of a public hearing on a matter that obviously has a very high interest. So we'll take a quick break to allow everybody just to reset. We'll come back at 2:30 and start with people speaking in favor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're coming back from our break here, going back into our public hearing. And we're going to be moving on now to the public presentations. And these public presentations will be the ones that are speaking in support of Bylaw 029-25. So what will happen now is I will be starting with the sheets that I have been given, and I will be going in order, calling people up in the order that are here on the sheet. And when you come up, if you could just please state your name and then you'll be given 5 minutes to speak to the matter. There will be a clock that'll be on the screen over here on this side of me, and so you'll be able to my right, you'll have the sign, the clock counting down. And as I stated before, it'll be like the Oscars. When you hit the 5 minute mark, I'm going to turn your mic off and away we go. One of the things that I want to encourage all of us in the gallery is that this is a legislative government process, and this is not a debate. And so you may hear some things, whether somebody is speaking in favor and or against a certain right now, and we apologize. It is not time for open debate during this. And so if we can just be respectful, allow people to say what they're going to be wanting to say, whether they're speaking in favor or against, that would be very, very greatly appreciated. What will happen as well is if you would like to phone in, so if you would like to phone in, the phone number for calling in is 587-579-3099. Again, that's 587-579-3099, and that will provide you the opportunity to speak. Right now we're going to be for everybody who is speaking in support of the bylaw. That is the phone number on which you can call in. I will also be turning to legislative services for anything that may have been sent in after the deadline to make sure that we record all that information. And finally, if you submitted a written response, we will not be reading that out loud. It is part of the public record. So with that, we are going to be going now through the order on the sheet, and I will do my best. All of you have incredible handwriting. Thank you so much for the amazing handwriting that all the residents of Chestermere have. You've made my job very easy trying to read your name. So the first one that we have is Sukhdeep Dhaliwal is the first name that I have on my list. Okay. Sorry, thank you. So, sorry, the question that did come was after I go through the list, I'll be then saying, would anyone else like to speak in support of the bylaw? I will do that 3 times. At that time, you'll be given an opportunity to come and speak. Good? Okay. I don't believe Sukhdeep is here anymore. I don't see him. He's not here. Okay, thank you. Okay, then the next one I have is Fred Delure. Fred, are you? Fred's not here. Okay, the next name I have on here is Gary Ott, speaking in support. Good afternoon.
Honorable Mayor and fellow councillors, on behalf of Lake Erie Estates residents, which I'm a resident there, I'm in support of the proposal development that is going to the north of us. 2 years ago, we presented to try to get a TRR for 5 lot owners in that area. So we presented to the city, and they showed we have drawings done by a planner and so on. And one of the comments that came out of the open house that we had was, well, the density is going to be too high. So 63 people live now on, or be additional, probably 60 people on 39 acres or 40 acres of land. They were all concerned that it's going to be too high a density. And this is our mentality in the world today. We buy 2 acres, or we buy 5 acres, we buy 20 acres, and we say, great, I've got a lifestyle that I love, and that's wonderful. However, then they say, oh, but you must service me. And you said 8 units per acre or per whatever dwellings. And you wondered why the city was saying that? It's the cost of servicing. Here we have a developer going forth, putting in the system for the residents that he is going to develop for, and allowing future expansion for residents in that area. And we are part of that development that we can hook into, which is one of the problems that we're encountering, is that every place we turn, Chestermere's tapped out. So now we have an access point for sewage. And that's why I'm in favor of it, because it gives us an opportunity to have a place to discharge our wastewater. And we understand there's a cost, and we're prepared for the cost. I have no problem paying off-site levies if there's pipes in the ground to hook to, but I'm not going to pay off-site levies for a 10-year promise that I might get a pipe down the road. So that's why I'm in favor of this development going forth. And that's, I speak on behalf of those 5 people, because they're all in favor, and I think there is more. One fellow just left here, he's for it, and that is what I'm presenting today.
Great, thank you. And just as of note, thank you for that. It is part of the process too that a representative can speak on behalf of a group. So totally appropriate for you to be speaking on behalf of a
Oh, you
group.
can mark down 5 people.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so no, that's how it does happen. Is that it's not necessarily a numbers game that we're adding this plus this, and there was no. It's not a versus that, but certainly you are certainly allowed to speak on behalf of a group.
Did it go?
Absolutely.
No.
Okay, thank you. So I believe it's Gerbach. Oh, awesome. Okay, was I close? Yeah. Beautiful. Yep. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. So I'm Gurbakh Singh Bansal. I live in 127 East Lakeview Place. And so I would like to support Bylaw 02925 as we encourage more planned development on the east rather than unorganized development, as planning is better than reacting. Also, it will distribute traffic and access from East Lakeview Road on the Highway 1.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one I have is Ram Sohi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm in favor of this Mural development coming up. We need more lots and we need to build more houses for Chestermere City.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The next one I have is Jaskaran Singh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, Mayor and the councils. It's a pleasure to actually look at the details which your team goes through to present to everybody, and very, I would say, pertinent and strict questions to the developer, looking at, and asking those questions, challenging, which is very good for our society, how it's going to be developed. So that was great. I'm in support of this bylaw, and that's because I'm looking for more development in the city. I came here around 4 years back, away from Calgary. I just wanted to be in a lake city. So it's a lot of people actually love to be in this beautiful city. And I believe more people should have a chance to do that. And I think what I've looked at in the presentation that there are a lot of detached homes, right? It's not a lot of people. When you enter Chestermere on the left side in the Belvedere, we see there are hundreds of houses being built, multi-stories. It's going to be very congested out there, what I see, right? So one thing which I liked about this is that there are a lot of detached homes in there, which is a lot of people's dreams to be. Yeah, the pertinent point of the traffic, yes, I think they're doing calculations and probably the questions are right, so there will be solutions for that. And probably for the schooling and stuff, city will always be looking for more schools. We already need more schools, which I believe is in the master plan somewhere. So that would be great to have. So overall, I support this developer. So thanks.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I'm not sure if this next one is Inderjit or Inderjeet.
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 Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
I apologize. I'm
No worries. Yeah.
trying to. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Inderjeet Singh. So I've been living in Chestermere for the past 7-8 years now. So I'm definitely in support of this development. Especially on the east side, we don't have new developments coming up. So this will give, Chestermere is a booming city, but not like our other neighborhood cities like Okotoks and Edney. So we definitely want to compete with them in the developments. That's the only the possible way to bring new developments. That's how the city prosperity lies. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The next one I have is Manraj.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor and Council. My name is Manraj Pannu and I'm a resident of Chestermere. And I want to express my support to the law and I support the idea of the development. And I believe that it's a positive and well-considered area. And the development represents a meaningful step towards thoughtful growth and a future planning for the area. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next one I have on here is Gershon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Gershon Sidhu and I'm a resident of Chestermere. I'm in favor of Bylaw 029-25. I support the idea of its development, which I believe would help improve services and support and residents near Range Road 281 who have been waiting for this for years.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And the last one I have is Day Ranu. Nope. Okay. So then what I'm going to be doing now is I am going to be, first of all, I believe that we have somebody who is on hold. So I'm going to now, and this is in support, confirming with Lead Services, yes. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. White as she has somebody who is on hold to speak to this.
Good morning. I'm just making sure that they're on. They should be on now. Hello? Hello?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Sukhdeep Bylaw. I would like to speak in favor of this bylaw for the murals. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Me?
Yes, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, and I'd like to continue. I'm in favor of development because in our acreages, this will provide additional services to our areas. And then one question and recommendation is for the sanitary station that is being built. I'm wondering if engineering design could be incorporated into it where sanitary station can be used to offload septic pump out station, which is lacking in our area right now. All the pump out trucks have to go to the city of Calgary, and this would probably could generate additional revenue to the city as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So then, with that, do we have anyone else who is currently on hold? Looking to nope. Okay, so now I'm going to be calling for the first time. So if you have not signed up on the sheet and you would like to speak in support of the bylaw, this is your opportunity to now come and speak in favor. And we just ask that you name, if you just confirm your name, please, and if you are a resident of Chestermere. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the mayor and the councillors. My name is Colin Gill. I'm the resident of Chestermere. I live on Paradise Road, and I'm in favor of this land use. So one of the things I, could be misled with the public, I believe. There's a lot of talk about, an expansion on the roads and all that stuff. one of the things as being this developer or any other developer that's coming in, they pay off the offset levy as we learned today. So this developer will be paying $480,000 per hectare to the city on the offset levies, which in return will help and support the infrastructure of the city. So that is the ideal that is misled the majority of the times that I talk to people in the public. In order to, per se that this does not go through, where are we going to collect that to proceed? So the only other revenue would be is the taxes going up for every resident that, doesn't want to proceed that way, right? So, and then looking at the revenue for the taxes of those 400 units that's going to go in eventually in the future, right? As we learned today. So that is the benefit that we're getting out of this. Aside from the East Acreages, which Suk and Gary has mentioned, we've been waiting. So East Acreages was annexed in 2009. So we've been waiting for the lift station ever since then. So this gives the opportunity to expand, not only expanding the acreage lifestyle that East Acreages presents, and even further developing that area. That by connecting those people, that also generates revenue for the city as to paying for those offset levies when they subdivide into either smaller acreages. So that is a revenue, again, that's a missed opportunity that we would have if this does not proceed as we want it to. So I'm really in favor of that. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Simran Parmar. I live on East Lake Acreage Road. Currently, on that map, you could see it's one of the lots in lot 23, 24, 25. So largely, we are in favor of this development. Certainly, when we had the open house, we had a conversation, and it seems like, there's two recommendations. One was the lot sizes, which were incorporated into the new design. So we appreciate having 100-foot lots not facing 40-foot lots anymore. At least they're 75 foot. Preserves the value of the houses that are opposite of them. The second request was also not to have those houses face someone's backyard. That seems to still be the case. Certainly we've seen some of the development on the west side of the city where you're staring into someone's backyard, which obviously isn't pleasant for people that are, in my case, living there for 18 years. So that would be my second request. Again, largely in favor of this. As Councillor Grant mentioned, it'd be nice to have a little bit of gradation to the density, but specifically for the first line of homes, it'd be great not to be looking at someone's backyard. And will help preserve the value of our homes and just for overall community feel of that area as well. Again, largely in favor, but just maybe perhaps a bit of a tweak there would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Satnam. I am a resident of Chestermere for the last 9 years. I am in favor of this development for a couple of reasons. Over the last 9 years, I've been living and working in Chestermere, and two of the biggest things that people come to Chestermere for is the lifestyle, being able to have your kids play freely, walk your dog, go down to the store, and be able to pick up stuff and come back home. And the second thing is the estate lots, the triple car garages. It's evident that the last few communities that were approved, they don't have the triple car garage or the estate lot. So this community that's coming up is definitely hitting those lifestyle goals of the people of Chestermere who want to upsize or new people that are coming into Chestermere. And it's also an additional bonus that this development helps service the east acreages. I live in an acreage right now, too, not in the east ones. But if I were in the east, I'd be really grateful to have those city services right now as well. But that's why I'm in favor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and the Honorable Council. My name is Jim Sidhu. I'm here to support the bylaw. I feel the economic opportunity that this presents outweighs everything else because the revenue that it will generate to support the city in the future years will make a difference in the growth of the city.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to call a second time now, calling for a second time if anyone would like to come and speak in favor of the bylaw. Calling a second time. Going to Lead Services, do we have anyone who has called in? Thank you. Do we have any other submissions that need to be entered into the record in support? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ledge Services has received 8 written submissions in support of this bylaw. At this time, if council wants to include them in the record, you guys would just have to make a motion accepting them.
Thank you. I think if we just accept them as coming in, then can we have them, Mr. Edney, I'm going to turn to you on this. Can we just have them added then to the agenda package going out, because then I'll just be a part of the public record. And then, so can I have the motion proposed, please, just so we can have a look at it? Council accept the additional written submissions from the public and direct it to update the agenda package accordingly. Yeah, and I think because this is so important, I know that it's intuitive, but I would also like to have it, if it's possible, Mr. Edney, if you're okay with this, to have wording just added and have them emailed to council. I just think that's really important. This is obviously a very passionate project here, and so I just, for transparency, so that everybody just sees that council is interested in considering all of the information that's coming in. Okay, we're good with that? Thank you. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the additional written submissions from the public and direct administration to update the January 27th, 2026 agenda package accordingly and email the submissions to council.
Thank you. And what that means is that when we approve the minutes next week, or sorry, it would be actually February 10th, we'd be approving the minutes, that when we approve the minutes, all of those will be included. So they will be absolutely public record at that time. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking back to Ledge Services, do we have any more phone calls that have come in speaking in favor? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a third and final time. So third and final call for anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the bylaw. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ravi Sher Singh, and I'm also living in the Chesterfield, and I'm in the favor in the proposed developments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Council. I'm in favor on this development.
Sorry, and what was your name, sorry?
Jeevan Kumar Kai. I live in Clearwater Gardens. I'm in
you.
favor on this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jahan Banapal. I live in Chestermere, and I'm in favor of the development. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, just on the third and final call for anyone that wishes to speak in favor. No phone calls. We're good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Now we're going to move to the second portion of the public presentations, and this is for anyone that wishes to speak in opposition. It'll be the exact same process. I will work my way through the sheet that I have in front of me. I will then do the 3 callings. Again, the phone number, if you wish to call in, is 587-579-3099. That's 587-579-3099. Now you are calling if you are wishing to speak in opposition to bylaw 029-25. And so starting with the list that I have in front of me, I'm going to be starting with Holly McDonald. Good afternoon.
Honorable Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Holly McDonald and I live on an acreage adjacent to the land currently being considered for a change in land use designation. I'm right across the road, and for the record, I was not invited to any open house. I want to begin by saying this is not a blanket objection to growth. We understand that our town will continue to grow and we recognize the need for additional housing options. What concerns us is not growth itself, but growth that occurs without the necessary infrastructure, planning, and policy safeguards in place. The proposed change from large lot acreage to higher density land uses, allowing apartment buildings and townhouses, would bring nearly 500 additional families to an area that is not currently equipped to support that level of development. One of the most immediate concerns is our school system. Our schools are already stretched beyond capacity. As we have 2 children in this system, it's brutal. Families are dealing with overcrowded classrooms, limited resources, and uncertainty about where their children will attend school. We are grateful for the progress this council has made to secure new school sites for this community. We are years away, however, from seeing students attending these schools. Adding hundreds of new families without a clear funded plan for additional expansion of educational infrastructure will place additional strain on an already stressed system and negatively affect students, teachers, and parents alike. That this development doesn't technically meet the threshold to add a school does not mean it will not have a significant impact on our schools. Our community facilities face similar challenges. The rec center is aging and already too small for our current population. Programs are full, space is limited, and maintenance is an ongoing concern. An influx of hundreds of new households will only worsen these issues and reduce the quality of life for existing and future residents unless significant upgrades are planned and funded in advance. Traffic congestion is another major concern. I'm sure Waterford technically meant transportation requirements as well, but if you try to go down 17 during rush hour, you know that there's a big problem. And I just heard that I'm going to lose 4.5 meters of my property to accommodate upgrades to 281. How does that happen? Beyond these infrastructure concerns, there is a fundamental planning issue that cannot be overlooked. Absence of clear enforceable policies regarding transitions from low density to higher density land uses in the East Acreages area. Chestermere's municipal development plan was recently updated and now explicitly emphasizes that growth must be managed in the right places and at the right pace, while protecting the character of existing neighborhoods and ensuring infrastructure is in place before development occurs. It also highlights the need for enhanced design rules to support smoother transitions between low and higher density housing. What the plan does not yet provide, however, is the detailed statutory policy framework required for this area. The MDP anticipates that area structure plans or similar plans will define more precise land use policies, including transitions between densities, before zoning and development proceed. Yet no such plan exists for our area, despite commitments made at the time of annexation from Rocky View County. Just because this proposal technically meets the MDP does not mean that appropriate regulations are in place, and the MDP actually acknowledges this. Because of this gap, there are currently no approved bylaws or statutory policies that govern how high-density uses are to transition or interface with adjacent large lot, low-density residential parcels. In Clearwater, for example, the ASP prohibits 4-story apartment complexes next to residential homes. If this isn't appropriate next to R1, why can it be considered next to acreages? Approving a major land use change before these transition policies are in place undermines the intent of the NDP itself. The MDP emphasis on protecting existing neighborhood character requires that detailed transition policies be adopted first through an ASP or equivalent policy tool, so that residents have certainty about how future development can proceed. At a minimum, Council should first fulfill the commitments already set out in the MDP and complete the necessary ASP and transitional bylaw work for this area. Establishing clear, enforceable transition policies before approving land use changes is not just good planning, it's responsible governance. In closing, I ask Council to pause and consider what this decision means at a human level. My children play in our backyard every day. It is their safe space, their freedom, their childhood. Approving apartment buildings and townhouses overlooking our acreage would take that away. For acreage owners, privacy is not a luxury. It is fundamental to why we live where we live. Taking that privacy away is no different than taking the lake from the families who live along the lake or the golf course away from residents who chose to live beside it. These defining features are part of the promise that comes with those homes, just as open space and separation are part of the promise of acreage living. We're not asking Council to stop growth. We're asking you to honor the commitments made to this community and put the right policies in place first, and to protect families who trusted that planning decisions would be fair and thoughtful. We respectfully ask that you not approve this rezoning application and not approve bylaw 02925.
Awesome. Thank you. The next name I have on the list is Gary Oveen. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Council, Mayor. There's not much I can add to what Holly just said because she's my neighbor and we live a couple of doors away, but we're right across the street from this new development. And we moved out here 30 years ago with the idea that we were going to retire here and have space to bring up our kids and enjoy the area. And this development is going to make a huge difference in our lifestyle. Just getting onto the highway. Me and my friend, we sit there and we count the number of cars. You get 5 cars per minute in a time when there's shouldn't be any cars on that road. We used to take walks down 281 when we first moved in here. Never had to worry about a car coming up and hitting you. Well, for the last 20 years, we haven't been able to do any of that just because of the fact that there is so much traffic there. Nobody governs the speed on these vehicles that run up and down 281, and now they're going to add a whole pile more cars to it. So as far as I'm concerned, I think you ought to kibosh this whole situation and do what Holly says. Get the numbers right. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. The next one is Vasil Popinski. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and Happy New Year. Because I
seems so long ago.
2 years. First of all, I live in Lake Erie State, and as I understand it, that you cannot stop the progress, but you can slow it down a little bit because the traffic is unbelievable. You try to get on a Trans-Canada from our side, on the south side of the highway, is unbelievable. You have to wait there, and you are lucky if you get the space to go through. 2 years ago, I have a situation. I'm driving, going east on Trans-Canada, just in an 80 zone area before this turnoff to go home. A guy came in. I saw him long time, and with the bright lights, and I thought he was going west, which I didn't pay too much attention till he almost faced me head-on collision. If I didn't move out on a shoulder, I won't be here today. Anyway, he broke my mirror, the doors and stuff like that. My wife get hurt. But one thing I like to see, before you guys change the bylaw, make sure there is an underpass under Trans-Canada so nobody gets hurt. No children with the buses, no big trucks to slow down because they cannot slow down on a dime. And simple thing, I want to see lights from the intersection for the high school there, all the way to Stony Trail to have lights, because at night there is people walking there. You cannot see them with the dark clothes and stuff like that. And sometimes you cannot even move an inch because you cannot see where you're going. So I'm a little bit on a side to okay it, but first build up the infrastructure to take the traffic. Big trucks, work trucks, you name it. And I appreciate you guys, everybody coming in, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Going now to Jennifer Allure.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me talk today. My name is Jennifer Allure, and I've been a resident of East Lakeview Road since 2012. And I am in opposition to this development as it stands. When we first moved here, Kinniburg was just beginning to build its show homes. Across the road, I could stare for hours at open farmland and wide prairie skies. The street was dark at night, and the stars felt like they belonged to me. I understood that development was coming, but I also believed that the city would grow responsibly. That trust has been eroded. From the decades-long promise to keep the south end of the lake open and natural, to the disaster of infrastructure along Rainbow Road, to the lack of transit, any sort of mass transit plan, at this point with this population, this city has shown it can't be trusted to handle volumes of growth. As a small local example, as Kinniburg expanded, traffic increased dramatically. East Lakeview Road has no sidewalks, forcing children to walk in traffic to get to school. Over 10 years ago, the city promised a short pathway connection from East Lakeview Road to the Kinniburg walking path. That promise has never been fulfilled, 10 years on. Instead, we now have a costly light-up crosswalk that leads nowhere, and the kids still walk in traffic. If the city cannot deliver 20 feet of sidewalk after a decade, why should residents believe any promises that the council or developers may make about this new development? My concerns are straightforward. First, and probably most importantly, is the intersection with Highway 1. It's already so dangerous. I regularly see multiple vehicles piled into the middle of that highway trying to make a west turn to go to the city. And I figure it's just a matter of time before somebody decides to rip through that pile of cars and take somebody out. Adding hundreds more cars without a funded concrete plan for the safety of that intersection is irresponsible and dangerous. Second, Township Road 241A and East Lakeview Road are narrow, single-lane roads with barely a shoulder to walk on. Traffic is already heavy and unsafe. I hear what the developer's saying about, that there will be space left for sidewalks, but I don't hear an actual plan for sidewalks or the widening of that road. And I don't understand how we're expected to take on 500 extra vehicles in that area with such narrow roads. And then I made notes, and some of it's changed since I've been hearing stuff. So, fourth, schools. Chestermere does not have enough schools to handle the kids that are already here, given all the new developments along 17th Ave. East Lake School has been overcrowded since it opened, and the high school is struggling with both overcrowding and deterioration. I understand that there are plans for new schools to come on board and that we're waiting, but those are years out, and I think Holly said that perfectly. Where will the children from this new development go? Will they also be stuffed into buses, and will they be forced to use that intersection of Highway 1? Because that'll be a lot of fun. Finally, and most personal, is the natural space along 241A. Over the years, I have seen thousands of birds use this wetland as their home, along with muskrats, pheasants, turtles, deer, coyotes, and even a moose. As traffic increased due to this construction of Kinniburg, many of these animals stopped showing up. Now we are poised to remove their habitat completely. The same thing happened along the south end of the lake. Council fought for years to keep it free from development, yet the South Shore development is there. Watching heavy machinery destroy wetlands filled with ducks and frogs destroyed my heart, possibly others. What was once a peaceful cycling track surrounded by what was once a peaceful pathway offering nature, mountain views, and stunning sunsets is now little more than a cycling track surrounded by identical, cheaply built homes. There's no variety, no art, and no soul. The same outcome is inevitable here, and it makes me question whether there is any meaningful long-term planning going on. Humans need access to nature for their mental and emotional well-being, yet Chestermere continues to take it away. The people who live on the east side now need safe walking routes, safer intersections, and preserved natural spaces before 100 more residents are added. A sole focus on growth is not progress, it's neglect. Given that growth is inevitable, however, I just ask that we do not approve this development until the infrastructure is ready for it, until the schools are ready for it, until the roads are ready for it. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving to, I think is it Karen right up? Oh, good, okay. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Ronald, and I, so he's next on the list there. And I am familiar with some of the council members just regarding a couple of matters that we've had to deal with on East Lakeview Road recently, namely an illegal church that's operated there for 6 years that have just recently been dealt with by the administration. I just want you to know that my husband and I have lived in Chestermere for 30 years. We've worked here, ran a business, raised our family, paid taxes in full and on time on our half-acre lot that we bought from John Toole way back in the late 90s. We volunteered, and we feel like we've helped to build this city to some degree. We really just wanted to raise our family and enjoy a peaceful retirement in our 60s. We're both in our 60s, and not one that's on a road that has become precariously dangerous, as most people have said here today, and one that we anticipate will be full of, dump trucks with fill and heavy equipment and a number of other unsightly things that we haven't bargained for. In listening to the developer presentation today, we think that the number of residents per home and the cars per home have been ridiculously understated. All you have to do is drive through Kinnenberg at any point in time and just see the number of vehicles parked on the streets and in front of the garages, and to know the number of residents per household. So if this development is anything like Kinnenberg, those numbers are totally underestimated. On any given day on East Lakeview Road right now, we deal with pedestrian traffic, pedestrians who are not familiar with walking in our city because they tend to walk on the wrong side of the road. We have bicycle traffic. We have cars racing up and down the road all hours of the day and night. So traffic is an issue, and I don't believe that the developer has dealt with the traffic issue as well as they could have. Also, the administration for the city said that they feel that the residents' concerns over school have been dealt with. Most recently, Rocky View Schools have just had an announcement that said that, yes, there are 2 schools being built in Chestermere, and they will only catch up with the need that we have as of today. They're not going to provide for any increased need based on what's coming in the future. So I don't think administration can discount the concerns of residents in that matter. And I just guess as a final note, I just wanted to say to the council, why does our MDB plan insist on such a large growth in this city? Right now, I think most residents feel that the city is bursting at the seams and that more growth will only add to that. And one last note, I do volunteer with the Chestermere Whitecappers. I'm in that facility on a day-to-day basis. And if you could hear what the senior residents of the city have to say about the pace of growth and how their livelihoods have been affected, how they have to operate within a 10 to 3 o'clock range just to feel safe in going out in the community, just in Chestermere in general, then you would know that your decisions that you make affect us all greatly. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before you step away, you had mentioned that, were you speaking for both yourself and your husband then?
Yes.
So Ron's not coming up. Is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just put a check mark beside his name then. Thank you. So the next one I have is Carolyn Merritt.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak. I would tell you that, like this lady just spoke of, we also bought a half-acre lot from John Toole in 1998 and have been here for almost 30 years. And I also grew up in the area. I went to Conrich Elementary, and I graduated from Chestermere High School. And the leaps and bounds that the city has grown has become alarming. And I want to respectfully say that both my husband and I formally oppose this proposed land use amendment. Excuse me. I do not lightly, but as deeply concerned long-term resident who cares profoundly about the future of our neighborhood and the direction of housing development being approved within the city of Chestermere. I do know that a lot of the other residents that are near us, and when I say near, sometimes I grew up in a rural district, so near could be a mile away, so I'm not talking a block away. But we all have the same concerns. I would say as well, and agree that the other comment that was made about not a lot of people did not receive invitations to either of the open houses, and we were shocked at being very close to this community or this proposed development, that was not taken into consideration. We spoke about that at the first open house, and we had thought by the time the second open house came around that they would expand their reach and get more people in the know of what is going on and what is proposed. And that was clearly not the case as we attended both open houses. A defining and irreplaceable amenity of this area is the lake, which is central to the lifestyle, beauty, and value of the surrounding neighborhood. Many stunning homes back onto the lake or sit immediately across from it. The open space and lake concern setting are the very reasons that families like ours chose to build and remain in this area. And at the moment, our plan was to stay retired in this moment, but I would tell you that we are having serious considerations in our lack of belief of the administration and how they are approving growth in Chestermere does not deem it a retirable community for us. The purpose of this letter, we just want to make sure that we write as very concerned residents. The proposal threatens to fundamentally change the character of this neighborhood that we have called home for nearly 3 decades. It is deeply troubling that the developer of this small pocket of land has openly stated they have no experience in residential development. This was confirmed directly by the developer at an open house we attended. Their only prior experience is the construction of a commercial warehouse in British Columbia. Residential neighborhoods shape communities for generations. They are lived in, raised in, and relied upon for generations. They are not experimental projects. The approval of a residential development by individuals with no residential background raises serious concerns about execution, oversight, and not to mention long-term accountability. Residents are, are asking how such an application can be responsibly approved given the permanence of its impact on our community. The proposed development introduces semi-detached homes and multi-story, multi-family homes. I just want to double check because now I understand from the fellow who spoke as the planner that apartment building has been removed. We did not know that. Properties directly across from this site are minimum half-acre parcels, many of which are larger and represent a substantially different housing form. Some of the existing beautiful homes would literally look at the back lane and garages of this proposed development. Consideration was clearly not given to existing residents across the road. Why wouldn't there have been housing product to more clearly match and complement existing homes is an obvious, extremely serious concern. The developer indicated that the density simply matches that of which the City of Calgary has at a standard which the City of Chestermere had adopted. Thank you for confirming that that is no longer a shall and is a should. We did not know that, and I think a lot of people are shocked. And I always say, just because some people do something doesn't make it right that should be adopted. I'm running really short on time. But what I do want to say is that we oppose this development, and we want to make sure that mayor and council be very respectful of existing residents and don't do to the east side what's happening on the west side. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. The next one I have is Miriam.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mason. I'll talk on behalf of my wife. And okay, we don't want to repeat whatever everybody said. We just want to talk about more important for us and our neighbors, because our house is 21 yards from 281. And the most important thing, if we're going to lose 4.5 meters from our land, that means my house will be on the road. We can use it as a sidewalk for that road, which is the original house in the area. Another thing, the buildings on the across from us is gonna be like, we don't know how high it's gonna be. It's gonna be like a building, which is, we're gonna lose our view complete. Because our house, which is everybody's drive on 281, you can see that black house on the road, which is the original house with the barn on the east side of the road, which is, we already got affected big time with the traffic. Everybody talk about traffic. We don't want to say that again, because every day we have 2-3 accidents on the intersection to Trans-Canada Highway. And also, we're gonna miss our neighbors because we cannot live there as an acreage, because it's gonna be very busy. Now we have 5 cars almost every minute, 24 hours. How are we gonna add another, whatever they say, number 400 cars extra? I think there's gonna be more than 1,000. Because we talk about us, we're a small family, we have 6 vehicles. Who can drive his wife's car, or husband's gonna drive, a wife is gonna drive her husband's truck? There's gonna be 2 vehicles at least to every unit, plus the boat and the camper and everything else. We already got affected by leaving that land like that. We got everything dirty on that side, on 281. And for the city, you guys have to pay some attention to send some peace officers or RCMP to stop that monkey business there. I'm sorry to say that. And to add another 400 or 500 houses there is gonna be worse. Traffic, the most important thing. And also, I love my neighbors, they're the best. For sure, when we have something like that, they're gonna move or we have to move. Where are we gonna go? And also for my house, if we're gonna lose that 4.5 meters with the 21 yard from the road, I didn't build that house, it's already there. What's gonna happen to my house? That you guys gonna tear it down, or what are you gonna do with it? 3 people got affected big time with that. You guys have to deal with us, not with the people they live on, I'm sorry to say that, on Paradise Road or Kennyburg. We got affected, not them. We're 5-6 people around that subdivision. We got affected big time already. How about when they start building? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And last that I have on the list is Morgan Matheson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I don't want to reiterate what Carolyn and Karen and Jen and Holly said, but I echo the sentiments. I will say that it is a bit disheartening that the majority of the people who are opposed do not live in the area. Some do not even live in Chestermere, and many of whom respectfully didn't stay and they left to hear the opposed.
Sorry, I apologize. You mean the people that spoke in support?
In support, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would like to bring up is during the presentation, this was actually Edmund's portion, when it was brought up about resources and amenities within the area being one of the major concerns that was brought forward by the city. The response from administration was there were additional parks that were going to be built. As someone who does live in the East Acreages, I have been here for 14 years, and I have sat on many not-for-profit boards and still do. I want to bring that focus into everybody's view as well, because that was not mentioned. Since the development on the west side, we just did our mid-year presentation to council, and our numbers for the Chestermere Women's Crisis Society have gone up over 300%. Building a new community with, again, echoing everyone else that is not in favor for this, the roads, the schools. What about the resources? When you bring that many people into town, we're already bursting at the seams, we're not getting enough money, we're filling a gap that the city is not providing. I am not in favor for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, then we'll move to the next portion of this. Again, that was everybody that was on the sheet. I'm going to call for a, before I call for a first time, did we have any, like we had in opposition, did we have any, sorry, in support, I apologize. Did we have any more written submissions come in after the deadline to be included for this ledge services?
To your worship, yes, we did. We had 2 more written submissions in opposition to this bylaw.
In opposition, thank you. So with that, then I believe we'll look for the exact same motion that we had before. Just changing it from in support to in opposition to include those in the agenda package next week.
Through your worship, the current motion actually would cover.
Oh, it's for both?
Both of them, yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you. Okay, so with that, then I'm going to call for a first time for anyone that would like to speak in opposition to bylaw 029-25. Calling a first time. Yep.
Thank you. My name's Michelle Doyle. I live on East Chestermere Drive, and I've been a resident since 2014. When we first moved to Chestermere, it was quite amazing because you could go in your backyard and you could actually hear the birds and that type of thing. And since we've had the development of Kinneberg and South Shore, you really don't hear that anymore. What you hear is sirens. And I understand that we're developing at a fast pace, but I think what's happened is the residents of Chestermere have expressed our concerns to you, and many of you actually heard those concerns as you were campaigning. And we're here again today to say we would like to slow down this development. I'm not opposed to development per se, but I think the change in the bylaw is what is of concern to all of us. Residing on this side, we've heard the concerns about traffic, schools, etc., and I agree with those concerns. One of the things that is alarming is the dangerousness of exiting the community right now. We don't have sidewalks. We're seeing shortcutting occurring in the neighborhood already. So what are we going to do with these additional vehicles? The shortcutting is occurring on East Lakeview Road, East Chestermere Drive, and as you know, there's no sidewalks, and in some cases there's no lighting. And so to walk my dog at night, I have to wear a safety vest because the traffic is ongoing. Another concern that hasn't been discussed is the capacity of our services. So through complaints to bylaw recently, some of our neighbors have been informed that there isn't capacity of our bylaw officers to be proactive. And I have concerns with that because we need capacity in these support agencies and in the RCMP to handle the growth that we're seeing. So that is a concern of mine if we don't have those fundamental structures in place. And then ultimately, I think the capacity, that one intersection where it's a 3-way stop, 280, is it 241 and East Lakeview, if you sit there at any time of the day, you do see, we're not dealing with a couple of vehicles. It's a major exit point for Kinneberg. 2 years ago, I was part of the census, and I'm obviously bound by confidentiality, but I think we all recognize that Kinneberg is a multi-cultural community, multi-generational families live in that community. And what comes with that is a number of adults living in a single family home and driving vehicles. So saying that we're going to have 1 or 2 vehicles per household, I think is not valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that then, still calling a first time call for anyone that would like to speak in opposition. Yep.
Your council, my name is Wojtek. Excuse my voice, I lost it. I'm here in opposition to the bylaw. I live on East Lakeview Road. we heard some funny things actually. 3-car garages, 1 car per household. 2 gazebos for 1,500 residents, okay? Even if your estimates are correct at 1 car per household.
So I'm just going to encourage you to direct your comments to council.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. It's all good.
5, what do we hear? 10 trips per vehicle. Even if 1 per household travels per day, that's 5,000 vehicles in that area every day. Half of them presumably by the police station, the other half on Kinderberg Boulevard, where the school is the bottleneck. I encourage you to vote against this bylaw solely on that. This is a terrible idea. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Do we have any phone calls that have come in with regards to this? Okay, again, the phone number is 587-579-3099. I'm going to call now for a second time for anyone that would wish to speak in opposition to bylaw 029-25. Looking to legislative services, are there any other phone calls that have come in? Thank you. And calling for a third and final time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the bylaw.
Howdy, folks.
Good afternoon.
I'm in opposition to it, and Gary was right. It's 5,000 cars a day, and that 4.5 feet in front of my property is $1.5 million.
Thank you. Okay. With that then, final call, third and final call for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the bylaw. Looking back to legislative services, are there any other phone calls that have come in? No other written submissions that we need to address at this time? Okay, thank you. No, we're not close to that yet. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then when we come back from the 5-minute break, what will happen is that the applicant will now be given time to speak specifically to anything that was brought up in opposition. Right, so that'll be the next part of this process is the applicant has an opportunity to speak to anything that was brought up in opposition, then administration with some final questions from council. Take a quick 5-minute break, come back at 3:40. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and we will now be proceeding with the next section of our public hearing, which is a chance for our applicant to respond to anything that was presented within the opposition, to give rebuttal to those things. There is a 10-minute time limit on this unless a motion is made from council. So why don't we start? And we'll see how the time plays out. So we'll throw it back up on the screen for you like we did everybody else and proceed from there. So good afternoon again.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. This is the hard part. So for me to, through the chair, for me to filter all of the comments that were made, the first thing I need to do is separate from what is applicable to the subject lands versus an opportunity to speak to council about other issues, whether it's sidewalk safety, lighting, Trans-Canada Highway. Those are outside of the discussions, and I'm not going to address those. So what I do want to address is one of the questions on density. We'll start there. So density, okay, certainly the Calgary Metro Region Board suggested 8 units per acre, and that was a shall, and now it's a should. I also noticed you have a policy saying it can be slightly under that if need be, which we are. So we're trying to meet a density because the offsite levy is $480,000 per hectare. And there's no way that we can have large lot, single family dwellings. It would be very expensive lots as well. And it wouldn't go well with your goals of affordability or housing choice or meeting your population and household targets. And it would add further to the cost of those houses to hook up to water, sewer, and stormwater. It would be exorbitant. And so we're trying to find that happy mix. We're trying to find where it's next to larger lots, such as you heard from the one gentleman today. He has 100-foot frontage on the west. We came up with 75. That's how's that? And then there was concern with, looking at the backyards. Well, for those, you've got the width of the road, you've got 10 meters greenway with trails and trees, and at the back of that, you've got a nice, beautiful sort of, not a fence so much as perhaps a nice sort of stone wall or something like that. And then you've got the setback to the house. You won't be seeing those houses. So the buffer has been taken into consideration. The safety of people traveling along those roads has been taken into consideration. We've got trails that can support people walking, biking, other modes of transportation that separate that from the road for safety. And it'll have all the amenities going with it, the benches, the vegetation, and other attributes which are required by Chestermere. And it's a good thing. It's good for marketing. And as far as the density, again, of townhomes versus apartments, we've done some research and we found that the market is there for townhomes, but not so much for apartments. And we see the point of view of the neighbors on that, and we support that. Some really good comments came out in opposition, and we want to incorporate those in, those ones that we feel we can work with, and they make sense. We have someone who's going to speak to transportation, because that seemed to come up, so we'll pull him up. Just want to make sure I addressed everything. Oh yeah, one more thing. Sorry, Brandon. One more thing. There was talk of the 4.5 meters on the east side and the 9 meters on the west side that the developer is going to, the land that they're going to be dedicating to the town of Chestermere. And that is because as development occurs, that can be requested of us. And we're okay with that. Where some people were concerned that they would be losing some of their land, that's not now. That's if they were to come in with a development proposal. It's a give and take. Okay, so and the fear of the traffic and so on, I understand that, the fear of the schools, but those were addressed by administration already. And they're part of your agenda package, so I'm not going to go over that again, but I would like to have the transportation aspects looked at.
Through the chair, I need to try to be very clear on this. One thing that came back up is earlier I mentioned one trip per house during peak hours. That is not a vehicle ownership statistic. Of course, there's going to be 2, 3, 4 vehicles owned per house. The 1 vehicle per house trip means one of those vehicles is on the roadway during 1 hour of the day, or like the peak hour where there's the most traffic on the roadway. In general congestion concerns, so we heard from the public, I would just say the Chestermere TMP, the East Acreage's traffic review, and our study, we all looked at adding future traffic to the road network and what improvements are needed to the road network to facilitate that traffic. Those improvements benefit existing vehicles on the road network and future ones that will be there. And the timing of those improvements is sped up when there's more traffic growth. And the traffic growth is a reality of the increased development. So those things go hand in hand. The improvements can help the existing traffic as well and are needed once there's more growth in that area. A topic of the TIA, the main discussion point really was the Highway 1 and Range Road 281 intersection. And our analysis showed, yes, it is very challenging to turn left onto the highway from Highway 1 right now. And even so in the future with added traffic. So we had interim recommendations, same with the East Acreage traffic review of how to deal with safety and traffic capacity at that intersection specifically. The findings and some of the work we did also looked at illumination on such as street lighting at these study intersections, and there's a recommendation for 4 intersections that are currently or have no lighting to be illuminated. The last point that I heard today was regarding widening or upgrading the roadways bounding the Mural area. Mural is protecting the right-of-way for upgrades to happen in the future for those roadways, and administration may be able to speak more about the timing of when those occur.
Great, thank you. Okay, looking to council, are there any final questions that anyone from council has for the applicant? So next will be administration, but final opportunity to ask any questions of the applicant. Okay, I have one. The question that I have is with regards to the R4 zoning. So given what you said about the view of not apartments, is the applicant open to rezoning or redesignating the R4 to R3? Oh, sorry, your mic got turned off. I apologize. There we go.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so through the chair and council, I've just talked to the developer, and he says he's okay with the idea of changing R4 to R3, if that's what council decides.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe the...
Yeah, absolutely.
If I can just speak to that. So this R4 designation, it was recommended earlier because we had an opinion that, because the one of the multifamily sites is in phase 3, which can be like in 6 to 7 years from now. So we just thought that that decision could be taken at the time, depending on what the market conditions are. But we're totally open to changing both of those into R3s right away.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Administration, is there, we'll start, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Appreciate the conversation that's happened today. And I think I just want to take this chance to clarify just a couple of things that I'm not totally sure everybody necessarily grasped, but we've had some conversations off on the side. So I just want to try to address 2 different things. One being the existing roads, your East Lakeview Road, your Township 241, and is it 281? I guess it would be on the east side. Those are, any work done on those are part of the offsite levy model. So because there's existing traffic, existing residences using those roads, they don't become entirely developer obligation to upgrade them. Mark, correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, but they are part of the off-site levy transportation network, and to the applicant's comments, that's what those off-site levies are captured for, and they're held in an account, and then at some point in the future, as our traffic engineers determine that those roads need to be widened, the city will go ahead and complete that project and widen it on behalf of everybody in the area. So that's why those generally don't get addressed directly in the application at this point. I still think, I appreciate the explanation that just happened, but I think a lot of confusion, and even myself, to be honest with you, when I first saw this application, is around that one trip per house per peak period, right? And I think the applicant just clarified that. That is not one car per household. We all know. I made a comment one time of, I'll give $100 to anybody who can show me one house in Chestermere that has only one car. That's just the nature of our community. It could be, and if I look at my example, I do happen to live in Kinniburg. We have 3 cars in our house. My wife leaves at 6, I leave at 7:30, my son leaves at 9:30, my wife comes home at 2:30, I come home at 5:45, my son gets home God knows when. We have 3 cars, but at any given time, we're making one trip at a time, and I really think that's important to understand. I'm an engineer, I'm not a traffic engineer, but like Mayor Dean says, sometimes I play one in council. So I think that's an important understanding that I gained through this process too, is that 300 trips doesn't mean only 300 cars in the area. It just means 300 cars going during that peak hour where the most traffic is. I think some of the concerns are correct. Yeah, it probably is 5,000 total trips in the area, but when you put into context how many trips are taken in Chestermere every day, it is a significant number. So I'm not saying that the 300 number is the number I would use. I'm just saying, clarifying that doesn't mean that's the number of cars in the area. There may be a desire from council to see what those look like with a larger per trip peak number, but that was really my point of that, is just to confirm, especially for council, that doesn't mean the applicant thinks only 300 cars will be in that community. It just means during the peak hour of travel, there'll be 300 cars on the road.
Thank you. And while your mic's on, Mr. Edney, I just want to address something that's unrelated to this project, but was brought up as part of the public hearing. And that came from a question from Jen during her presentation. And I can certainly appreciate, empathize, and hopefully one of the things that I believe this council is working towards is trying to earn resident trust every day. And so I can certainly empathize with the idea of when you're about to share what you're about to share, there's going to be a show me and I'll believe you. But can you just provide a quick update on the project that she was mentioning with regards to the crosswalk and the 2026 budget?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So yes, that project is in the budget for this year. I think we call it the Colton Court final tie-in. We had some discussions around budget of whatever happened to that project. Again, I can't speak for administrations and council in the past, but we recognized, and this council recognized, that was an important connection to finish. So that is in the budget for this year. I will ensure the team gets it constructed by the end of this construction season for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to address that because we try and get out as much information as we can, and we understand there's lots coming that can come up. So I thought that was important because that has been an ongoing issue, and so I just want to bring that up very quickly. Mr. Chandiak, I was wondering if I can address a question to you. I know that the applicant addressed this. Can you just, for residents, address their concern about losing 4.5 meters of their property, please?
Certainly, through the chair to the chair. At the stage of development, depending on the density a proposal is achieving, at the stage of subdivision or at the stage of outline plan or ASPs, road dedications could be required. It's legal through the Municipal Government Act. The original roads that we have in the city are 20 meter wide, depending on the classification of the road. If it's a collector road or an arterial road, it would need certain width. If the width is going from 20 meters to 29 meters, 4.5 meters would come from each side at the stage of development when someone comes to develop their property and we have the ability to take it at the stage of subdivision of the property. But having said that, nobody's losing their property if they do not come forward with a proposal. We just cannot go ahead and start taking people's land without any concrete proposal as to what we're doing. So that's just a point of clarification that I wanted to provide on the subject. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And the final, I won't say final. The next question I have, and then I'll turn it over to council for any questions they have from administration, because I know that Councillor Sambo and Councillor Schindler had both mentioned that they had some questions for administration. Are there any wetland policies that exist within the city of Chestermere that need to be addressed when it comes to this development? Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair, to the chair, typically at the stage of outline plan, our engineers would request studies related to wetlands. Biophysical study is a study that gives you information surrounding animal habitat and the extent of wetland. I'm sure we've asked for that study, and that has been part of the outline plan process already and is integrated into the overall design of the project. Josh can probably confirm it.
Through the chair, yeah, so I can speak to that as well. So this application, as a part of our internal and external circulation, was sent to Alberta Environment. They confirmed that there was three wetlands in the proposal. They were not Crown claimable, but they just said that through future phases, the applicant will need the Wetland Act approvals for each of those phases. But they were circulated and they have been in contact with the applicant, and their comments have been addressed, as in that the wetlands identified are not Crown claimable, but they just made the note that through future subdivision that those wetlands will need to have further Water Act approval before they can proceed.
Thank you for that clarity. I think I need to clarify my question. I don't think I was clear. I apologize. Is there a city of Chestermere wetland policy that has been considered, reviewed, and determined that that there are no city of Chestermere wetland policies that impact this development? And if we don't know the answer to that, that's totally fine. But I want to, because this is something, this is a concern that's been brought forward. Are there any city of Chestermere wetland policy, so not province, not federal, not any other regulatory body outside of previous policies that have been created within the city of Chestermere that may still exist, including wetland policies? Have we ensured that that all of those conditions have been met? Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair to the chair, I'm not aware of a city-specific wetland policy.
Okay.
Wetlands typically is a subject of provincial matter, and I don't think we have a wetland policy per se.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Council, turn it over to you. I know that Councillor Sambo, I'm not sure if that's already been answered. So Councillor Sambo, Councillor Schindler, do one of you want to go first in terms of a question that you had for administration? If not, anybody else from council have a question for administration? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, many of my questions were addressed, and I'm trying to keep my comments in the questioning realm rather than starting to state an opinion. Really, what I'm wondering here is how would one evaluate whether a certain level of traffic was low or medium or high level of traffic? How would someone evaluate that?
Mr. Chaniok.
Through the chair to Councillor Sandal, I am no traffic expert, but I'll take a kick at it. So when traffic studies are done, international standards are taken into consideration, and they are called ITE standards. ITE standards typically would tell you how much traffic is generated in different types of areas depending on the use that you're dealing with. In case of residential, it would be a different volume that you're looking to capture. In case of commercial industrial areas, because there are trucks and a different kind of traffic in commercial and industrial area, the standards would change. And so typically that's the standard that's sort of taken as a base for calculating what kind of trip generation numbers are we looking at for a particular area. That's what I know of from a planner perspective. Again, I'm not a traffic engineer, so for me to be able to specifically commenting on that won't be correct, but this is what I know.
Thank you. Any other questions from council to administration? Thank you. Any final comments from administration with regards to this particular file as it relates to the presentation? Thank you. Okay, with that, then I believe that we're going to move to the closing of the public hearing. The only other, I did just have one comment. There was a few comments that were made throughout the presentations just with regards to some concerns with current traffic in the area, some current speeding in the area, some current concerns with that. I do want to point out that our our director of city operations, Mr. Mike Fluker, is in the room, and I know that our executive leadership team are very great at listening to concerns as they come up, and so I'm sure that concern has been noted by Mr. Fluker with regards to some current concerns that are in that area, and hopefully we can send some support that way, even to address some current things that you're seeing with some speeding in that area. So I just want to point out that we do hear holistically the concerns that do come up, and again, our director who oversees that is in the room right now. So with that, then I'm going to ask that yes, thank you. Sorry, we'll go to Mr. Chandiak.
Through the chair to the chair, just a point of clarification. There was a wetland policy back in time, effective 7th of October 2013. What I've been able to find through a quick review is it expired on 7th of October 2018. What I don't have in front of me is whether or not was this policy ever extended. So there was a policy which expired in 2018.
But was created in 2013?
Through the chair, that's what the policy says. Effective 7th of October 2013 and expired 7th of October 2018.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Okay. Sorry. Okay. With that, then, I'm going to ask for the motion to close the public hearing. Can I have the motion to close the public hearing, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council close the public hearing for bylaw number 029-25, being the Mural Land Use Bylaw Amendment at 4:06 p.m.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who both spoke in favor and in opposition to the bylaw that has been proposed. And as I had said at the beginning of the meeting, as well as then later at the beginning of this, we are going to move on to some other items that are on our agenda, because if we don't address those today, it's going to delay us on being able to move something. So we may end up circling back, but we are going to move on to a couple other items, as we do have another presentation that is coming. But in any event, I would not anticipate a third reading coming today on any of the public hearings that we've had. So in terms of third reading would be that final decision if it was to even pass second reading. So with that, I just want to have that point of clarity so that if you're sitting and waiting to see what's going to happen, what I would anticipate right now is we're going to move on, is because we have another couple of presentations that if we don't do those, it's going to stall us from being able to move some other projects forward at this time. So with that, I'm going to move to item, hold on, I just need to see if that staff member's in the room. So I think we should take a quick 5-minute break because I don't see G-Van in the room right now. So take a quick 5-minute break because we're going to move to item 8.1.7 and then we'll come back at 4:15. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and we're now going to be moving to item 8.1.7, which is Bylaw 005-26, being the Country Residential District and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. First reading, and this is being presented by G. Van Sandu, Planner 2. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. Administration is here to present a land use bylaw amendment to create a country residential district, CR. Today, we will be discussing motion requests, providing a high-level background and rationale for the creation of the country residential district, followed by an overview of the district itself, a comparison of CR to existing districts, and provide key implications. Administration is requesting the following motions: that Council give first reading to Bylaw 005-26, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, the Land Use Bylaw as amended, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for February 24th, 2026 at 10 a.m. In our city, we largely have 3 acreage areas: East Acreages, North Acreages, and Paradise Meadows in the south, as shown on the map available on the screen. These lands were annexed from Rocky View County in 2009 and are zoned as Large Lot Rural Residential District, LLR, and Rural Residential District, RR, both of which strictly prohibit subdivision. We understand that there are residents in acreage areas who want to subdivide, and the current options that exist are to rezone to Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, or to another urban district. Any of these options require provisions of urban utility services. Currently, there is no district in the city's land use bylaw that allows development of a hybrid option with a partial provision for urban utilities. Administration is therefore proposing to create a country residential district, which is intended to be a hybrid between rural and urban development, which allows for a minimum of 1 to 2 acre parcels without the provision of urban utility services. We also want to emphasize that administration is not proposing to rezone any sites to CR within the city. We are solely proposing to create an additional district as an option available to landowners should they wish to pursue it. Through the slide, we would like to inform Council and residents of the reasons for proposing the country residential district. We have heard from residents that they are looking for options to subdivide and develop their large acreage properties without the provision of urban utilities. And currently, there is no hybrid option that allows for development in acreages to suit the needs of residents who have voiced their concerns. The purpose is also to provide an alternative option for 1 to 2 acre parcel residential development that does not have the same level of requirements as urban development and facilitates development without the provision of full range of urban utility services. The proposal, if approved, may enable residents to develop land in a streamlined and cost-effective manner. The purpose of the CR district is to provide for residential development in a country residential setting, generally without the provision of the full range of urban utility services. This district is intended to regulate residential development that will retain a semi-urban character within the city. Prior to finalizing a proposal for this style of development, administration did extensive research to understand different types of country residential development in adjacent municipalities. Based on evaluation of minimum lot standards, administration is proposing the country residential district have a minimum 50-meter lot width and frontage for parcels abutting local residential roads, and an 80-meter lot width and frontage for parcels abutting a highway, arterial, or livable and collector road. The images on the slide provide an approximate representation of what the lot width and frontage would look like. On the left is a residential estate lot with an approximate 30-meter lot width. The adjacent 2 images represent the 2 possible outcomes of CR depending on the road classification the site abuts. The image in the center is a possible representation of CR if approved on a local residential road. The image on the right is CR lot abutting a collector road. The rationale for 2 separate site standards is largely based on the distinction in the road classification. As highways, arterials, or livable and collector roads generate more traffic and noise, an additional buffer is built into the district through setback requirements. Furthermore, the minimum lot width and frontage helps to regulate spacing of access onto these roads. Within the proposed CR district, the table provides a list of permitted uses and discretionary uses. Within the land use bylaw, permitted use means that if a use meets all the rules in the bylaw, it must be approved. The uses listed as permitted were intended for this location and have little to no impact on the surrounding community. Discretionary means the use needs to be reviewed and is evaluated against several factors, including applicable policies, appropriateness of the location, the compatibility of the use with others in the surrounding area, access, parking, and sound planning principles. Each submission is reviewed on its own merit at the time of application, as discretionary uses have a higher impact on the surrounding community and may or may not be approved. In this case, the table provides permitted uses that will be allowed on the lot, such as single detached dwelling and minor home business, as well as a number of discretionary uses such as a major home business and secondary suites. The intent of this district is to provide for large format residential development with complementary uses. Along with the uses, administration has also created site development standards that are available on the screen. The table here demonstrates two different site standard requirements that are based on the road classification identified in the city's transportation master plan. If a site is abutting a local residential road, it would require a minimum lot area of 1 acre and a lot width and frontage of 50 meters. Alternatively, if a site is abutting a highway, arterial, or livable and collector road, it would need to be a minimum lot area of 2 acres and a lot width and frontage of 80 meters. The setbacks for 1 and 2 acre lots vary according to the size of the lot and are available on screen. The building height and lot coverage for both 1 acre and 2 acre lots is proposed to be limited to 12 meters, with 5.5 meter maximum for accessory buildings. For 2 acre lots, since they have a larger landmass, the area for accessory buildings is proposed to be 225 meters squared versus 120 meters squared for 1 acre lots. And lot coverage for both 1 and 2 acre lots is limited to 30% for the principal building and 10% for accessory buildings. Prior to creating these standards, staff worked on testing various typologies to ensure proposed site standards would be feasible and promote orderly development. Within the country residential district, there will be additional requirements. Once the minimum lot size of 1 acre and 2 acre is achieved, no further subdivision will be permitted. All development will be required to provide a site-specific geotechnical study with building site information. Additional technical studies, which may include but not limited to a biophysical impact assessment, environmental site assessment, and transportation impact assessment, may be required. In the absence of municipal servicing, every lot will be required to have an independent water cistern, sanitary and stormwater pump-out tank. In the absence of a stormwater management facility, 50% of the lot area must be allocated for stormwater management, and the stormwater for the subdivision, including the road area, must be managed on-site. Also, only 1 dwelling unit and 1 secondary suite will be permitted per lot. The table on the screen provides a high-level comparison of the proposed country residential district to the existing transitional rural residential district and residential estate district. The purpose of TRR is to support subdivision and is intended to transition to higher urban density with the provision of full urban servicing, whereas the proposed CR district supports subdivision without the provision of full urban servicing and restricts further subdivision. On the other end, R1E supports subdivision for urban residential development on larger estate lots with full urban servicing. TRR has a minimum lot area of 1 acre and no lot width minimum. The proposed CR district has 2 distinct site standards based on the road classification the site abuts. If abutting a local residential road, the minimum lot area is 1 acre and lot width of 50 meters. If it is abutting a highway, arterial, or livable and collector road, the minimum lot area is 2 acres and a lot width of 80 meters. R1E has a minimum lot area of 850 meters squared, which is just under 1/4 of an acre, and has a lot width minimum requirement of 22.9 meters. In terms of servicing, TRR requires independent servicing with a plan for municipal servicing, whereas the proposed CR district requires independent servicing and R1E requires full urban servicing. All three districts, TRR, CR, and R1E, require all off-site levies to be paid and reserve dedication to be provided. For CR, water, sanitary, and storm levies may be deferred at the discretion of the Subdivision and Development Authority and will be subject to council approval. In terms of planning, TRR requires shadow planning, but the proposed CR district may not require shadow planning. The R1E will require an outline plan to be developed, and finally, technical studies may be required for both the TRR and CR district, whereas they are all required for R1E. The Municipal Development Plan approved in 2025 includes Section 4.4.6 Acreage Infill, which outlines policies to guide redevelopment in the north and east acreages. It contemplates the requirements for a master plan, shadow planning, a fire protection report, a comprehensive rationale report, and technical studies. Administration will be presenting a separate report to disengage shadow planning requirements from the country residential district later today. However, all other policies listed, such as the master plan, fire protection report, comprehensive rationale report, and technical studies, will still be required. Creating a CR district has implications, both positives and negatives. As part of the presentation, we want to ensure that we outline key implications known to administration at this time to support informed decision-making. The pros to creating a CR district are that it addresses concerns raised by residents who want to further develop large acreage properties without the provision of full urban servicing. It will provide an option for suburban living within the city and will provide housing diversity options. Some of the negatives would be that it would allow for further fragmentation of land, which may hinder the ability to plan and deliver future urban development in a coordinated and comprehensive manner. It may reduce long-term flexibility to transition land to fully serviced urban areas. And it would also require the reassessment of offsite levies to fund major infrastructure projects in the city. Should Council consider granting approval for the Country Residential District, an amendment to the offsite levy bylaw and policy would be required. Currently, for acreage areas, the offsite levy bylaw requires payment for water, sanitary, storm, transportation, recreation, fire, and library. Since CR is contemplated as a district without water, sanitary, and storm services, Council may consider subsidizing, waiving, or deferring the cost for these levies for lots zoned as CR in the future. This could affect the overall offsite levies collected for infrastructure projects and may lead to diverting the financial burden to other benefiting areas. As a result, offsite levy rates may increase for other areas to compensate for the uncollected levies associated with the Country Residential District. This could also limit potential future growth areas not zoned as country residential, as higher levy rates may affect development feasibility. In addition, this may also require the reassessment of offsite levies, the model, and updates to the master plans to provide services in the city. Despite the absence of pipe servicing, administration is recommending that levies for transportation, recreation, fire, and library should still be collected at the stage of subdivision. Amending the land use bylaw to create a new country residential district would enable 1 to 2 acre development to occur without the full range of municipal servicing in the city. Once the minimum lot size is achieved, no further subdivision will be permitted, and a restrictive covenant will be registered on title at the stage of subdivision that includes but is not limited to provisions for servicing, offsite levies, and restricting future subdivision. Administration recommends proceeding with first reading and scheduling the public hearing for the proposed country residential district to obtain feedback from residents. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Looking to council, any questions that you may have with regards to the presentation? Okay, seeing none. Can I have the motion then, please, to give first reading to bylaw 005-26, being the Country Residential District Land Use Bylaw Amendment? Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 005-26, being the country residential district land use bylaw amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the schedule for the public hearing, please? Motion, please. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw 005-26, being the Country Residential District Land Use Bylaw Amendment for February 24th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then, we'll move on to item 8.1.8, which is bylaw 009-26, the Acreage Infill Municipal Development Plan Amendment, first reading, presented also by G-Man Sandhu. Good afternoon. Again.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeevan Sandhu, Planner 2. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. Administration is here to present an amendment to the acreage infill policies in the Municipal Development Plan. Administration is requesting the following motions: that Council give first reading to bylaw 009-26, being amendments to bylaw 020-25, the Municipal Development Plan, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for February 24th, 2026 at 11 a.m. The Municipal Development Plan, approved in 2025, includes Section 4.4.6, Acreage Infill, which outlines policies to guide redevelopment in the north and east acreages. It contemplates the requirements for a master plan, shadow planning, a fire protection report, a comprehensive rationale report, and technical studies. Among these, shadow planning is a process that anticipates and conceptualizes future development patterns in an area to enable further development in a cohesive manner. At the time acreage infill policies were created, the zoning options available in the north and east acreages was the Transitional Rural Residential District, TRR, or urban districts. TRR is a district that contemplates transitional development with subdivision of a minimum 1 acre lots followed by urban density development, where shadow planning is required to provide how network connections, services, and comprehensive development occur. Administration is proposing to create a new country residential district through bylaw 005-26 that was presented earlier today to provide an alternative option for residential development should landowners wish to pursue. The country residential district is intended to provide large format residential development that is a hybrid between rural and urban development, which allows for a minimum of 1 to 2 acre parcels without the provision of urban utility services. Under the CR district, once the minimum lot size of 1 acre and 2 acre is achieved, no further subdivision is permitted. Hence, extensive shadow planning may not be required. Bylaw 009-26 seeks to amend subsection 4.4.62 under 4.46 acreage infill that at the discretion of the subdivision and/or development authority may not require shadow planning for land zoned as country residential district in the land use bylaw. All other policies listed in this section, such as a master plan, fire protection report, and technical studies, remain and will be required to achieve the orderly, economical, and beneficial development to maintain and improve the physical quality of the environment. This will enable administration to review applications on site-specific merits and allow landowners to develop land in a cost-effective manner. It would also ensure the MDP is consistent with the land use bylaw amendment that was proposed. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions with regards to the presentation? Thank you. Can I have the first motion then, please? Can I have Councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 009-26, being amending acreage infill policy in the municipal development.
Comments, questions from council? Is the word plan supposed to be at the end of that or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. After development, just the word plan. I think that's rather minor. Any other comments, questions for council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the public hearing motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approve the scheduling of public hearing for bylaw 009-26, being amending acreage infill policies in the municipal development plan for February 24, 2026 at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So that means you're doing 2 public hearings on that day. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, but Josh still did 3. So Josh still wins because he had 3 today. So just for those of us keeping score. Yep. Yes. Awesome. Okay. Thank you. With that, we have another item on our agenda. Then we'll go back and deal with some previous items. So moving to item 8.2.1, being municipal policing models. And this is being presented by Mr. Mike Fluger, Director of Operations and Public Safety.
Good late afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Fluker. I am the Director of Operations and Public Safety. And I am bringing to you today a report for information in response to a request by Council in early November of 2025 to provide some information on policing enhancement options. And this will also include some policing option models as well. So for the purposes of expediency, all of my comments will be directed through the CAO to the Mayor and Council. Do we want to go into closed session, or is this an open?
No, it's public. Yeah.
Good. So, over the past 2 years, Council and Administration have received ongoing resident feedback regarding policing service levels in Chestermere. So, to paint the picture, Chestermere currently receives municipal policing through the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. We are under a contract policing framework, which includes what we call a police services agreement, a PSA. That is done through the provinces with the federal government. And this happens in anywhere that the police, the RCMP provide policing in Canada, whether it's the other provinces, territories, and certainly in the municipality that we call home, the city of Chestermere. The current RCMP contract agreements are set to expire on March 31st, 2032. So to provide some context, the federal government has publicly stated that they want the RCMP to focus on federal policing matters, and that ultimately they may reduce their presence in the municipal policing field. Whether that actually happens in 2032 or not remains to be seen. The RCMP has publicly stated that they will continue on past 2032. In addition to that, in the public realm, the government of Alberta has begun the mechanics of establishing a provincial police force. The cost of policing, particularly with the RCMP, continues to rise. Every year it becomes more expensive. We currently enjoy a 10% reduction in the cost of policing from the RCMP. I am understanding that the federal government is going to try to reduce that number. I don't know exactly when or where or how much. The fact of the matter is the cost of policing is going to continue to grow. So I think it's worth mentioning that the situation with the RCMP here in Chestermere has improved significantly since I've been here in the last couple of years. There's some history that affected the communication between the RCMP and the city. I believe those obstacles have been overcome and are long gone. We, as administration, and certainly you as council members, I know have received a number of comments from people about the state of policing in Chestermere, the visibility of the RCMP, and exactly what are the RCMP doing? Do we have any say in what that level of policing is? So there are two reasons for that. One of them is a staffing issue. We currently, and at times with the RCMP, have had staffing levels that range anywhere from about 12 members. In our best case scenario, up to 21 members here in the city of Chestermere. The accepted ratio of sworn police officers to population in the province is typically around 600 police officers for every person in the for every 1,000 in the city. Across the province and across other provinces in the country. Our current level is one police officer for every about 1,650 of population. So when you look at it in that perspective, the ability for them to deliver a high level of service is impacted. The police force then becomes reactionary rather than proactive, and that's simply the numbers dictate that. It's very hard for them to go out and be proactive and provide that level of service that perhaps our community has come to expect. We have been working with the RCMP detachment here to try and improve that situation. There are things that they are impacted by with respect to some of their officers that are on medical leaves and that are on paternity leaves, maternity leaves, those kinds of things. And the ability to backfill those positions has always been a challenge. I am told by the detachment commander here that we are improving that situation. They are improving that situation, and that the 21 members that we expect to pay for this fiscal year, we should achieve that number sometime by the end of February or early March. So for us, that's significant. We own some of the responsibility for the level of policing here in the fact that we get what we pay for. So if we want to increase that budget, we would very likely be able to increase the number of members that we have working here in Chestermere. I will say that one of the things that we have done to improve the relationship between the administration, the city, and the RCMP is that we have now reestablished a regular communication where we meet with the detachment commander every 2 weeks to discuss all the issues that impact them, that impact us, what we would like to see for policing in the community. And it's certainly a step forward in achieving a better level of policing than we've had in the past. I'm going to shift to what policing model options that we have. I want to describe that for you. And I know you probably have a number of questions, so maybe we can wait till the end of the presentation to address those, unless there's something really pressing that you want to stop and ask in the interim. So here's the four options that we have. The first is this: to continue with the RCMP contract policing model that we have right now. Work with the RCMP to enhance the delivery of police services here in Chestermere, and continue to build a relationship and consider what we might be able to do going forward with respect to funding and perhaps adding some additional police officers. The second option that we have is we can work with the Alberta government that has now established the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service. The acronym is the ASPS. They continue to, it's relatively new, but they continue to build that out. And at some point in the future, if we were to consider policing options, that is one of the options we may have. The ASPS could come in and become our police force of choice. I don't know yet what the costs look like or what the timing might be on that. I suggest that we could obtain further information in that regard in future meetings with the Alberta government. The third option that we can consider is establishing our own police force. It would be a Chestermere police force that would be set up under the Alberta Police Act framework. That certainly could be done. Wouldn't be unlike what has happened in Grand Prairie. We're watching what happens in Grand Prairie with interest. The cost of setting up that police force was considerable. They're roughly double the size of population that we have, and I believe that they're trying to achieve a level of about 65 to 70 police officers when they're at full capacity. The government, the Alberta government, did support them to the tune of about $17 million so far to set that police force up. So if we were to do something similar, it is likely that the Alberta government would step in and help us with that transition. I don't know what the numbers are, and we probably wouldn't know that unless we really sat down with them and started to get serious about that as our policing option. The fourth model that I want to put forward to you would be this, and that is to perhaps contract through a neighboring municipal police service. And of course, that would be the city of Calgary. The timing for this is actually very interesting because I had a meeting with the chief of police of Calgary last night, yesterday afternoon actually, to discuss the possibility of this various scenario. And I learned something interesting, and it's that the Calgary police have been talking about this for almost 16 years now. And they have suggested that they would set up a regional police force in this area that would cover not only Calgary, but cities like Chestermere, perhaps Okotoks, perhaps Cochrane, maybe Airdrie, and provide the policing for the entire area. And there's some positives from that kind of a situation, and it's simply this: crime knows no boundaries. We're familiar with the fact that people come from Calgary out to Chestermere to commit their crimes. They go back into Calgary to spend the proceeds of their crime, do their drug dealing, drug purchasing, whatever. And if we had a unified municipal police force, the intelligence and the work that needs to go into dealing with those types of situations would probably be more effective and efficient. I know from past experience and from conversations with different members of police forces, not only locally but across the province and across the country, that there are communication boundaries that exist between police forces. That wouldn't exist if Calgary was the police force of choice for Chestermere. So in your package, you see an option. I discuss in there what that option might mean, the potential advantages, the challenges of those options, and the perhaps issues that we still need to address and determine the unknowns with each of those options. In the interest of time, I don't believe I should read through. I'm sure you've all looked at the package and you'll have questions, so we will just kind of set that aside. The considerations that I want to put forward to you for council discussion are simply this. If council wishes to advance this work that I've done, the following topics typically shape these discussions on policing models. So we would have to understand what our service outcome expectation is and what our local priorities are. We could establish that. I know everybody has probably similar ideas on what that might mean to us, but when we consider what our options are, I think it's important that you as council have a strong say in what the policing looks like for your community. And that some options provide a better opportunity for that than others. The second piece is the governance and accountability. We would have to set up a police commission here. That would be required. It's an oversight body, civilian, that ensures that we meet all the requirements of the Police Act. It's financial sustainability. What is this going to cost us? And are we currently budgeting enough? What does the future look like? Do we want more police officers? Are we able to project and budget for those police officers? And the metric that's often used to determine what a police force costs is done on a per sworn police officer basis. And in my research, I've found that every police department or city or municipality seems to do the number differently. So it's very difficult to get an exact number. What I do know from doing some research on what we're doing here in Chestermere, first of all, we enjoy a 10% discount for the cost of the RCMP. If we didn't have that 10% discount, our cost would be somewhere up around $260,000 per police officer. When we add in the cost of what we pay for the detachment clerks and the cost of maintaining the building, a number of other things that are related, that cost actually rises to about $290,000 per police officer. And it's probably the best way to look at it because it encompasses everything. We don't have something coming at us from the side that's unaccounted for. And when I spoke with the chief of police in Calgary yesterday, she indicated that the cost for Calgary per police officer is now approaching almost $300,000 per police officer. Now the difference with perhaps Calgary versus say Chestermere is that they enjoy a very large department that has a number of amenities that we couldn't otherwise afford. So they have a couple of police helicopters, they have a complete dog team, they have a forensic department backup, they have specialty squads and teams that do a whole variety of things. So in just simply stating that, if we were to be part of that Calgary police community, we would be paying close to that $300,000 per officer, but we would enjoy the amenities that a police force of that size is able to provide. Interestingly enough, and it's a figure that the chief provided to me last night, Calgary is the third largest police force in Canada. The two largest are Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary being number 3. You'd think Vancouver would play into that, but Vancouver's a very small area geographically, so they're not third. Calgary indeed is, which is very interesting. I think a very capable, highly professional police force for sure. Item number 4, workforce and capacity. In setting up a police force, however we would do this, there is recruiting requirements, the retention of officers that have specialized skills. We would have training standards, all the occupational health pieces that go behind supporting these people. And of course, we need the ability to scale with growth. So all of those things are doable, but again, as we grow, we got to look into the future and we got to budget for that growth. Just talked about access to specialized services. Again, there's advantages with having Calgary versus our own police force if we were to head in that direction. Of course, one of the big issues is going to be the transition issues. It will be fairly complex, and there would be double costs while we go through a transition. I believe that Grand Prairie is facing that right now and realizing that it's cost them significantly more than they had first anticipated. Unfortunately for them, they're getting some help through the government. In anything that we might do, we have to consider the provincial and federal relationships that are required to operate a police force, and of course, regional cooperation with our regional neighboring municipalities. And the last, and I think one of the most important issues, is simply this community engagement and trust with whatever it is we plan to do. There are many people out there that have an affinity for the RCMP and are happy to have them as their police force of choice. And the engagement of the community to see how they feel about the need and the necessity to transition is important. I think the final issue there is simply this: we need to consider all our options, because come 2032, things are going to change. Of that, I'm confident. Would we still have the option of staying with the RCMP? That's a perhaps, but how long will that last? So then the question becomes, do we get out in front of this now, or do we wait until our course of action is perhaps determined for us? So that's pretty much it. I will close this up and then open it up to questionings, but the options that we have to consider are simply this. I'm asking you to consider that you can direct administration to take no further action at this time. Direct administration to continue working with the RCMP to address service levels and concerns that have been brought forward. That is already underway, and I think we're making very great progress with that. The third issue would be to direct administration to monitor provincial and federal policing developments to determine if that's an avenue we want to further explore. And perhaps item number 4, direct administration to explore one or more of the policing models identified in this report and take more definitive action with one of those models. I'll open it up to questions.
Great, thank you. I want to add a lot more. Oh, sorry, not a lot more. I want to add some more commentary and color to this with some conversations that have been happening. But first, I see that Deputy Mayor has pressed the button, so go to Deputy Mayor here first.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, I'll let you go first. You might address some of the stuff, but I'll let you go first and then I'll go.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to add some more color to this and some conversations that are happening, and I guess I am going to end up showing my bias, and I'll start right from the start of saying all of my words and what I'm about to share has nothing to do with the men or women who wear the uniform. and that this is has nothing to do with the current people who serve our community for the RCMP, who wear that uniform every single day and serve within our community. This has to do with some concerns that were addressed on the short-term horizon. And concerns that we have on a long-term horizon. And on the short-term horizon, we had talked about concerns that we had with regards to policing and levels of service and those sorts of things. And then on the long term, we know that this 2032 situation is coming. And I think that we need to get ahead of this. And my recommendation would be that council direct administration to begin the process of building a business plan. And it might be two business plans that are side by side with each other. But the one business plan is looking at what it could look like with Alberta Provincial Police. And that model coming in and policing Chestermere, or Chestermere building its own police force and building a business plan. That all comes from conversations that we have been having. By we, I mean there have been several meetings that have happened with the province, in particular Minister Ellis, but some other representatives from the province as well, with regards to these conversations. Deputy Mayor has been involved in those conversations. All of council has been kept up to speed on those conversations, as well as recently, January the 10th, I believe, we had a meeting with the province, and Mr. Edney, Mr. Fluker, and myself attended that meeting. And council, this would be the recommendation that I would bring to you based on all of those things. I think it looks at some political lenses that I think we should be considering right now. I don't think we want to get closer to 2032 because I can't believe that it's January 27th of 2026 right now, and just how fast things are happening and how fast things are going, and it's going to take some time to build a business plan. I would also suggest to you that while there have been there's some learnings that have happened based on the Grand Prairie experience. And I have been and intend to. I am going to be in the same room with Mayor Clayton for 2 days next week, and I'm planning on setting aside some specific time to meet with her to hear her concerns about things that have happened during that transition and things like that. However, they have received a lot of support actually from the province, and the province has been very, very helpful during that transition. And it is my understanding, based on the conversations that we've been having, I obviously can't go too into depth publicly on those conversations. I also do believe that the province would be supportive with helping, but what Chestermere needs to do is we need to develop a business plan. And again, that business plan could include either the model of going with Alberta Provincial Police. There's going to be some things that have to come along the road with that first, or looking at a model of creating our own and building a business plan as to what that looks like. So just wanted to add that because there was I think that information is very pertinent to the conversations that we have been having. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I share in some of your sentiments. Our job as council is to represent our residents, and I'm glad to hear from Mr. Fluker that there has been some positive conversations and progress with the RCMP, and hope that will, and I know that would continue, and you can certainly see the support from council. But to Mayor Dean's point, I don't want to spend money unnecessarily looking at every single option. It'd be nice if we can narrow down what the most feasible options would be, and I'm certainly not an expert at that. Maybe Mr. Fluker can provide some guidance in that, or people up here on council. My question, though, with some of the foreseeable challenges that may be coming from the federal government, do you see any risk through the mayor administration to you, Mr. Fluker? Do you see any political risk with the provincial government, with changing of governments or anything like that? because the current government seems to be quite supportive of alternative policing models, whether it be in collaboration with the RCMP or otherwise. What if that government changes?
Are you talking at the provincial or the federal level?
Provincial government.
Mr. Fluker?
Councillor Wojnowski, that's an excellent question and one that I haven't factored into this report, but I think that's a very real consideration.
Right. The reason why I ask is timing may be against us if we have a forthcoming election within the next 2 years, let's say. I know the city of Grand Prairie are masters of their own destiny, and I like to think that we are as well. But having the support of the province certainly would make our decisions a lot easier if we know that they're going to help us fund a new startup, if that's the direction that council wanted to go.
Yeah, indeed. I think these are questions that we don't have an answer to today. From the meeting that we had earlier in January with the minister, I believe there's going to be support no matter what option we choose. But that'll only be known, again, when we head down that path. And if there is a change in government, it may disrupt whatever, if we follow a particular path that is with the provincial police force. I think that's a possibility. I don't know if we can get reassurances that would not impact. I think that's more of a question that would come from a political level.
Yeah, I think assessing risk whenever you're going into something is always important. I do not think, though, that whether an election comes in 6 months or 2 years, that would preclude us from being able to start to build this business plan of what it could look like. Because if there's anything that I've learned within this job is that if you're going to any level of government higher than municipal, that you coming with a business plan is very, very helpful. And that's why I'm suggesting that we start to build a business plan for the two scenarios that I had outlined. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Fluker. A very good presentation, and I'm quite impressed with the amount of research you've done here. I like what the Mayor is proposing. I don't know about municipal policing. I would be more keen in looking into regional policing. I mean, Grand Prairie, I think Grand Prairie is a special case. Grand Prairie used to be the most dangerous city in Canada for a number of years. And I think one of the reasons why, they went through the transition was to address that. But I think there's definitely value in looking into regional policing, having, those, at least starting those conversations with Calgary, see where that goes. Also, with respect to just public confidence with the RCMP here in the city, I don't think we've ever, or at least recently, done any kind of surveys. I'd like to think, the confidence level is quite high. I mean, we've all just recently been knocking on doors, and I've, for the most part, heard nothing but good things. So I like to think that the confidence level when it comes to the RCMP in our community is pretty high with our residents. So, I mean, if there's nothing, if it's not broken, why fix it? However, it is the responsible thing to do, given we're only 6 years out from 2032, do start doing something. So, I think we should definitely have some action points coming out of this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that's exactly my concern. A large part of what's driving this, yes, absolutely. We've seen some improvements, and it's been good. I think the concerns are the same concerns everybody's had as presence, but there is this looming date that is coming, and I do think it would be prudent to start to take some action to move forward. So, Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. That plan had that plan had crossed my mind. I just would like to see, as I was going over your data through the chair to through Mr. Edney, and to Mike. I looked at the cities that are compared and our population numbers versus how many officers and our ratios and things like that, and I just had questions about what was the crime statistics in these communities, how much does Tabor officers get paid versus Calgary officers and Lethbridge officers, etc. So I think that this business plan should cover, should be able to answer those questions without putting you on the spot right now. Because I look at Tabor and I see there's 18 officers for 8,000 people, and I look at their crime statistics and they're next to nothing, but and they don't pay their officers as much as Calgary does. But that said, if we were to take on that same model, we might end up losing officers to Calgary. All that to say, this business model thing sounds like a great idea, and I love being proactive. So, thanks.
So I'm going. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A comment on the business plan idea. I like that idea, and I like where you're going with that. My concern is that generally we would want to look for data. We would want to look for information that can inform a perspective and move us in a direction. Mm-hmm. And I'm not convinced that that's out there yet. I think it's really fluid right now. So I'm not sure how to navigate those two competing things. We could throw a bunch of money and time and staff resources at putting together a business plan now and come out at the end of it with a great perspective that a month later new information comes out and now we need to do it all over again. So I suppose my question through you maybe to Mr. Edney and to Mr. Fluker is this the right time to start that level of planning, or do we have any concept of what the landscape is and when would be an appropriate time to dig into it at that level?
Well, excuse me. The unknown for this will be the transition costs and how much we might get subsidized for and what our costs might actually look like. We could probably have an overall figure that would be reasonably accurate. We know the components of what a transition will take, and we can put a number to that I think would be reasonably close. The other piece of this will be the actual operational costs once we're up and running. And that should be, again, a number that we can easily put together. And I'm going to suggest to you that the encompassing number would be, I think, to round it off, if we said it was going to cost us $300,000 per officer, then the question is how many officers can we afford? But that would cover everything from uniforms to police officer wages, everything involved, right down to the cost of operating the building and those kinds of things. We're a little bit ahead of the game in that we own the detachment building, so we don't have to incur that cost. But we could figure it out. If we wanted a 30 police officer force, it's probably going to be somewhere between $8 and $9 million a year to operate that, and that's all in, everything in. It's a significant number.
Yeah, Mr. Edney.
Thanks, Mayor Dean. Just something I was going to add to Councillor Sambo's question, I guess, is given the preliminary state of the provincial police force, if that's one of the business cases we're going to make, you're correct. That's something we got to wait until we can see and get some information from them. I think what's in this report depends on when council wants to see the report back, right? Again, we know there's some things going on at the provincial level. We know there's some things that need to happen in the spring sitting to advance at least the provincial police force. So I don't, if that's one of the business models council would like to pursue, I don't see that report coming back probably before fall or the end of the year timeframe.
Yeah, I would suggest that I don't see any of this report coming back before the fall. I think to your concern, Councillor Sambo, I echo it. I think the strategy I think that we should look at for collecting that data is starting. And I think that we've had so many conversations and we've progressed a project forward, and now we're at a point where we actually need to now start to do something. And I think that by directing administration to really start down this path gives us and you're right, we might start down this path and it doesn't progress, or maybe something else happens. But again, it's difficult to live in the what if isms. But and I think too, to Councillor Worzanowski's point, you deal with the government of the day that you have now. And the government of the day has been very clear on some of their directions with some things that are happening. And so I see this not as a definitive, I see this more as it's going to be give administration that opportunity to collect, because as they start to build that out, they're going to need to find out some more data. It also gives us as councillors opportunity, because we know that this is happening as we are running into our colleagues. As you are doing the work that you do with AV Munis, I'm doing the work that I'm doing with MCMC. I already mentioned that I'm going to be in the same room as Mayor Clayton next week. Having those conversations, then we can feed that information back to administration as well. So I see this as a launching point for us to be able to go and do something to get going. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm hearing what you're saying and actually agree a lot with what Councillor Sambo is suggesting. She beat me to it. I normally am eager to move forward with efficiency. However, to Mayor Dean's point about two models, I'm not convinced from the information that's provided that any of these four models have a benefit or drawback from one versus the other. But I also don't want to spend money unnecessarily going down rabbit holes and spending money knowing that one of these isn't. So if we move forward, I'd like to consider a motion that has some specificity to what this looks like. And the second question remains is, do we have the budget to go after one of these four options or all four options at the same time before something is presented to council, as Mr. Edney suggests, towards the end of the year? So really looking for some recommendations from administration or my peers up here on council on what such a motion needs to look like, such that we can push this ahead.
So I've just given it to Ledge Services. They're going to type it up, and we'll bring it up here in a moment. Councillor Schindler.
I actually agree with my previous two colleagues. There wasn't as much information as I would have liked to make that decision. However, and actually echoing or hearing what they're saying about costs and how we're going to fund, this exploration of policing models. Through the chair to administration, are we aware of grants that the province offers to do this type of work?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Schindler. No, I'm not aware of any grant for this. That hasn't come up in any discussions, but we can go take a look and see if there is some support somewhere. To Councillor Worzanowski's question, there is money in the operating budget for this. Again, it's kind of a placeholder, so depending on the motion and how many options you want to explore, I'll take it back. We'll figure out how we'll actually do the work, and then if there needs to be a budget adjustment, come back to council and ask for that.
I think such a motion too provides the opportunity for especially the mayor and the CAO to then go back for advocacy, because without a starting point, without a go forward, we're so I would suggest to you that it gives Mr. Edney and I a bit of a talking point that we can then utilize to bring forward. So it doesn't want to exist right now. We'd have to go find that out, but it does give us a talking point to bring back to the minister's office with regards to this project.
Just a quick search, and I found a police support grant from 2022. I don't know if it's still in operation, but that might be something that we can look into. And then certainly, if as we're going to meetings and seeing leaders, it'd be nice to have some briefing notes on what we have, so that we can advocate for. Maybe we can do some innovation and become the Southern Alberta training hub. Instead of Lac La Biche, take some business from them. You know, there's advocacy that we can do there. Thanks.
Yep. I just need a motion to do that.
Let's do it.
That's what I've been asking for the last 10 minutes. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Maybe this will help then. I largely support your idea to develop the business case. I think we do need to develop a business case so we can actually go to the province and say, this is the obstacle we have to overcome. We don't know how large the obstacle we have to overcome is. They won't know if they can support that transition or not. So
correct.
To Mayor Dean's point, I think that is the first step in developing this policy or developing our framework on how we move forward, is that we do need to develop we know what it costs. You've done lots of homework. I don't think it would be that hard to put a business case together. I don't think it'll be $100,000 in my opinion. So even if it's rudimentary business plan, I think that'll at least give us a large enough or a good enough look at what the number needs to be for the province to consider.
Okay, so sorry, Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very quick I agree with my fellow councillors. I just need to definitely the plan, which one is a future. Like right now, province is helping to transitional and everything, but down the road after 10, 20, 50 years, it should not be a burden on the taxpayer. So we need to check proper all the scenario before we to do anything.
Providing policing to your residents is legislated.
No, that is right.
Yeah, you have to. Sorry, I'm confused.
No, you
have to pay for policing.
No, I think
confused.
you took my question wrong.
That's what I mean. So that's why I'm confused. If you could just help me there.
We have to provide either RCMP or the provincial. I just want to check which one is the lower cost for our residents.
Yes.
So that is the scenario I want to take, because maybe now for a next 5 year, the provincial policing is cheaper. Down the road after 10, 20 is expensive. So we need to take those, check those boxes as well, because then end up we say, oops, now we are stuck what we can do. So that's what it is.
Yeah, I think doing projections past 5 years is going to be past 6 years is going to be difficult, just because the 2032 piece. So with that, Josh, I'm just wondering if you could bring up, this is a suggested idea that I have. It is ambiguous, but it's a little ambiguous on purpose, because it just it opens up some possibilities for us to be able to look at stuff. So I'm suggesting the Council Director of Administration to build a business plan for a regional policing model in Chestermere that could include provincial policing, partnering with neighboring police municipalities, or other regional options. Really, I think it'd be a focus on the two. But if suddenly they get down the road and there's another regional opportunity that presents itself, then they don't have to come back to council and be like, hey, can we add to this motion because we want to work on something else now. So it's very general on purpose, so that it provides us the opportunity to look at. So first I'm going to go to Mr. Edney, because I know that you've been involved at administrative level in having these conversations. Do you think that this would fit? Is this too general? Do you think this is, Mr. Edney, your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. My concern with this particular motion, with the 4 options presented, is based on it, I'd pursue 3 of the 4 and not the 4th. The 4th being setting up our own police service. I'm not necessarily sure that's a regional policing model.
Yeah.
Is that the intent of council, is explore sort of provincial police, Calgary, on RCMP, or like?
Well, we can remove, right? Like, this is where we can open up the wording of this now for debate. So I guess for myself right now, that's what I'm comfortable with looking at it from this standpoint first. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I haven't had the privilege of sitting in these meetings with the minister or seeing some of the work that's been done. So I don't feel comfortable that any of the four are ideal. So typically before you can put a business plan together, you do something like a feasibility study where you can outline what is the most feasible. And normally you can get it down to one or two different options. Is that the same thing that's being presented here in this motion? I don't think so. I did suggest that we need to be specific, but I'm not comfortable seeing us look away from one of the four options.
If I can add, maybe something that you want to consider is this. If we went with the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service, we're not going to have the same control or oversight that we would have with our own municipal police force. If we went with the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service, they are going to control to some degree what that level of service is and what it might look like, not unlike what the RCMP does. They have a vision of what they want to do policing-wise. If we had our own municipal police force, then we have our own police commission, and the public directs what policing is going to look like in Chestermere. So you have more control from that point of view. And it's likely that you would have that if we went to a regional situation with the city of Calgary. We would very likely still have to have our own police commission here. With the province, we wouldn't be required to, and of course with the RCMP, we're not required to, so that's something that's
Sorry, did you say we're not required to with the RCMP?
No.
Yes, we are.
We don't have a police commission.
Yes, we do. It's called the Police Communications Committee. And it's a requirement.
But
it's a legislative requirement.
Is that, what does that, who is it and what exactly do they do?
So there is a provincial legislative requirement that exists right now that you have to have essentially a police commission where residents have the opportunity to provide feedback and support on what is happening with policing in their communities, and we have that right now. It is we call it our Police Communications Committee. The province changed that legislation about a year ago. Yeah. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I would like to give an option or an amending option on your motion. Maybe I'll just state it just so we can debate it a little bit or discuss it. And I would like to move the word regional from them. I would like it to say that Council directs administration to build a business plan for an alternative policing model in Chestermere that could include provincial policing, partner with neighbor municipalities, or other options.
I'm good with all of that because I think it speaks to that concern. The business plan could end up looking like a feasibility study. I'm very comfortable with that. So we would remove the word regional.
Josh,
remove the word regional. Thank you. And remove and put it and, so it's going to be for an alternative. Thank you. And remove the other word regional. Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, would putting together a cost estimate for some of these different options be easier than a full business plan? Is that it sounds like that's a reasonable figure that could be put together.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, and I'll kind of comment on the motion in front of us as well, is I think the cost estimate is going to be a big part of the business plan. To me, a business plan is here's how we're going to go execute this. So I have a lot of concerns with this potential motion, I actually feel it's more vague than the original motion that led us to this report today. So,
Can I interject with a follow-up?
yeah.
Because I'll just, we're all tired. So I'll just interject with where I'm going with that. I wonder if as an intermediary option, could we just have another report come back to council with some higher level cost estimates on these, and maybe we could refine this down to 2 options to put together a business plan. If that is an easier ask, that would give us a little bit more information, because Mayor Dean, to you, I don't feel that I have received enough information to discount any of the ideas. I like the way this is worded, but I also have a concern about how broad it is.
Sure.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, so go with cost estimate instead of a business plan. Say it again. So. So. Okay, sorry guys, we gotta remember mics here. So, okay, so some of the chatter that's going on is around the word of whether it's a cost analysis or a feasibility study.
Cost estimates.
With regards to this. So, Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Oh, my mind's all over the place now. I was going to talk about the commission aspect. I think it's a bit of a moot point, but no, we do have a commission, but we don't. I think the commission that Mr. Fluker was talking about, that their task is a bit different. They set levels of service and whatnot. So, but no, I think what we're looking for here, I think, is just more information on the options that Mr. Fluker had presented. And some information will have to wait, for example, from the provincial model. But essentially, what we want to do is just give direction to administration and then yourself to start having these conversations, whether it's with Calgary or other municipalities. So I think we just need more information on the recommendations that Mr. Fluker made.
Okay, I'll take another swing. We'll go, sorry, I'm just going to grab my book back from Legislative Services. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We're getting there. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Narayan. I think you've kind of summarized it. I think we need to redraft the motion to satisfy what you're suggesting in spirit. Semantically, I mean, I think administration will understand what we're trying to achieve here. I don't think cost is the only thing that we need to look at. So information is. Understanding the pros and cons of these options is important to members of council, from what I'm hearing from my peers. So it's not necessarily a feasibility study. It's certainly not a business plan. And it's not all cost, because we know where we spend our money on policing right now. And while we are seeing improvements, we wouldn't be looking at an alternative policing model because we want our money to go further to serve our residents. That's the nature of why we're looking at this. So money and levels of service and what are we getting for that money is really important to this council. So if Mayor Dean has a crack at this motion, that's great. Otherwise, I'd be happy to add some commentary. Thank you.
Mr. Edney, I do. I'm just writing it down.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So if what I'm hearing through the discussion is essentially we put together the 4 options we were able to in the 2 months we had to do it over the Christmas break and that kind of thing. What I'm really hearing is you don't want to discount any of the 4 options we've presented, but you need more detail. You need more cost. You need more how would we implement it, a little bit more on the pros and cons of how. For example, it's not listed in here, but if we ran a Chestermere Police Service, who's doing forensic investigations and homicide, and what if we need a helicopter or a SWAT team, some of that. You need some of that more detail. So really what I'm hearing is you need this report, but with more detail 4 or 5 months from now instead of really the 4 or 5 weeks we had to put together this report. If that's the way I'm reading it. And rather than rule of thumb and rounding, put some detailed cost. Here's what it costs to operate the building, buy a car, average salary of a police officer, what's the difference in Tabor versus Calgary versus RCMP, etc. So not really a business case, not really a feasibility study, just more detail in this report. And I'll see if the motion reflects that, if I'm on the right track.
Isn't that for peace officers? And bikes? Aren't they getting bikes too?
CMP had one for use, remember? Yeah.
Can we rent it?
Whenever they want to rent it, they can.
Okay. Do you want to read this over, or do you want me to say it out loud? Say it out loud? Okay, so delete all that. Good. Okay, so council directed administration to bring back information on alternative policing options for Chestermere. That includes provincial policing, municipal policing. Go faster or slower? Okay. Council directed administration to bring back information on alternative policing options for Chestermere. That includes provincial policing, municipal policing, partnering with other municipalities, and addresses costs, provincial partnership opportunities, and the 8 considerations in the January 26 presentation. So there were 8 considerations that are in here. I think they're all valid considerations for us to look at. Now that's a comprehensive report.
Yeah.
But I think it accomplishes all the things, because now when we are having the conversations when all those conversations are happening at the provincial level, that can happen. As we are out speaking with our colleagues from other municipalities, we can talk about information that we're gathering, how that's going. We can bring that back to our administration. So I know it's a long motion, but I was trying to synthesize a conversation in a motion. So, how do we feel about this one?
Yep.
Yes, we feel better. This is what I love about working with this team, is that we throw ideas out, we bat it around, and we get somewhere. Okay. Do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. Let me do this long one. I move that council direct administration to bring back information on alternative policing options for Chestermere that include provincial policing, municipal policing, partnering with other municipalities, and addresses costs, provincial partnership opportunities, and the 8 other considerations in the January 27th, 2026 Policing Models Options Report.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? I just want to say thank you, council. Great conversation, great work. I thought that this is great. Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have 2 other items that we need to handle before we motion to adjourn. I'm going to need, we're going to be tabling 4 items. Do we recommend tabling? I think we should table each one individually, as opposed to tabling all 4. Or if we table all 4, then when we bring it back, we just bring that one back. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Legislatively, you can table them all in one motion and lift them from the table in individual motions. So that may be easier for conciseness.
Yeah.
You can table them signed die, so whereas we'll just bring them back when the agendas allow, or you can put a specific date if you'd like to.
I don't think we should do a specific date at this time, just given I think there's going to be some work at agenda prep that we're going to need to figure out. And I also think, too, that ensuring that we get information out as when these items are coming back, given the robust discussion that happened today. So, council table agenda items 8.1.1, 8.1.2, 8.1.3, and 8.1.4. Before we start the motion, because there's no comments on a tabled motion, any comments on the wording of the agenda? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. You certainly saw the enthusiasm for and against any of these things that we're considering tabling. I would suggest that we do put a deadline on this, even though agenda prep is uncertain. The residents in the gallery, the residents that wrote in probably want to hear answers, so we should at least put an end date.
Yeah.
And if we want to add it to agenda as in advance of that end date, at least our residents will know what to expect. So I would suggest an end date that would satisfy the agenda prep forthcoming and the capacity of administration.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I wasn't clear on this. Absolutely, I agree that it should be sooner rather than later. Okay, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So tabling items is a little bit different. There's two ways to table an item, either signed die, which leaves it to when we want, or you have to put a specific date in. So you can't just go by the end of April. You have to go table it to the February 10th council meeting, or you just table it like this and then add it on. But to your point, we'll need to do some communication to make sure people understand when each of these is coming back. So we can do some sort of comms blast even saying, here's when this will be revisited.
Thank you. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and thank you, Mr. Edney. To your suggestion, if let's say, I'm just going to make a suggestion here. If we put a date on when we want to lift from the table right now, we can always go back and lift it from the table earlier with another motion. Is that correct? No, it has to be on that day.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that then, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council table the agenda item 8.1.1, agenda item 8.1.2, agenda item 8.1.3, and agenda item 8.1.4.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. One final comment I would have on that is to our communications team. We put out a communications report about every council meeting. Usually goes out on, by the latest, it goes out by Friday. Perhaps in our commentary that we have around the tabling of these motions that happen at the end of the meeting, perhaps some communication about the fact that we will be making it very clear when these are coming back and that sort of thing, I think would be good to address part of what Councillor Warzanowski was getting at. Okay, I do believe, I'm just double checking myself here to make sure I didn't miss anything. That does cover off all of the items in today's agenda, and so with that, I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 5:45 p.m. Good evening.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. If anybody wants to join me.